漫天的飞雪璀璨了金光。真正的英雄，就是以平凡之躯对抗着这个岁月的麻木不仁，让自己与更好的自己一遍一遍在未来拥抱。
未来还可以继续吗？
未来还有属于我的机会吗？
未来还可以一直赢下去吗？8年前，我没有想过能坚持到现在。8年后，我不确定这是不是一个冒险的决定。
Welcome to the LPL. Apologies about the intro video there. A couple of technical hiccups. I'm Joe. I'm joined by Jordan, or Munch and Lyric, I suppose is probably the more appropriate term. How are you doing, Lyric?
Lunchables.
Welcome to the show, mate.
Yeah, I'm doing good, and you know, again, you're right. Munch and Lyric is right, but does bring me back to the Lunchables days, which, you know, I guess using the caster duo name isn't super cool, but the fact that ours is just so fun and funny just makes it better.
Yeah, it does, and it makes me slightly hungry. Let's look at what happened yesterday in the LPL. As we had a couple of doozies, it has to be said. EDG finally getting themselves. I feel like this is not quite how things happened.
Yeah, no, RG definitely coming out on top. We did have the funny Rammus game though, when that happened from the other day, but. Yeah, honestly, just kind of looking forward. I'm sure we're gonna get standings coming up in a second. We're finally at a place where all of our teams in the league have played. You know, we were waiting on JDG for a little bit, so it's super cool now. Kind of being able to just tell where a lot of the teams are standing. And even right now, it feels like a lot of the teams we expect to be towards the top in the long run are already finding their early wins.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look at our standings to see where we're at in the LPL so far. And you can see JDG now 2-0. They actually played against NIP yesterday. Managed to win that one 2-0. And honestly, pretty comprehensive victory in that series. Really impressive stuff to see JDG kind of, you know, back where people were hoping they would be after 2 roster changes. Very impressive stuff.
Yeah, definitely a much slower pace with Yagao back on the roster. A lot more about playing around like team fights and things like that. I think I saw Kelsey put out a tweet when they first played saying, "Hey, this is just reminiscent of, you know, back in like 2022 when Yagao was on the roster." And I agree, right? JDG do feel like that. And now moving on to the rest, it's kind of sad, right? Seeing teams like EDG, seeing teams like RA that have a lot of talent, not able to pick up wins just yet. But we still have a long season ahead of us.
Yeah, we certainly do. EDG definitely, like you say, a big one on the struggle bus. Let's take a look at today's schedule, though, because OMG there in 14th place, they're going to be in our first series of the day. And I think this is going to be a big one for them to try and get back on the horse. TT have been looking pretty good in their series. And at this point, I wouldn't have expected to say it last year, but TT, I'd say, are the favorite over OMG in our first series. And then we go to Weibo versus LNG. And that one should just be a barn burner.
Yeah, right. Getting Xiaohu versus Scout later on. Just a ton of legends on both sides of that matchup. Also, funnily enough, these 4 teams were also their last matchup for each other, right? TT played Weibo, OMG played LG. So now also going to get to just see how they stack up, kind of vice versa.
Yeah, I feel like that happened on our first couple of days as well, where we had kind of reversed matchups within our first few series. Let's talk about TT versus OMG, though. And I think we've got to start by talking about TT, because this is a team that have come in like a lot of new pieces in this roster, and I'm really excited for how it's working together. UCal and 1xN especially, these 2 carries have been really showing up across the game.
Yeah, I love that UCal's kind of still been the early game force for TT. Like, you can see kill participation before 15 is all around UCal, but 1xN stepping up to be a big carry for their side as well, doing great in laning phase so far in their first few games, which is why it has such a high CS differential. And it feels like that's what TT were kind of lacking last year, were another carry, another avenue being able to find ways to win. And now with 1xN and this meta really enabling him, it really feels like TT have just been such an exciting team to watch, on top of just being able to build upon like pre-existing synergies, considering that they've kept their core together.
Yeah, it's been, like you say, really impressive and also just exciting to watch. I feel like this is a team that I'm really enjoying watching at the minute. Like every single time there's a play happening, I feel like there's a lot of ability to, make tough plays work out in their favor. The fact that like these fights against Weibo were so incredibly close every single time. This was such an exciting early game, and then UCal obviously pop it off in that clip. Like such an incredibly exciting team to watch right now anyway.
Yeah, it's kind of nice that they've been able to find their stride. It seems like they're expanding a little bit in terms of where they're willing to play around. Like we've seen a few good performances come out from both Hoya and Beichuan as well. And then, Chocho coming in. Chocho coming in feels like it's also just helped enable 1xN in that bot lane.
Yeah, it certainly does, and we'll see if it's going to continue to work for them. Chocho, definitely a player that has had his ups and downs over the last couple of years. Definitely a player that sometimes can go a little too far. We'll see if that ends up being a story for TT. They're up against OMG today, though, and OMG are a team that, especially in sort of the mid-game, have been having some struggles, Lyric. Like, this is a team that, especially when it comes to the macro decision making, there's a lot of work to be done.
Yeah, TT's like differential 15 is like -70 something, whatever. They're even, and then 5 minutes later it drops by 1,000, goes to a -1,000 differential on average. So you can kind of see for OMG that it's been really the mid game. It's been that 5-minute stretch where they haven't been able to do too well. We do have a clip from their recent series up against OMG, which we will show you guys now. It's just a great example of OMG losing a lot on the map without it seeming like having a really decisive way to be able to pick something up. So we will roll the clip now. And again, just kind of pay attention to where OMG are on the map. Giving away the dragon, sure, fine, potentially push out some of these side lanes you don't feel strong enough to fight. But even small things like, if you look at the mini-map to the Nocturne and the Akali, Angel and Xiaofeng, it looks like they're hoping to pick someone off, like Cube still up here in topside, while the rest of mid lane just getting run down.
Yeah, and then we get like a commitment of double TP. So we're trying to trade. Okay, we're losing towers in the mid lane. PP got reset. Okay, let's try and trade the tier 1 top. But no, now we're going to double TP into the mid lane. But then as the clip plays out, OMG, unfortunately, even after committing double TPs and losing both towers mid, not gaining anything anywhere else on the map, they decide, you know what, this is not a fight that we want to take, and they disengage. It's like the worst of all possible options.
Yeah, you lost Dragon, you lost 2 turrets mid, you really didn't push anything else out in sides, and that has been just a great signifier of OMG's problems so far this split.
Yeah, it's been quite tough to watch, it has to be said. Apparently we're ready to head onto the stage, which is, I'm excited for this one, and I'm especially looking towards like what's going to happen in the jungle matchup as well, because I feel like Beichuan and Xiaofeng both have the ability to push the game forwards and make things happen. But Beichuan, much more focused on doing the damage. You know, we've seen a brand game already, whereas Xiaofeng, it feels like he's got a lot more weight on his shoulders to make things happen in the game for OMG.
I feel like it also just signifies that with TT already having kind of like a pre-existing system and pre-existing lineup, it will free Beichuan up more to kind of take on different roles compared to Xiaofeng on OMG, where it's like, hey, we need to figure out how to glue all of this together. So definitely 2 different jobs for both these guys. But hey, it's going to be so important coming into today's game, right? Because Xiaofeng has been someone who's been able to find opportunities in the early game, but it's like, can you capitalize on those when TT have been looking just pretty solid, right? Overall, like good players, solid in the team fights like we saw in the clips, some decent map movements coming out in terms of their trade. In my mind, TT's just like a really good bar to see where other teams in the league are at.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think they are solidly middle of the table, but I think that they're there with potential of being higher, right? I think what we've seen from them, considering we're right at the very start of spring, right? Like every single team is going to be working on a lot of stuff at the minute and like hoping to improve. I feel like the foundations that TT are setting here kind of puts them in a category alongside teams like, you know, top esports, right? Where not necessarily that they're at the same level as top esports right now, but they've got a similar vibe of like, you know, maybe it can happen. When you're leading into a fight, there's always like that little spark coming out from UCal, coming out from 1xN that you can get excited, that you can feel like maybe they can make a play happen, even when they're behind, even when things aren't going their way.
Yeah, and I know what you mean, right? And I feel like a lot of people might hear that and be like, "Oh, it's comparing them to TS." Not that level. Maybe RNG would be a bit of a closer comparison, considering that they still have like Way, Breathe, Ming, some of these guys. But point is, like, definitely the excitement is there. The level of talent on the roster is good. Now it's just, can OMG match it? We will say for OMG, they played with Abel in their very last game of their last series. They only brought him in for one, brought out the Ezreal Karma and that bot side, but we are going to get Abel playing again today, which I think opens up for some potential fun and some potential shenanigans. And let's be honest, Munch, we both just want the Samira to come out. We just both want the Samira.
Yeah, if we could get Samira, that would be something special. I'm just excited to see Abel back. You know, we saw one game from him already. Like, I'm hoping to see some Abel-based picks, because I've got to say, like, the meta's not very, like, Abel-heavy AD carries. No. You know, when you think of Abel, you think of, like, the Samira, maybe a little bit of Tristana in there. You know, he's played these very, very aggressive picks. Whether or not you feel like you can play that kind of thing right now is a different question.
Yeah, it really makes you wonder once we get the draft of, like, what kind of things we're going to see come through, especially from TT, if there's, like, a possibility where, you know, maybe you can ban some of Abel's champions, but potentially also take away like a Tristana for a mid laner, then also pick your AD carry, and it's like, hey, now this guy's really gonna have to go into the weeds of his champion pool. But again, in the last series, he did show he was willing to do that just by going straight towards that Ezreal. So maybe Abel will just have no fear.
Perhaps he won't. And to be fair, lethality is really good. Samira likes lethality. Yeah. Maybe it's good. I mean, I've not seen it in my games, but, you know, I've not played at the top level of LPL, so I don't really expect the meta in my games to be similar. Here we go, though. TT stepping out onto the stage. And they certainly are dreaming with thunder, that's for sure, Lyric.
Yeah, TT. I mean, not the highest of energy today, but here's the GOAT, UCal. UCal always bringing the energy. And it's so great to see, like, the LPL fan base he's cultivated, right? Not really coming from his legacy over in the LCK, where, again, especially back in those KT days early on, was able to do a lot. But no, just being a bright, cheery fellow has made everyone in the LPL love UCal.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of funny, isn't it? Because when UCal first joined the league, like, he had a really rough split to start things off, and
yeah,
I don't think people had high hopes at that point. But then just, I don't know, something changed. I don't know whether it was his morning routine, whether it was something he's eating, I don't know, but certainly massive improvement for him. And now, OMG, a team that's kind of got the opposite trajectory right now, where there's a lot of good pieces on this roster. There's a lot of reasons to believe that this roster should be really good, but so far, leaving a lot to be desired in their games.
It just feels like they need to make decisions. They need to be more decisive. Their early game isn't particularly bad, right? Again, we've seen Xiaofeng make some decent ganks. We've seen some, like, pretty solid laning phases come out from OMG. Hell, they were able to take down WE in their first series. It just really, once we get into some of the mid-game map movements, playing around some of these objectives, that they really look, I don't even want to say, like, bad or weak. It just looks like they struggle to make decisions whatsoever.
Yeah. They look sort of directionless, right? Like, they look a little bit lost in the mid-game, not entirely sure what the game plan is. So I'm hoping, and, you know, I think one of the biggest conversations that's happened within the LPL community is, you know, PP God. He was known as a big shot caller. Every single team he's been in, everyone's talked about in interviews how vocal he is, how much of a leader he is naturally. Yet we're not really seeing that leadership within OMG just yet. So I'm hoping maybe that's just a matter of, you know, getting to know the guys a little bit better. New team, new environment, you've got to get comfortable first. But I'm hoping that we do start to see that ramp up.
Yeah, and I guess it'll be really interesting to especially see with more of Abel, if that will be a difference maker, because especially when you're put on a champion like Ezreal in your first game, it's like that really opens you up to make a lot of, like, big aggressive calls or decisive decisions, right? He's probably calling like, hey guys, I want to farm up, I want to hit some more of these item breakpoints. So that's why I'm really curious if we do get Abel on something more proactive and aggressive, whether it be the Samira or something like the Tristana that you highlighted. You know, does that push OMG now to have a voice coming out from their AD carry?
That's going to be the big question coming in. Who is the... I kind of just want to, at this point, I want to see OMG win a series so that I can then go read the translated interview afterwards. Because LPL don't often interview the team that doesn't win. So we need teams to win more often so we can hear from them about what's happening internally. We'll see how that one's going to go down. You see TT on your screen, though. And this is a team have managed to find one win. And I feel like, you know, in my head right now, TT are higher up the standings than they are. They're only 1-1, and actually with a negative win-loss overall. But I feel like, I don't know, I'm just enjoying their gameplay so much that in my head, they've, like, skyrocketed up the rankings already.
I also think it goes to the fact that, like, you even think of the Weibo series, and TT were able to keep, I believe it was game 1, incredibly close. So far we've had a few teams like that where, hell, even RA, who haven't picked up a series win yet, have had, like, close games where you see the glimpses, you see the potential. So the fact that TT were actually able to pick up a series winner over LNG and then still show, like, a close game then against Weibo, I think it just makes you want to believe, right? And especially today, if they can come with a pretty solid win over OMG, I mean, hell, that would kind of cement TT in my mind in terms of, like, maybe an upper middle of the pack team, right? Not necessarily competing with the likes of, you know, the BLGs, JDGs, Weibos, maybe not even NIP or TES yet, but would put them, like, right under that tier of, right now we're viewing those as, like, competing for the LPL trophy, right? So TT with a bit more time with even just games like this over lower tier teams, I think it's going to be good, because looking at the schedule, I mean, LNG and Weibo as their first 2 matchups, both of those should on paper be losses.
Yeah, absolutely. So, see, I mean, the fact that they took down LNG in their first series is pretty impressive stuff, really. LNG, a fairly slow start to the split, but then LNG have beaten OMG. So now TT up against OMG theoretically should be heavy favorite, having beaten LNG, right?
That's not how it's going to work.
I don't know if that's quite how League of Legends works, but, you know, we'll run with it. Here we go, though. It's about time to get into this one and kick our draft off. TT going to start on the blue side for this series. We'll see what their priority is going to be. Ezreal banned away. Not something I was expecting.
So he's actually been playing a ton of it in solo queue, and PP God's been playing a ton of Bard in solo queue. So I think that's the respect that's being shown. Does open up for the Lucian. Now, you know, we wonder if we get the Melio, probably alongside either a mid or a jungler. Azir Nico still being open. Maokai now off the table maybe means you don't have to prioritize jungle as heavily, but there it is, Nico alongside the Melio.
Yeah, so Melio going to be a very comfortable lock-in there for the bottom lane. I am curious what AD carry we end up seeing coming out from Abel. It could realistically just be the Aphelios angle. Not my favorite, considering we've got Abel coming back in. We were hoping for Samira, but, you know, it is standard right now. The Azir going to be locked in for UCal. We've got the Nami alongside the Lucian. All very standard so far in the draft.
Yeah, I think it'll be more telling if we see Lucian taken off the table at any point this series of then what Abel gets pushed to do, because we know the Aphelios is something he's very comfortable on, something that he made a lot of strides, I think, to improve on over the past few years. Again, a long way from the Gale Force into the mid lane team fight that, you know, was costing OMG games years ago. So you see him on this now. And now kind of looking at some more of these meta junglers who take away. Jarvan has been a huge one when going up against the Aphelios. Maybe now even just refocus to some of the blind pickable tops, right? We've seen a lot of Cassante taken off the board. You go for the Udyr yourself. You're not worrying about that Q3 if you do just overextend too much. Then Q would have a lot of
if we do see the Udyr, I wonder if we'll see any more Lilia today. We got to see the Lilia as a potential counter pick to the Udyr in the top side. You can match his push a bit, go for the proxy yourself. We'll see if that was just a flash of the pan from Shanji, or if that's going to spread across the league. More junglers banned away with the Rel. The Vi, we'll see where OMG are going to go with this one. Top and jungle both need picking up. You'd assume they go for their jungle first.
It makes you wonder with how many junglers are pinched, because you could go for top now and then just try to get a more favorable jungle matchup going into 5, considering that, again, a lot of those typical blind picks are off the table. TT, though, is what I wonder, right? The highest prio jungle we have left open would be something like the Zinja, but we have been seeing teams lean more into tank junglers. We've been getting more Sejuani. We've been seeing a little bit more Trundle come through too.
Theoretically, I like Poppy, but against this composition, you really not got a lot of dashes to play around. So, I mean, Poppy's still strong even without that aspect, but I don't know if it's necessarily the pick. Not surprised to see the Cassante for Hoya. Definitely a favorite. for TT.
And
They are gonna
there it
go for
is.
the Poppy.
Yeah, and like you said, right, you're not really finding any innate value from what OMG have locked in so far, but at least we'll be able to provide a great bit of appeal. She's, you know, phenomenal in terms of the early game aggression that she can bring out, playing around those lanes with Cryo. And I guess it's going to be a lot about keeping UCal and keeping 1xN safe, which, I mean, for TT, right, their whole job for years has been to keep UCal safe, play around UCal. So maybe some conditioning going into that one too. And now for OMG, I like it. Getting a bit more aggression. Xiaofeng coming out on the Lee Sin. It's his first Lee Sin game of the split so far. And this is going to set up for him and Angel to be able to look for more aggression, right? Maybe not in the mid lane itself, but setting up for some invades into the enemy jungle or trying to relieve pressure off your bot side. And anything that pushes OMG to be more proactive, I think is a step in the right direction.
Yeah, agreed. Definitely agree with that one. And hopefully, I mean, we saw the jungle statistics earlier on. It was about Xiaofeng really being the driving force. Lee Sin, a pick that you can make things happen. The Nico can move out with it. So like you say, looking forward to seeing what Xiaofeng is going to do in this early game. But crucially as well, I feel like OMG could do with trying to find themselves an earlier lead to mitigate some of the struggles they're having during the mid game. It's a lot easier to play out a mid game when you're ahead than it is when you're even or behind. However, they're up against a Poppy, full build at level 3. They're up against Lucian Nami as well. There's a lot of early game power on the opposite side of the board as well.
Exactly. I feel like it is going to be a little hard to be able to find opportunities, but it's definitely going to be about looking down towards the bot lane and again using the fact that Angel can find some pressure, can find some kill threat, especially once he hits that level 6 mark, I think, into just keeping wards up in that bot side jungle and not allowing this Lucian Nami to take over, like we've been seeing happen pretty much every LPL series.
Yeah, the Lucian Nami has been strong. Lucian Milio has been even stronger, but we're getting to a point where we rarely see Lucian Milio at this stage. I feel like, to be honest, I'm surprised how few bans have gone towards the Lucian and or Milio / Nami. Like, I feel like generally speaking it has been in the games as opposed to banned, but I feel like there's a lot of teams that really struggle to play against it. But let's see how that one's going to go down. It's TT versus OMG, game number 1. TT coming in as the favorites.
17 wins, 6 losses. That is how well Lucian is doing so far in the LPL. He's our most picked AD carry as compared to the Aphelios, 4 wins, 10 losses. So yeah, it's been quite one-sided so far. I have really been surprised. I was running through how I thought drafts would go coming into the day, and I thought OMG would just span out the Lucian. You know what I mean? Take away the Lucian, then TT probably forced to take away that Aphelios from you to pinch out Abel. And that's when I think it would have gotten spicy, right? Like, okay, now TT are taking away the Aphelios. Who knows, maybe TT also find a way to like pick Tristana before OMG locked that in, and then we would have gotten the Samira munch. But that's actually easier to do on red side. So you know, if we swap sides, I hope that happens.
I feel like, you know, most series you come in like draft prepping to see what the most likely scenarios are. For this series, you came in thinking, how do we get Samira? Like, what is the scenario where we get Abel on Samira? Well, unfortunately, it won't come to pass for our first game. We are just going to have that Aphelios, but we'll see how he's been doing. Obviously been practicing up now, kind of promoted to the main roster once again. Let's see how he does in his second game of the split. Looking at the junglers, though, both starting on that top side and looking to move down. Wards on both. The ward on the chickens will not have spotted Xiaofeng just yet. However, Beitron has been spotted. And Hoya already feeling the wrath of the Udyr.
Yeah, that level 2 coming in strong, and Q feeling good about running him down. Angel doing a great job finding Prio in mid too. So again, we knew the OMG soul lanes would be the strong part of the draft, and what could open up for some potential aggression for Xiaofeng to play around. Sad thing is, like we've been saying, a lot of this aggression and a lot of wins so far have just been found through bot lane. So if Abel and PP God can keep up this level of trading as well, it's gonna give Xiaofeng such an easy time.
The red Q just to try and trade evenly, but PP got the target for now as Abel forced to use his ghost. The heal comes out as well from both sides. And Abel, having that Calibrum, gets a bit of an extra on the back side of it, but 1xN does so much damage. He's flashing forwards. The Ignite to get away with a shield out from PP God. Last possible second.
Yeah, TT almost finding it, definitely coming up the winners of that trade. Chocho, of course, still having Flash available. And even just in terms of HP, right, TT. I mean, good Beichuan coming through now.
Oh boy, this is getting scary. Abel and PP got very far up the lane with no summoners available, but Xiaofeng is here as well. Can they survive though? Abel's so low already. One more auto would do the trick, but he stopped flash forward from Beichuan to finish off the kill. Health bars are low. Xiaofeng could go huge here, but PP God's gonna go down. The shield isn't enough. Yes, a safeguard comes in and it's Xiaofeng for the double. Looking for more as Chocho left out. Red buff slow. Q not available, so he can't go for more.
It's so crazy that we keep getting these moments where both teams know exactly what's happening, right? Both teams know we're going to be fighting around bot, but they're still willing to throw everything at it and just hope they're able to outplay now. 2-0-0 on the Lee Sin. Xiaofeng is huge.
Yeah, massive, massive turnaround here. Let's take another look at the action. So many last-second shields saving people.
Yeah, I'm really surprised we saw Beichuan commit so much to this one. Does open up for the kill to come through, but with the low health bars, with the lack of mana, especially on people like Chocho, it doesn't really open up for a lot of follow-up to come from the other TT members. And let's be honest, especially with those last two kills, really TT feels like just handing them over to OMG and getting a little overzealous. Abel was just looking too juicy, which I understand. But now, Xiaofeng's going to have such an opportunity to impact this game, especially after he backs and spends that gold.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we are set up now. We said we wanted to see early presence from Xiaofeng. He locks in Lee Sin. He gets 2 kills in the first 2 minutes. Like, if there is a game to have an impact, this is it for Xiaofeng. Let's see how the next couple of minutes go. But so far, Beichuan as well, trying to have a similar impact in this early game, using that pop, you know. While the play down bot didn't quite work out, he did get himself a kill as well. Spot on a ward for now. Could be looking towards these grubs.
Yeah, looks like both junglers going to go back to farming it up, as we do have Xiaofeng now with the Tunneler and the glowing moat. So, again, he's going to be set up to do so well in some of these early skirmishes, and they want to look for a repeat play.
He's got the range, but the bubble will deny it. I wasn't sure if 1xN was going to go in for a trade, but I think suspicious that Xiaofeng could be in the area. I don't know if Xiaofeng got spotted on that ward that's near Drake, or if he just went straight into the pit there, but either way, he'll be able to start the Drake up. In the meantime, Beichuan starts up the Grubbies. This is all spotted on the ward you can see over there as Angel. Feeling a little bit cheeky. We'll get a bit of damage down onto Beichuan, and crucially, stops the Grubs going down. They'll reset. Dragon still being taken by OMG. And again, you mentioned the strong solo laners for OMG. They're paying dividends.
And it's just great to see, right? We can see them communicating, working together, transferring the pressure they have to make sure that TT are able to get nothing. Coming into this game, we were harsh on OMG, right? Pointing out that they weren't taking advantage of the map and getting what objectives they could. But this game, not only picking up the kills, picking up Drake, but also denying TP. It's such a massive improvement from some of their other games. But we are only 6 minutes in. And like we said, that 15 to 20 minute mark has usually been where OMG have faltered. So we got another 15 minutes before the verdict's out.
That's true. I mean, we've got to see them actually win the game, you know? They've got to keep this going. But regardless of that, so far I'm impressed. So far it does feel like they've gone to the drawing board and they've figured out an early game strategy here. And it's working for them so far. Beichuan struggling to get any objectives on the map here, even in farm still, while a Dragon and 3 Grubs down. Not the position that he would want to be in, but did get a deep ward over towards the Wolves, so at least we'll have some information on Xiaofeng after his reset.
I also do believe 1xN was finding a bit of a CS lead earlier in the game in those first few levels, but that now definitely going to be gone after all the shenanigans we saw down there. We already know OMG are going to be...
He spent the last 5 minutes getting Dragons and Grubs as well, so kind of hard to farm at that point.
OMG plates top, OMG plate spot.
Yeah.
So already making themselves up to a nice 1k gold lead, but I like the TT still looking for plays around mid. We haven't seen that many teams actually go for, like, you know, 2 to 3 man setups in mid, but it has happened a few times. I know NIP especially has liked setting up around Rookie, and that has been able to pay off. Sadly not going to be able to find it here against OMG.
Yeah, UCal actually moving up just for crap. Like, I felt like this was like solo lane presence in the way that you'd usually see for the Grubs or for the Herald, whereas it's really just for that scuttle grab to try and get Beitron to that level 6 mark. He's currently a level behind Xiaofeng. We'll see if Xiaofeng will be able to find an opportunity to use that Dragon Rage early, but I wouldn't be too surprised if that is kind of saved for one of the big fights that potentially could come up over Dragon or the second round of Grubs.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too surprised if he was able to find some kind of aggression in the bot lane. The hard thing now is just, I mean, how much vision control we have being contested by both sides. We can see on the minimap, both teams actually have a control ward around that area. So even if Xiaofeng did dedicate any time towards bot, probably wouldn't be able to pay off. But Six is coming out first. Oh,
Abel, what, bro? What? He just walked into them. He just queued the wave and just soaked all of that damage. That was just simply not it from Abel. Really weird play coming out from him there. As Xiaofeng really wants to go for this chicken and will be able to grab it. So, but again, Beitron just so far being kind of bullied in this early game.
Yeah, hasn't really been able to find... I mean, hell, right? Bot would have been your one avenue to kind of find a lane to play around, and everything went so disastrous. It's really not leaving him with many opportunities. I will say, as the game goes on, I mean, it should be hard for OMG to find ways in, right? The Poppy should do a pretty good job at being able to use that ult to just, you know, yeet someone like Angel right out of a fight. And it feels like that Nico setting up with the Pop Blossom is a huge part of OMG's team fight.
3 summons available for the OMG bottom lane. Sorry, I thought you'd finished speaking. The joys of remote casting, where we talk over each other constantly. I thought that they were going to try.
It's actually my favorite part.
Yeah, I thought they were going to try and make a play with Beitron there. He was in the tri-brush, but they didn't pull the trigger in the end.
It's actually been one of my. It's been one of my goals this split to like not get so baited about fights about to happen. I'm just always so jumpy. Anytime like 2 champions are within 5 teamos of each other, I'm ready. I'm like, who's engaging? When are we going in?
I think the only thing that stopped them there was Chocho not being level 6. I think if Tidal Wave is available there, that's a huge opportunity to engage. But deciding they couldn't go for it. Cube really doing some work on this tower. Those 3 grubs working in his favor. That will be a 3rd plate already taken as he just proxies through these waves. And this is the difficult thing about playing K'Sante in this matchup, is you really don't have that much threat onto the Udyr. You can't really just abandon the wave top either to go and deal with him, so you never get any opportunity to get on your opponent's tower. Cube really using this pick effectively, getting a bit of a gold lead for himself as Beitron once again returns to this bottom side, but Xiaofeng's in the area.
And he needs to be careful because now Sundered Sky picked up for Xiaofeng. We can see Rocket Belt picked up for Angel in the mid lane too, so feels like any skirmish that breaks out right now should solidly be in favor of OMG. Dragon's about to come up, so I feel like there's a good chance we see both teams looking for this.
Xiaofeng just letting Beitron know that he has read the play. He knows exactly what's going on here. Now OMG clearing away any wards, denying any potential TP plays that could come on through. There is a ward in that pixel brush, but I'll pink it. And Yucal desperately fighting for priority in this middle lane because he knows that a Drake fight could kick off, and it feels like both teams posturing they really do want to scrap for this one.
Yeah. To me, it has really just been the weirdest thing about this meta. It's like, all teams know exactly what the other team is doing, and they're all just down for it. They're all down to just go for the 3v3 or the 4v4 scrap. Abel trying to run them down.
Chase Beitron away, but the Dragon has reset as well. I don't think they realize there's a ward in the pit, so there's absolutely no reason for TT to walk into River there. Cullen going to come on through. Bit of damage onto PP God, but good shields. Oh, it's a wave. It's followed by the bubble there. As the kick comes out, the Moonlight Vigil is there, and he's got in, but punted away again. Beitron solo on HP, and look at all of the chakrams. Run, Chocho, run! The flying ninja stars are shredding them, but 1xN finally trades it back a little bit. And after all of that, I'm pretty sure we're in basically the same spot with OMG once again starting the Drake.
And I think that sequence just showed like how awkward it is for either side to have to run in. You look at both teams' kind of 3v3 setups there isn't really any like easy, guaranteed engage or hard CC to come through, right? You were just running face first into the other team, and it felt like whichever team was going to be the one to do it was going to be the one who loses out. So we can see here a lot thrown out. Sure, bubble gets used, but not able to follow up. Great ult comes out from the Melio, and now so much of your burst already used, already just kind of eaten up by the Lee Sin, that there's no follow-up. And then here, able, with the movement speed, able to dodge out on the bubble and just run Beichuan down.
I do wonder there if, like, with how low Beichuan was, I feel like you probably die anyway as the Poppy. It might be worth just not ulting, because then 1xN can finish off Xiaofeng. I'm pretty sure they kind of just saved Xiaofeng's life there. It could have been a 1-for-1 trade.
Yeah, I guess maybe it still would have gone in the favor of TT, but that one should have been able to come through. And we could even still see for OMG, just getting closer and closer to picking up key items. Ghostblade being picked up by Abel so early on, which I'm still not the biggest fan of. We've been seeing it consistently, especially when you're running into like such a tanky composition with Poppy, Cassante as the frontliners. But it's going to give them more early power to play with. Maybe that's even their thought process overall, is like, hey, the longer this game goes on, it's going to feel incredibly hard to breach TT's setup. So, hey, maybe we just all in on the Ghostblade now and really try to push this advantage forward.
Hoya just cancelled his recall. He is behind the bottom lane of OMG right now. But there's a ward! They've seen him! The Ghost popped by Abel and just gets a couple of autos in. It was 5 grubs taken by OMG. Then the Herald spawned, denying the 6th one. It's TT in the area, but they can't really do much. Oh, Hoya, he could see the play. He'd visualize the play, but the ward ruins everything.
It's been that for both sides so far, right? I mean, hell, that's at least a nice thing to see, is that both teams, in terms of the vision they're collecting, have done a great job of dissuading plays from the enemy team. Sure, but might not set up for the craziest viewing experience. It's kind of nice to know that some of these fundamentals those teams do have down, and now OMG, from all the pressure they've had in this early game so far, going to be able to convert that into a Rift Herald. Cube's going to be able to get this turret eventually just in terms of the 1v1, so we know that Herald's probably going to be used to look towards the mid lane.
Yep, trying to open that map up. One tier 1's already gone. The next one, like you say, on the bottom side, very likely to go soon. So just try and break open that mid lane, push your vision line forward to take more control of the map. So far, very clean stuff from OMG. I'm impressed by what they're bringing to the table. On the side of TT, kind of anticipate a little bit more playmaking from this squad. UCal has been exceptionally quiet on this Azir, but you can see Nash's Tooth finished off, headed towards Leandries. He's starting to rack up this strength.
And I think that's why TT don't feel too pressured to do something. Like, sure, it'd be nice to be able to find these moments to really utilize your Lucian Nami in a time where they were incredibly strong, potentially stronger than the opposing side, but they have looked for those. They weren't there, so I think kind of leaning back and trying to find ways to just utilize the Azir's power spikes is probably the right call. And we can even see them now, TT pushing top, coming towards mid. I was hoping they would look for something while Abel doesn't have flash, but OMG being very cautious and not giving the opportunity.
Yeah, and I feel like that is kind of the name of the game for both teams here. Be really cautious and don't give any opportunities. It does feel like after that bottom lane scrap, that has been the mantra for both squads. Looking towards 1xN here as well. He is the one playing that Lucian. We've seen some ridiculous Lucian performances recently. Most notably, in my mind, Ruler yesterday, looking unbelievable on the pick. I'm excited to see what 1xN can bring for us in this mid game. He's got his Bloodsong, he's got his Stormrazor, headed towards that rapid fire cannon. And I feel like the rapid fire cannon, that's the moment where you can really start to function more as a poke champion.
Yeah, that's really when you start to see like what some AD carries are made of, right? And like the knife's edge that they're willing to play on. Just dash in, get like one of the rapid fire cannon autos in there, and then just walk away to safety. I will say, ooh, look at that. Abel now is on 2 items though, so even with 1xN getting stronger, Abel's still just huge.
He certainly is. I was just watching the replay of Xiaofeng trying to finish all 6 of the grubs, but one of them literally despawning in front of him, and he clearly just queued the attack on the thing, and so his character just stood there for a second like, wait a second, where did it go?
What do we do?
Yeah. Tower gun down at the bottom side as well. So far so good for OMG. They do still have a Herald, I believe. Yep. But Xiaofeng will want to put down before any kind of dragon fight happens. You want to be able to ward hop as Lee Sin.
Yeah, looking for that one. TT gonna have first move on the way, but that might open up for Angel to come up with the pinch.
Oh, it's on 1xN! Angel goes in behind enemy lines. It's a good ultimate coming out from the Azir, but it's not enough. And 2 kills already. OMG, just annihilating TT.
Not expecting Angel to come off on the flank. Now they're going to put up a lot of pressure mid. Herald finally comes through.
Oh, what a bubble onto 3 people here.
Oh!
Able knocked back by the Q3 as well, but they can't finish off the kill. And now Hoya getting chunked out as the Herald just casually walks towards the tower. I'm not sure what on earth happened to the Herald during this fight, but Cube now on the front line again, trying to regain priority. Xiaofeng bit of damage, but OMG not going to commit to anything here.
No, kind of overstaying their welcome, which is now going to open up for TT to move into River and start threatening this dragon. Abel's recall. We do have TPs on members of OMG as well, like Angel going back. He will be able to make it here in time, but I don't know if Cube can buy enough time for Aphelios to make it.
I don't think they can do this. Like, the dragon's going to be down before Abel's in the area. It looks like they want to go in anyway. Cube is just stood in the pit. Nearly got it. Dragon went down to less than 100 HP. They're going to look for a fight instead. Cube comes in. Aphelios arriving on the scene. Abel's used the ghost to get into the play. Hoya will be sacrificed by TT. It's a Drake for a life. Baron not up for another 45 seconds, but at least it should be the tier 1 mid.
Yeah, and that was just a really big kind of awkward exchange between both teams. TT, though, we do have 1xM now picking up his rapid fire, so maybe we can see some more skirmishing. Just a never-ending skirmish over mid lane turrets, dragons, raptors, red buffs.
Kind of funny, really, that it's such a never-ending skirmish, and yet we've had so few kills across the course of the last few minutes here. Finally, that tier 1 in the mid lane goes down. That's all 3 tier 1s taken for OMG. Let's take another look at the flank that started it all off.
And, you know, not even paying attention to the fact that Angel is coming through at a great angle. I think there would have been no way to escape it anyway. But that Pop Blossom opens up for those first 2 kills. I'm kind of sad we didn't get to see more of what happened around the tower. But here, you can just see TT trying to put out a lot of damage on the Cube. He's already too big from the items he's picked up. I was going to say, there's actually a bit of anti-synergy that happened if the clip kept rolling. That Hoya then using his ult to keep them at bay when Chocho threw out a bubble that actually would have connected. And Hoya might have been able to escape.
Yeah.
I still respect him for putting his life on the line, though.
He didn't just put his life on the line, he put his life in the bin for his team that sacrificed himself. And so far, so good for OMG. 3,000 gold lead. We kind of return to the state quo for a little bit, but Baron now on the map, and you expect both teams to start to shift that vision up to the top side. But Lyric, we're into the dangerous bit of the game for OMG, right? We talked about the kind of gold lead at 15 to gold lead at 20, generally plummeting for OMG. That's not happened yet, but they're not out of the woods. We've got to see this decent macro continue. We've got to see this decent game structure continue. We don't want them to throw it away again.
No, and you know, if all the kills that Xiaofeng had were unable, like maybe it'd be a different story. It'd be like, oh, this is looking done and dusted. This Aphelios is huge. There's a whole nother item completed. But I think TT kind of lucking out in that regard. I mean, still not lucky to be going up against a 4-0-2 Lee Sin, but could have been worse. Could have been worse for the side of TT. Now it's all about, I think, OMG being able to deny this vision around topside and really play around these chokes and these entryways into getting into Baron. I feel like that's been one of the biggest distinctions between teams like the JDGs, the BLGs, the Wavos, the NIPs, like the teams with those superstar players. 1xN!
Well, that was overzealous, I guess is the phrase we're going to use here. Xiaofeng easily punishing the over-aggression from 1xN. And bringing out the EU Lucian today in the LPL.
Not having the best of time, and we can see, right, the early kind of shutdown, the early strength going over to OMG, but TT, they know they can't give this one up, even if it is a 4v5.
Oh, again from Angel, it's onto the jungler, and that is going to be Baron basically guaranteed unless UCal, Chocho, Hoya can bring out some kind of miracle. Hoya moving in, but Cube just dives onto the backline, stopping them being able to move into the pit here. Smite's still available. Wait, no, Smite's not available for Xiaofeng. Oh, it is. Never mind. I saw the red thing. That's not his smite, that's his ultimate. They changed Lee Sin's icons.
still we celebrate. You know, this is just such unexpected territory, Munch. Like, OMG absolutely running away with this game. TT, where's TT? It doesn't look like they're here. And you said this one, calling it overzealous is something. Trying to go for those knife's edge Lucian plays, look for the opportunities, but absolutely just sprints it into OMG. And I mean, by this point, they just look lifeless.
Yeah, they look a little bit lost on this one. And Cube soaked up the Poppy ult as well with his CC immunity. That is just painful to watch. TT, honestly, if you turned off the health bars, if you turned off the nameplates, sorry, I would have thought these two teams were the other way around. I would have thought that this was TT on the red side right now with how these two teams are playing. Not what you would have expected today. H1 in trouble as Xiaofeng dives in to try and protect Angel. Perhaps a play for TT. Finally going their way, but the Q lands. He finds the answer. Xiaofeng is looking incredible on the Lee Sin today. He wants H1 as well. Steadfast presence a little bit late, but the ward hop to safety away from Hoya. Almost found the cube. Wait a second, they're ending the game on the other screen. Able PP got Cube charging forwards in the base. They will be able to keep themselves in, but TT, finally a positive play on the top side, and it costs them an in-hit.
Not able to find anything, sadly. I guess sadly for TT and OMG fans, so NXN does still have sums up as well. If he didn't have that flash, right, Cube could have just ran him down, stunned him, and that would have been the game, but does that flash, does mean OMG not going to have to back off and pick up a dragon. This could have been Soul Point. I mean, hell, this could have been Soul if they didn't overstay in that last fight around mid lane, but still going to get on Soul Point, still going to have the 6k gold lead, and still just going to be too big for the members of TT to deal with.
Yeah, I feel like this is very likely the end of things for TT. Good little ult from UCal to start it off. Then Angel being able to answer it. The fact that this ends up just being a 1-for-1 between the mids. In the meantime, speaking of the mids, UCal has gone down again. And this is just going from bad to worse.
Yeah, now going to go for this 4-man push. Even Angel has TP to be able to join in. Oh, H1's ult not fighting anything.
Yeah, TPing on one of the little void bites as well to get himself into the play. That's 2 inhibs. Supers are pushing in the mid lane as well. We're very close to OMG finding themselves the first game in this series. This is a different OMG that is showing up, and Angel wants to prove it. Another great Nico engage, another start to the fight that leads them towards victory. One Nexus tower down as they slowly but surely finish the job. It's another couple of kills for Abel. It's another couple of towers going down. And it is absolutely a victory lap for OMG. Lads, take a bow. What a performance. OMG. They're feeling a little bit back after game 1.
I want to know what you do in this situation if you're Dom. If you're Dom right now at OMG now, the team that you just said goodbye to, you picked up TT, and now, I mean, it is only one game. It's only one game, but I don't know. It was just so unexpected, right? I feel like TP came in like such heavy favorites, despite the fact that OMG also did have a series win before today. Yeah, I don't know. It was just the vibes.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, this is karma, is what it is. Dom jumped ship and immediately just gets hit in the face by a result like that. Still only game number 1 of the series. We'll see how TT are going to come back into things for game number 2 right after this. Welcome back, everybody, to the LBL. It's OMG versus TT. And OMG somehow have started the series with a win against all odds. Now, Lyric, in that last game, you said that you get excited every single time two champions get within 5 Teemos of each other. And Frisky on Twitter has DM'd me with the maths of the situation. Now, a Teemo is 110 units wide, which makes it 550 units for you to get excited. 100 units is 80 centimeters, which means you're ready for a fight anytime champions are within 440 centimeters of one another. So there we go. That's the mathematics of Lyric's excitement.
I love it. I'm so glad someone went through the rabbit hole of being able to pick this up. I guess it also means I'm pretty much just always excited because that actually isn't a lot of distance. But I'm pretty sure we're getting an MVP. There we go. We're gonna get an MVP. We're gonna see who it is, and
Lyric
it's
just
obvious.
Desperately searching for a segue. It's around it somewhere. I just can't find it.
And it's Xiaofeng. Xiaofeng's the segue.
505. What a scoreline. Absolutely decimating this game. Beautiful game of Lee Sin. And just right from the word go, it felt like Xiaofeng was in charge of how this game was going down.
Yeah, right. I mean, once he was able to find those 2 kills early on when they had that bot lane 3v3, it just felt like TT really weren't able to find an avenue into finding fights, right? A lot of times they were just trying to run into OMG's composition into this big, strong Lee Sin. That wasn't working out. We saw multiple times where flanks were picking them apart, like the one we got from Angel, and then just some missteps. So TT obviously not very comfortable playing from this much of a disadvantage, and they just look absolutely lost. So hopefully for OMG, they can keep up with those early games and keep making it so TT have no idea where they are, because as OMG, that's the exact kind of win that you need.
Yeah, it felt like OMG getting themselves an earlier advantage really, like you say, kind of left TT scratching their heads a little bit. Maybe they don't have control, find things a little bit more difficult. 1xN also getting caught a couple of times on this Lucian, struggling to have that impact that you would want in the mid game, and a lot of that down to Xiaofeng. Every single time 1xN tried to jump forward and do damage, Xiaofeng was there to annihilate him. So we'll see how things are going to change, and we'll see what's going to change in the draft, because I'm assuming TT going to move over to our red side now, and we'll see how they're going to change things up going up against OMG.
It makes you wonder if you try, like, if we're in a situation where Lucian and Aphelios are both open again. I guess OMG will pick. You know, if they decided, you can't give Amelia Lucian though. I feel, I was gonna say, what if there's a world where you just go for the Aphelios yourself and you say, hey, Abel has always just looked better on like comfort champions than he has on, you know, whatever else. Like when Jinx was just better than Aphelios, he still gravitated towards the Aphelios, right? I wonder if it'd be a similar circumstance here. And that is luckily why TT's banning out the Melio, so I think that one's a good call. So you don't just end up giving that over outright.
Yeah, the Melio ban honestly makes draft much more interesting, right? Because if people go for the Lucian Nami, it's not just to deny Lucian Melio, it's because they actually want to play Lucian Nami, right?
Yep.
Makes it a different dynamic in the draft. OMG, liking the way that the Nico first pick worked in the previous game, so they're going to stick to the Nico. And to be honest, I don't blame them at all. Stuff like Xayah Rakan could be a potential power pick, and there we go. Coming in for TT off the back of the fact that Lucian, without the Melio, is not going to be on the cards. He's hovering it, Lyric. Are we going to see Abel Samira?
He is. I mean, seriously, he is still playing it in solo queue. I would expect him to bring it out. Other options you have would either be like defaulting back to the Aphelios, but without the Melee, that's not something we've really seen as much of. You already highlighted Tristana, something earlier that he could go towards. But with the Renata coming out, I wouldn't be surprised to see the Aphelios paired alongside it.
Breaks my heart. I thought we were going to see it.
We might.
I don't believe the hovers.
No,
oh, okay. It's not a hover. It's locked in. It's Tristana, I'm assuming, going down into the AD carry role for Abel.
I mean, then it would be
get some weird Nico flex.
I was going to say, they didn't have to be Nico top or Nico jungle, right? It'd be something wild. You know, maybe Nico bot there. Mole, Mole, the great overlord, bringing us that back in 2020. But kind of looking forward, I mean, now for TT, I think they keep leaning into the draft identity that you kind of set when you draft like Xayah, and now with the Azir, right, which is being able to disengage and play from that range, especially when you're running into something like the Renata that you really don't want to run into yourselves. The only question marks and problems is we didn't really see TT look all that confident doing that in game one when they didn't have someone who could very easily be proactive and set up for some easy engage.
Yeah, we'll see what they're going to go for in the jungle to, like you say, try and set up for that engage, and also up in the top lane as well. But with Maokai gone, Nocturne gone, Lee Sin gone, a lot of the junglers that can kind of force action a little bit, taken off the board. Sejuani obviously still available there. And, you know, things like the Poppy that they did have last game,
yeah.
Poppy didn't really work out for them.
I do think it's funny because I feel like the Poppy would fit like a little bit better, considering that this time they are at least showing like a Tristana as well. If you are just going to play to, you know, zone, kite back, really let OMG be the ones who have to aggress into you, but they might need some more early game power. So I like the Vi lock-in coming through for their side. And now it might just set up for the reverse. Xiaofeng, looking at all the dashes he can deny in this game with the Poppy, is just going to lock in. So once again, OMG coming out with a lot of champions that are just going to be so good at fighting these early scraps.
I feel like this is just a much better Poppy angle than it was for TT last game. You know, the Poppy last lock-in didn't really have a lot of dashes to block. The value that Xiaofeng can get on his steadfast presence is off the charts in this draft. They also get the Udyr for Cube, so they'll be able to get priority up in that top side. So far, I'm liking the draft coming out from OMG, and I'm excited about the aggression down in that bottom side once again from Abel and PP God. It does feel like with Abel back in the roster, OMG are starting to find that definition again.
And it makes sense, right? These are two players who have been playing together, who should have that kind of built-in camaraderie, you know, synergy, just understanding what the other one likes to look for. So we're gonna get that here once again. Abel bringing out the Tristana, I think, makes it a bit more exciting. TT, you're gonna have to be very careful of those early all-ins that are gonna come through. And Munch, I think we both know what we're looking at. We're both gonna be looking at that time when both bot laners are level 3 and both jugglers know the other one's there. They're gonna scrap anyway, and whoever wins that, I think it's going to be very telling for the following 20 minutes of this game.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how TT play this one out. Honestly, they've got what I would call like the 2023 default draft, right? Where you've got the Zyra bot, you got the Azir mid, you got the Viper engager, there you got Cassante because you want Cassante, right? Like, I feel like this is almost just pure default draft up against a very stylized draft on the side of OMG. I'm curious how this plays out, because honestly, when you look at TT as a team, this kind of default draft is not what I typically think of.
No, and like we said, especially when it feels like once we get to mid-game, them wanting to be the ones who are going to need that setup first, going to need to be especially marking flanks and trying to make TT, OMG the ones who are aggressing into them. That is not what worked for them in last game, but they're going to have to do a very similar game plan to win out in this game too.
Let's see if they can make it happen. Xiaofeng kind of gifted an early game with those 2 early kills in the bottom side. Whether or not that can happen again is a different question. Now, Poppy this time is still the Lee Sin, so not quite as much damage in the early stages, but can certainly set up alongside a Tristana to really pop off in an early fight. It's game number 2. OMG with the lead. We'll see if they can keep it running.
Teams
I've got to be honest, Eric. Not the most convincing Gyos I've ever heard.
Just gonna say a modest amount of support, you know. Try the silver lining.
God, that's Ghost. Cube's got a Ghost out of Hoya already, and now he's just gonna go and ruin Beige1's life. Like, how do you get this much value at level 1? He just walks in, bullies out his enemy top laner, gets the summoner spell, and now Beige1 has to start on the other side of the map.
I think the more surprising thing about this is the fact that this is very common with Udyrs, right? We see this almost every game of Udyr running into the enemy topside jungle. If they're starting in one of those camps, trying to solo dissuade them just by the fact of how strong his level 1 is. Hoya, just wanting to get some early info on it, like you said, has to burn a summoner. So now Cube should have full control over this top side. Abel and PP God starting on the lane already means we know they're going to control bot, and it's going to allow Xiaofeng to look for some early aggression.
Xiaofeng moves in. We'll see what he can find. Gromp's still up here, but he's not interested in just taking a camp. He wants to take it right from under the nose of Beichuan. Smite comes in, takes all 3 wolves, and Beichuan is sent packing. He got sent packing down to the bottom side. Now he's sent packing back up to the top.
Has to go rely on those camps. The bot lane becomes harder for 1xN and Chocho, who were already didn't control the wave, right? PP got enabled, didn't have to leash. Now it's just going to open up for so much aggression. I love that they're pivoting this into just denying the vision that TT got, because now you're going to be consistently scared, especially if any heavy trades come through. That Xiaofeng's going to be able to look for some ganks or even potentially set up for a dive. Luckily, health bars aren't that low yet, but this wave's going to be huge.
I'm pretty sure Abel was holding his level up point, not leveling his E until pushing this cannon wave so that they could get the crash. Wanted to slow push it, wanted to deny as many minions as possible while building that slow push up. Good to see those little mechanics coming into play. Toya kind of struggling in the top side. Obviously, a lot of minions there to pick up, but already heftily down in CS, and Cube is going to be loving every second of this early lane.
Yeah, and it's even with the fact that we expect the Udyr to be ahead in the 1v1 in this lane. We see it consistently. The one thing you're kind of playing for as the Cassante is the kind of slight over-aggression come out from the Udyr, where maybe he goes for like a bit of a trade, finds some damage on you, turret aggro procs, and you find that Q3 under turret. We have seen Udyrs go down a couple of times to that play coming through.
It does feel like, oh, that's unlucky. It does feel like it's, like you say, mostly the Udyr's faults when that does happen. But Cassante is one of those champions that offers you the playmaking ability to manage to do things. Abel, good buffer on W. And I feel like we're going to see that little combination happen relatively often down in the bottom side. And the most annoying thing about Tristana, even when Chocho's level 6 and has the charm, so long as you're pressing W before Rakan's under you, you'll still buffer it all.
Oh, I wonder if he's going to end up getting pinched. They know he's in this area. Should be able to escape.
I think he can just dash across here, right? And or just execute. He's just going to execute. Why not hit the wave on the way? Beichuan takes a camp and just leaves it at that.
You know, I think it's completely fine. Gonna be able to get the base a little bit faster, start heading back to his camps, right? Only having Red Bull and Wolves up, so we're gonna head down towards that bot side, potentially reading like, hey, also wanting to cover my bot lane, getting this wave in as well. Maybe they didn't assume that Xiaofeng would run all the way back up towards top. And a very slow early game so far, not too different from last time, right? Because we've had both teams kind of poke and prod for some aggression to come through, but nothing able to be confirmed just yet. But now, Munch, we're getting to the point where neutral objectives are spawning. We got some grubs, we got some drakes. So maybe the teams will be forced to say hello.
Maybe we'll get some action. Just a little tip for anyone who's a little bit newer to League of Legends there. You saw a bit of damage come through from PP God during the recall, but the recall still went through anyway. If you are shielded, even if you take a bit of damage, it won't interrupt your recall. So Chocho's passive, the shield being up on the Rakan, and that they still get the recall, and then obviously Zyra can't get to recall together. So fun little interaction. Very annoying for anyone that's playing against Zyra. But it is going to be the Grubbies taken on the top side by Xiaofeng. TT on the opposite side going to be able to grab themselves their first Drake of the game. Chemtech Drake to start things off for them. A very tempered beginning, which honestly for TT, you're more than happy with the early game being this tempered. When you're against the Tristana bot, when you're against the Udyr with this much pressure top, you're very okay with a slow early game.
Yeah, I think TT, like you said, completely fine. Just going to try and play to their points of power. There is some opportunity to start looking for some aggression bot, right? You're up against like double squishy bot lane duo. Would be very easy if Chocho can get on top of PP God for Beichuan to be able to follow up, but OMG just done such a good job of dissuading any of the advised aggression towards bot side. Maybe once he pats down after taking these Krugs top side, maybe then, but again, I feel like bot laners have been so much more consistent about like keeping up vision control around their lane that it looks harder to find those ganks.
I just love that Udyr on this top side gets the plate, walks past the tower into the jungle, sees Beichuan there and thinks, can I take some of these Krugs? There's not even a thought of backing away there. He's confident in the 2v1 at this point in the game. Beichuan Gonna try and get something in the jungle. He's gonna discover that there is nothing there. So unfortunately, unsuccessful counter jungle. No, the wolves have respawned. I take it all back. H1 finding himself a little prize.
Might potentially lose his blue buff. I don't, you know, who knows how far Xiaofeng's willing to go without an exact read of where Beichuan is. It'd be very easy for him to start making his way in. Looks like he will. You don't have that Tri-Brush warded, so again, potential opportunities there for Xiaofeng to find a gank in bot side. You also have complete prio in the mid lane coming out from Angel, so he'd be easily able to follow up.
Yeah, you know, that's a lot of logic lyric, but Xiaofeng ain't scared, and that's all that matters, you know. Xiaofeng's going in, and he's taking that blue buff, because you know what? That ain't Beichuan's blue buff, that's Xiaofeng's blue buff. We set up today that Xiaofeng was going to be one leading the charge today, and it does feel that that's the case. He knows he's got stronger solo lanes, he knows he's got a strong bot lane, and he's quite happy to take advantage of that, answering the 2 camps that Beichuan took with 3 on the opposite side.
Yeah, and we still see Angel hovering over, which makes me think maybe some sort of action comes through. Beichuan gonna make his way down. OMG would have a really good angle pinch if Beichuan did commit, but looks like he will just go away. You know, the craziest part about like Xiaofeng coming in and kind of being this bright spot on OMG is he's coming from top esports challenger team where he was always the jungler under Nio. He wasn't the starter. He was second in line to be playing for that team. Comes in and again has kind of been the bright spot for OMG, even in some of their losses, even in maybe their lackluster win over WE. So it's kind of nice to just see all the, you know, how far the talent line in LPL goes. We're getting even subs coming in and having promising performances.
I mean, honestly, it does not feel like Xiaofeng is a rookie on this team, you know? Like, he does not feel like a rookie player right now, but it's great to see. It's great to see such a solid performance to start your split. 1,000 gold lead in favor of OMG, which a lot of that is going to be down to taking these places. Abel trying to dodge the feathers, will get plate down in the bottom side. And might have to back away here. He's 2v1 in the bottom side for now, but Cube just continuing the relentless assault. Hoya is going to cancel that recall. I was going to say, you're going to lose a tower if you go for that recall. But I think Cube will still get a plate regardless.
Yeah, Cube does not care what's in his way. You know, thinking about the point I made about like how deep LPL talent goes. I mean, hell, it's actually easy to even like think about other teams with that too, like the JDG top laner, right? The one under Flandre, who we did see the Mossy Cup. Sheer hasn't played, you know, in LPL yet, but I mean, he was just on their youth team, wasn't even playing in the LDL. Gets signed, gets brought into, again, at some point potentially be a starter. So it's just crazy how many of these like little gems are sitting there either in solo queue or like high school leagues or whatever.
And it's awesome to see, like, from the teams being able to pick up these players. It's also awesome from the player perspective, right? Like, imagine you're Sheer. Imagine you're this guy, like, you like League of Legends a lot, you're pretty good, you managed to get on a youth team, and then it's like, boom, you're the sub for the main roster for JDG, the team that won MSI last year, the team that a lot of people thought were going to be favorites for Worlds. Unfortunate ending to that story, but regardless, the talent that Sheer is surrounded by in that roster, like, you are set up for a career in that position.
Yeah, and hell, I guess it just goes to show for teams like JDG or Brock, because I remember they did bring in their sub-in laner at some point last year. I believe it was for just like one series, gave him a bit of stage time. So a lot of these orgs definitely showing they're willing to invest in their futures. Is now 3 seconds until Drake. Here we go. We're locking it, Joe. We're locking it.
I was just, since we've not actually got a fight on the screen, it's kind of the opposite mantra to like EDG, where it's like, rather than invest in your own guy, just invest in T1's guys. Like that's the plan for EDG. Here we go. Drake coming up. Both junglers in the area. OMG trying and grab bottom prio.
Bro, there's 0-3. There's 0-3. You're just casually dropping some EDG players. My God.
It wasn't flame. I was just stating the fact that rather than trade their own talent, they take the talent for. To be fair, they've also got Vampire in the roster, so they are bringing up their own talent. It was. I was just joking, guys. Calm down. Yeah. Linda, don't at me.
I mean, you were also just being factually correct, right? I brought multiple people over from T1, but now we've waited enough. We've told enough stories about other players who are on these teams.
Oh, good steadfast presence there. Completely denies the engage from Chocho. Luckily for Chocho, didn't use the ultimate or anything like that. Hoya desperately at this point trying to stop these waves going under the tower because he knows the next wave to go under the tower. That's the tower gone. But he's losing a lot of health in these trades.
Yeah, not able to keep up. UCal has Timber survive, but doesn't want to throw it out before any sums come through from Angel. So he's going to be able to find a really good trade to come out of it. Yeah. My God, man.
I was so sure UCal was going to go for the ult there, but ends up just taking a massive chunk because he just didn't commit to the play. I can see where he was going, but Angel not falling for it, not going to go for the flash preemptively. And well done by Angel to read it completely. It will open up this dragon for OMG. One apiece now. And again, so far, so good. 2,000 gold league now for OMG as Hoya. Has he found an opportunity onto this Udyr? Still sparring back and forth, but the all-out available. And Cube is going to respect it. He backs away.
Yeah, not going to end up looking for that in the end. So now we're getting to this point where, once again, OMG picking up some of their first items a little bit ahead of their counterparts. I mean, you're expecting 1xN to be sitting on the gold to be able to finish that one up, but I am a bit surprised we haven't seen Abel look for the rocket jump in just yet. I mean, quickness available, Featherstorm available would be quite hard to find any kills right now, but definitely going for some types of trades to be able to force these summoners push that lead a little bit further. Because like you said, TT, it feels like they're fine even being at a slight gold disadvantage, just in terms of what carries they have for the longer this game goes on and like what kind of tools they have to play with. But I don't know if I have the faith in kind of TT playing around that logic.
I think that's the thing, right? If this is JDG with this composition, I don't mind that they fall behind. You know, if this is T1 with this composition, I don't mind that they fall behind. However, TT have not been like the late game team fight team so far this split. It's not like that's the identity they've built for themselves. I'm hoping that this is something that is well drilled and well prepped. The problem is you're against a composition that can snowball really, really hard. And yeah, right now it's fine, but if you continue to concede things over the next few minutes, if you concede more Drakes, if you concede a Herald, maybe a Baron, that's when things are going to become very, very difficult for this TT roster. So we will need to see, maybe around the 20-25 minute mark, we're going to have to start seeing them contesting things like the Drakes, or they're just going to end up foregoing Soul and they'll lose control of the game at that point. There's a Mountain Soul as well, which, I mean, on both of these rosters, you're going to get a lot of value out of Mountain Soul.
I will say at least they managed to pick up one, and it's not like OMG were very decisive about picking up the other one either, right? So there's going to be quite a bit of time before we have to worry about anything like Souls or Soul Point coming on through. So for now, just going to be happy catching waves. I think just making sure you have a bit of a defensive vision line throughout your own jungle, maybe getting some shallow vision in river like they're trying to do now, would do a lot of things to making sure the Nico, the Poppy, the Tristana aren't just running into your jungle and trying to set up for those vision denial plays.
Yeah, I like the TTR still, like you say, contesting, you know? They're still making themselves known on the map. The Tristana brings a lot of value in terms of being able to get priority in the mid lane. You threaten the potential all-in, but you can also just essentially one-shot the wave with your E. Can bring a lot of value. The 6 grubs as well, by the way, taken by OMG. So potential advantage there. However, it's feel like a little while since we saw any of them actually get close to a tower.
Yeah, it feels like it's been a while. This game of League of Legends so far definitely feels like vanilla ice cream, and I'm a huge proponent of vanilla. It's like, it's just a great flavor. It's simple, it's easy, but I don't know. The vanilla ain't hitting the right way so far.
I don't know.
We need some sherbet.
I don't mind a bit of a Neapolitan, you know. There's the vanilla there. You still get the default.
Yeah,
We've
no,
also
I
got
agree.
a bit of chocolate, bit of strawberry in there. Something a bit different, like a, I don't know, Tristana AD carry, perhaps. Maybe that's the chocolate sauce. Or maybe not. As you said, it was the whole game, not just the TT comp. So I sort of ruined the metaphor a little bit there.
I do agree, though. Neapolitan, in my mind, is kind of like the way to go. It's kind of the way to go.
Maybe I'm basic. I'm a sucker for the cookie dough. Cookie dough ice cream is just too good.
And, like, I get it. I'm sold on the cookie dough part, but I feel like I'd rather just have cookie dough rather than cookie dough ice cream. I feel like the ice cream detracts from the cookie dough.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the whole thing is a bit weird. Like, there's raw egg in that, isn't there? Like, that's...
Yeah.
You're playing a dangerous game. But here we go. TP bot lane coming out from TT. Cube underneath his tower, just trying to clear the wave. They're not even diving him. They're just committing to getting the tower.
Is this LPL? Are we doing our jobs? Like, did we show up to the right place?
Maybe.
This is crazy.
Oh, we're accidentally receiving the LCK feed, I think. Yeah, this is a weird, especially from TT. This is not the TT I know.
We have like bounties being built up on the Nico, the Tristana without really anything happening yet. We have all 6 grubs picked up by OMG, a lot of pushing power there. There's like so much opportunity for so much to explode onto the screen, but now we put our faith in. Third dragon is up, Mountain is here. There's a ward in the mid lane. It's a red team ward, which means it's a TT ward bunch. If we start talking like we're really excited and something's about to happen, that will will it into existence. Look at the Udyr. Look at him go. Hoya. Gonna pick up this wave. He's gonna do it.
Yeah, you remind me of that, I don't know if you remember, there was a clip of Rivington casting a million years ago, and like nothing is happening for the whole game, and he's like, here we go, in the mid lane, pushing minions! And I don't know, that's just one of my favorite clips of League of Legends.
The Riv Kha'Zix clip is just like absolutely one of the most goated moments in League of Legends. Sorry to tangent that.
Neutral monster battle!
Let's go!
It's just enlisting Herald to help with the Drake. Didn't quite work, but you know what? I'm here for it. Just use it as a ride. It's a taxi service now.
It's actually been crazy how many times we've seen that used as a taxi service, but not even necessarily intentionally every time. I especially love when you see supports kind of maneuver the Herald around the map and looking like, oh, hey, I've never done this before.
Yeah, it's definitely a mechanic that takes a little bit of getting used to. Very easy to just immediately run into a wall. But here we are. A little bit of taxi service. That was fun to watch. And we're back. We're back to the ping pong.
You have any...
You know, over in the LCK, they call this a lull state, I've heard. I've never seen one of these before.
It's been a while. So, you have any nice weather?
The weather has been okay. Surprisingly okay. I think pretty much everywhere else in the UK it's been horrendous. But it is Isle in Nottingham. So that's exciting. What riveting commentary.
And there UCal goes, walking into the brush, circling around. That one enclave in topside, as there we go. Baron about to spawn. Surely the Baron draws a lot of action. Looks the top half of the map, and GT don't just keep farming.
Now we see the Baroness Maximus in Latin, or Baron to the layman, spawning in his pit. The Birdmen are near, but they'll be denied entry by the Chemical Lady, who drops a ward. Up to the top side of the map now. As the TT is a timid monster. But
the riveting action in the bot side. Okay, lots coming through. The Phoenix not
so
Phoenix
much
forward.
damage to one another. Oh my god, I just want something to happen now. You know, we did a segment to start this series off about how OMG were quite happy with literally nothing happening in the game. Well, I don't think they were happy about it, but they didn't seem to know how to do anything about it. And then game number 1, they come out swinging. They just annihilate TT. They show us that they could do the early game, that they could be proactive, that they could make things happen. And now we get into game number 2. And we're just vibing.
It like, to me, when you think about it from OMG, it's like, why wouldn't you? I mean, they've given you the last 2 dragons for free. They didn't contest Heralds. Okay, Xiaofeng. Gonna find Chocho, who is... Rakan is the champion who can walk forward as much as he wants, and he has so many avenues to get out. I even remember talking to... Okay, I don't know why I'm expecting...
They got within 4.4 meters of one another. Lyric got excited.
There we
Here
go!
Steadfast Presence does deny the escapes. The handshake is in! We've got a kill on the screen! Patron's next, but he dashes out to safety. OMG, they finally find something.
Come on, OMG, you got the momentum. Let's turn it into a Baron. We're gonna do it. We got things going on. on the rip, and that is what we love to see, okay? TPs have to come out much. They have to threaten.
They've got to try. 9K on the Baron here. Angel denying entry to 1xN, and Hoya in the meantime. Cube doing the same on the top side of the play, but UCal's in trouble here. Empress Divide already going to be used, but the Baron is 1 HP. Angel goes down. They're peeling off of the Baron. This is disaster for OMG. Hoya is flanking the whole team right here, and he is damn tanky. The all-out pulls him to safety, and a bonus kill on the end for 1xN. TT tear OMG to shreds.
And TT showing us why they were fine, just sitting and farming and sitting and farming for 20 minutes, because now it is somehow all going to pay off with the Baron, and that's going to give them the pushing power they need to really to start taking more than the one turret they've gotten so far in this game.
What a way to go for OMG. What a way to go. A really rough fight for them. Very split call, and it felt like there were very different ideas of what was happening there.
Yeah, and you know, the first initial pick's good. They were being patient. They knew that TT were going to want to keep trying to contest for the vision to come through. But like you said, it feels a little bit split. I like that we have the Udyr especially just zoning other members out from pit, but you're opening up avenues for TT to be able to come in and take this. Once they all get off the Baron and they have to worry about these 3 different angles to play from with Hoya coming from under, it just feels like it's so hard for OMG's comp to be able to fight from that position.
I mean, the tough thing as well is, like, UCal is chilling. He's got his ult up. He's stood at the other side of the wall, full vision of everything. And everyone from OMG is trying to walk into him, but he's just there. He just puts his soldiers up and just auto-attacks. He got so much damage out in that fight without really having to do that much to achieve it. Fantastic stuff from TT, and OMG fight right into their open arms. And now that gold lead is gone. Drake up on the map, and OMG will be the ones to start it. TT are in the area, and I think they do want to contest this one. 7K on the Drake as they back away here. OMG, are they going to commit to this one? Looks like they are going to go for a 50-50. No, they're not. They've got a Poppy. It's never a 50-50. Now Hoya could be in trouble. All out to try and get himself to safety. Redemption comes on through. Chocho with a big engage. This is 2v5, and OMG haven't done any damage yet. Now Baytron can move into the play. Straight onto the backline he goes. Xiaofeng low on HP. Hoya on the front line here, but will finally go down. Chocho's next to fall, and the healing comes across the team as well. Abel dives on forwards for more, but UCal's still strong at this point. 1xN can't find the route. OMG will back away 2 for 1, and a Drake for OMG.
And that's the most important thing, right? The fact that OMG were able to pick up the Drake, get onto Soul Point for themselves, and now a lot of threat going into that next one, especially like how hard it's going to be to kill the Poppy, kill the Udyr. Once we do get up to Soul, TT doing a nice job. I like still buffing up the wave to make sure that damage is coming across onto turret.
Man, Cube just does not take damage at this point. Just tanks the feathers as well, so the minions can't get near the tower. Yeah, we're in the point where both Cube and Hoya are practically invincible. I mean, the amount of time that Hoya was stood inside all 5 players here and just not taking damage.
No, I mean, to be fair, right? Abel hasn't autoed like it all in this instance so far in the replay, but buying enough time, Baytron wanting to try and find an opportunity to single him out, but isn't able to. And then just the turn potential to come through from this Pop Blossom, buying so much space, feels like what really helped turn the fight in favor of OMG.
So a little interaction there from Angel. Managed to get his stealth off just as Baytron was trying to ult him. So actually cancelled the animation. And then obviously Baytron changes targets, goes for Abel instead. But really nice. I don't know if that's intentional or luck, but either way, Angel gets away with it. Very nicely done by him. And that is 3 Drakes taken. That is 1 point away from Mountain Soul. That'll be up in 3 minutes. Baron up in 2.5. And now TT, you got to show us what you're made of. You're getting to the late game. We've got 3 items on the Azir. We've got 3 items just finished now on 1xN as well. Our tanks are getting tanky. Now is the point where you've got to win these team fights.
And now, again, now they're looking incredibly strong. Even having the Anathemas come out for Hoya to make Abel's life a little bit harder. Still, though, I mean, we saw in that last fight, right? The amount of burst, the amount of I especially love how earlier you pointed out how OMG's comp can just snowball out of control, because even just taking that out of the context of a game as a whole, even in just in a singular team fight, that's true, right? Just from the fact that Abel and Tristana can be able to keep getting those rocket jumps and pulverizing forward. So TT have to be very careful. That's also why I kind of like that Beichuan had to pivot his ult to Abel. Feels like it's just a much better target than Angel overall.
Yeah. It does feel dangerous to ult the Nico, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, especially now that he's Zhonya's.
Yeah, the counter ult immediately can come on through. That is a big moment for Angel as well. That Zhonya is no longer just the defensive item that it once was. Big buff to the AP this year. And with the Storm Surge, he can do massive damage in a team fight and then immediately keep himself safe with that Zhonya's. It's a dangerous spot for TT if they find themselves in the wrong position. We'll keep our eyes on Angel and what he can do using those clones to try and keep himself safe, but also whether or not he can, you know, pull off a minion play. He is playing that Nico. Not seeing that much in the way of shenanigans so far this game.
No, hasn't really been able to look for anything. There was quite a few times where he did have Cryo in mid earlier in the game, and he was like slightly leaning for Xiaofeng to be able to look for those invades, but never really turned into anything more than that. Still, though, we have seen in the last few fights that he has had some pretty impactful ultimates.
Yeah.
So definitely excited to see him going into the next one. And now we know OMG really have no reason to try and force anything until this next dragon spawns. TT you'd expect to match. I wonder if they're going to go for any shenanigans of like threatening an earlier Baron coming through and trying to pull OMG up to that side.
Yeah. One thing TT do have is an incredibly fast Baron. With a Zion and a Azir, you do just two-shot the objective. But whether or not they can gain the control to be able to do that, so far they have vision control. You can see control wards in both entrances to the Baron River from the side of TT. But whether or not they can maintain that control is a different question. You can see Beichuan moving down towards the Drake area. It's up to 12 seconds. I don't think either team is really seriously looking at the Baron right now. We're looking at Mountain Soul for OMG or denial of that for TT.
Yeah, for TT, they would have had to go for Baron right when it spawned to like force that fight right then and there with their vision advantage, had they wanted to use that. But now they've just allowed OMG to do the same thing. Now OMG denying vision. OMG should be able to find favorable positions with Angel. I think he's trying to find a way to wrap around, but I do believe that TT boost double ward up there.
Oh, he pretended to be the clone. That's huge. And Beichuan forced to flash. Xiaofeng jumped on top of him, and now the rest of the fight on the other side. But Q body blocking for his AD carry. Beichuan, no ult, no flash. Same for Xiaofeng, but at least he has the Hex flash.
Yeah, he's going to be feeling fine. I'm still surprised that even after chunking Beichuan out, they don't feel more confident about trying to lean into that bot side river. Now we can see TT sending 1xN, 2-Cup Dragon by himself. And OMG is not going to be in a great position to really force anything here.
This is the OMG macro happening again, where they just kind of ARAM and panic a little bit. I don't seem confident on what the plan is right now. They've started the Baron, but it's a little bit late. 1xN can make his way on over. 10,000 on the objective as Hoya moves in to try and contest. Beichuan doesn't have the flash, but he can just queue into the pit. This is so dangerous for OMG. Oh, we really could have flipped the objective now. 3K on it. They've left the pit. Beichuan just walks in, but it's still taken by OMG. Great smite from Xiaofeng, and now the fight to follow up. Wave across the team here, but can they find the fight? Abel out to safety here. Chocho's solo, and Abel flashes straight on top of him. The Featherstorm keeps 1xN alive for a second, but not for long enough. UCAL to fall, and OMG almost wipe TT.
OMG, even with their hesitancy, able to pull ahead in the team fight, especially the Tristana maneuvering around with the rocket jump. Now they're going to be able to do quite a bit of work to the base. Hell, 40 seconds of both carries. Yeah, they probably just win.
Absolutely ridiculous fight from OMG. So much indecision leading up to it, but they start the Baron. They get the smite. They get the fight for themselves. Phenomenal bit of play from OMG in the end. And out of nowhere, OMG find themselves a 2-0 victory over TT.
What an unbelievable... Honestly, I was going to say game, but series overall. But my God, 20 minutes. 20 minutes without a kill coming through from either side. Both teams, it seems like, kind of having their reasons and their logic behind it, right? OMG thinking, well, you are just going to give us everything, so I guess we'll just take all the easy stuff that you're giving us. TT, it makes sense too. It looked like they were trying to get to a point where they felt like they would just outright win any of these team fights. But still, what a strange look from TT, who, against LNG, they were just so bloodthirsty, not falling back on the types of champions that you do that with in the series. And it seems like OMG able to capitalize and find the win because of it.
I feel like we really got to see early split shenanigans here in that, like, from week to week at the start of the year, like, everyone's got fresh rosters, everyone's got different pieces moving about. Like, you're gonna see different styles each series, right? You're gonna see people changing the way that they want to approach the game when the previous attempt didn't work out. And I feel like that's exactly what we've seen from OMG. But I want to know what happened in the TT scrims that they have played so conservatively across the course of today. Very, very different look from both of these teams. And I have to say, bravo, OMG. Like, bravo. I'd basically given up on the roster after some of the performances we'd seen already this split. Now coming in, showing us that they are not out of the picture just yet.
I truly believe it was because, again, people like Dama, other fans being like, okay, we have to search for a new team, that OMG got offended. They got jealous. They're like, no, we need to show you why you got to come back to us.
Yeah, apparently so. That is going to be a lot for our first series. A much quicker ending than I expected, to be honest, but it's a 2-0 for OMG in the end. We're going to jump into a break, and then we'll be back. It's going to be LNG up against Weibo, and I expect an absolute banger. We'll see you there. Hello everybody and welcome back to the LPL. It's Weibo up against LNG next. I'm Munch, I'm joined by Lyric to go into this series. And this is a series, Lyric, between two ultimately Titan teams going up against each other. But before I jump into that one, we've got to talk about the MVP for our first series. I know it's a while since that was played, but Abel does get it on his Tristana.
And great to see, right? They actually brought him back in the last series in the second game, but it's nice to see that he comes back in, plays a full series, does go back to a comfort champion, and makes it work, right? Not a lot of aggression in the early game, but some of that repositioning and some of those team fights later on was exactly what OMG needed to kind of clutch this game back from what was potentially looking like TT bringing the reins back in their favor.
Yeah, fantastic. A team fight. I mean, this whole game was basically decided on one big team fight around the Baron. OMG, to be honest, I'd kind of given up on OMG. After this fight here, where UCal just managing to shred through everyone, I really didn't think OMG were going to come back.
No, right? It started to look a little bit disjointed, especially when you were questioning of like, hey, OMG eventually do start pivoting up towards the Baron, but it feels very late. Like we'd already seen PT be able to pick up the Dragon uncontested just with their Xayah alone. And luckily, it seemed like TT didn't really have a great hold of how to bring the game forward either. So it did set up for OMG to get another win. OMG now sitting at 2-2, which again, when you're a team that very clearly still has like problems that need ironing out, I mean, all these wins that you can pick up, hell, especially a 2-0 win like this in terms of game differential is going to be so important later on.
It certainly is. And this was the big fight that decided everything, right? This was the moment where OMG just staying together as a unit. I thought that the Baron was going to go down to Beachwad as he jumped over the wall there, but then working together, moving to the back of the pit together, hostile takeover across everyone as 1xN actually killed his jungler in the fight thanks to the hostile takeover. Then Abel flashes in to finish the job.
Yeah, not expecting the Abel wraparound after he did exit the pit. So, you know, maybe a bit of tracking problems there from the side of TT. But now we get to move over to Suzhou, which is, you know, LNG's home arena, getting to see the game up against Weibo. And two teams that I think most people have towards that upper end of the standings.
Yeah, definitely. The expectation was them coming in really strong, being very high up on the standings. The start of the split didn't look too hot for LNG, but their more recent series, Weiwei has come into his own, right? And it feels like Weiwei kind of getting the reins of this team during their last series against OMG and starting to show LNG how we're going to move forward.
Yeah, and I think it comes down to, you even just think of how LNG have played over the years, that there isn't a whole lot of like transferring pressure from lane to lane, like not a whole ton of movement ever coming from Scout. We didn't have that even when Hung was playing down in the support role before Mark got brought in. So I'm glad that Weiwei's second series showed like, hey, kind of as a jungler like Tarzan before him, you have to be the one really putting your team in an advantageous position. And Weiwei came in up against OMG and was able to do that, constantly finding those ganks, making moves, even just counter ganking to be able to find 1v1s in what looked like disastrous positions for LNG.
Yeah, being able to salvage plays, honestly, is such a valuable ability within League of Legends, especially at the pro level. And actually, that's something that Weibo are doing a very good job of as well, is salvaging what you would expect to be lost games. The kind of the comeback kids in the LPL right now. They've got 2 series under their belts, and both times getting further behind. Their average goal difference in 50 minutes is negative 1,000, and yet they're still managing to get games under their belts. And I feel like a lot of it comes down to the team fighting.
Yeah, I mean, hell, for context, right? Their average goal difference 15 is way lower than OMG's was, who we showed in the previous series. So they come in, I believe it was in both series. I even think it was game 1 of both. Fall far behind, but you can see just like the power of this roster and these players understanding like when to look for these fights, when to look for certain angles. Remember this Talia game very vividly about things started to look dicey. Then it came down to Xiaohu with the Weaver's Wall, Weibo pivoting and realizing, hey, like we can't really just run into them looking for these 5v5s. We need to be smart. We need to look for picks and use the tools that we have. I feel like in both series Weibo have played so far, they've shown the ability to pivot in game from what they were doing early in a game compared to like their correct win condition later on.
Yeah, it felt like they are kind of developing through the series, right? And we'll see if that's going to happen today or if they can come in swing. Because, you know, they've had 2 series now to build up. And, you know, it's funny, we're talking about the negative 1,000 average goal difference. And yet this is a team that are 4-0 in games right now. They haven't lost a game despite all of these early games not really going their way. So the late game has been getting them through. And to be honest, they're up against a team that realistically, LNG haven't been putting that much pressure on in the early game, so I feel like that style for Weibo could be in their benefit here today. We've got to talk about the mid laners though, haven't we? It's Scout up against Xiaohu. You can never not talk about these guys when they're going up against each other. It's the old EDG versus RNG matchup, except on 2 totally different teams now. But one of the biggest things about this matchup is the listable accolades is quite a different list.
Yeah, I mean, right? And a lot of it coming down to a lot of these like MVPs that Scout was picking up in these situations compared to Xiaohu, who, you know, I think especially when you think back to 2021 when he was a top laner, it's a bit crazy to think that that guy didn't pick up any sort of either regular season, playoff, finals MVP during that run. But he's a winner. He, you know, has the most LPL championships. I think still tied with Clearlove. Obviously 3-time MSI champion coming through. So this one's going to be a fun one. It's going to be a hype one. I also believe Weibo's Twitter today pointing out Xiaohu's 9-year anniversary, kind of playing at the top level in the LPL coming on through today. So yeah, we're going to get to see it. Xiaohu versus Scout, a matchup that everyone in the LPL has seen many times.
It's kind of insane. 9 years and he's still considered one of the best mid laners in the league. Like, that is longevity right there. And it's a similar story for both of these mid laners. I'm excited to see that matchup. I am a little bit nervous on the position of Scout though. Scout, after having such an incredible year last year, has had a bit of a rough start to the split, an uncharacteristically rough start to the split, honestly.
Yeah, especially in that first series up against TT. Like, there were just missed ults left and right, some questionable TP decisions coming out, like stuff that's very hard to blame LNG as a whole for. And honestly, that kind of describes LNG's first series overall. There was a lot of like weird individual mistakes, decision making, and they just really didn't show up on the day, because even that game 3, LNG had like a 4 or 5k gold lead. Should have been able to close out against TT, but it was just individual mistakes, individual decisions that led them to losing that series. Yeah, really tough one for them. And we'll see if they can kind of resolve some of that coming in. I mean, today has been a day of resolution, right? We've seen OMG solving a lot of their problems earlier on in the day. We'll see if LNG can find a similar solution. They are at their arena, and we'll see them stepping out onto the stage first, I believe. And yeah, LNG, I mean, it's been interesting, right? The fact that they've been keeping Mark in the roster. I think a lot of people wondered if they were going to like swap back and forth between Mark and Hung, but obviously valuing that, you know, Mark's tenure, obviously on teams like Top Esports, even just valuing the synergy that he should have from playing with Gala years before, you know, the amount of time that those two spent together. gonna have to play up against more of a mishmash team, right? Xiaohu, Light, Crisp, especially all these guys thinking about where they have come from. But building together into, I mean, definitely a powerhouse from what we saw last year, but now having to find new footing with Xiaohao and ZVZ on the roster.
Yeah, definitely going to have to change the way they approach things. Obviously, Light playing up against his old team as well. You know, you talk about Weibo being a bit of a mishmash. Like, you know, Xiaohu famous for being on RNG, Crisp famous for being on FPX, both of them winning international titles on those teams. Light making it to Worlds with LNG. Obviously didn't do quite as hot at the World Championship, but even still, all three of these players coming from big name organizations, joining forces on Weibo. We'll see how things are going to pan out for them across the course of this year. But I do feel like that this is a roster that has high hopes for itself. I mean, 2-0 so far is nothing to be sniffed at.
No, not at all. And right, even if there have been a lot of problems in Weibo's series, and again, we hit on some of their early games, I mean, they're still coming from the end, and I feel like that their decisiveness in the mid game, and especially how they play out some of these fights, like that's going to be something that really just sets them apart from our middle and bottom of the table teams. And I expect the early game, I expect some of the stuff we're seeing happen in laning phase, especially some of the egregious invades that we've really seen come through, where like Xiaohao is still down to be aggressive, but sometimes just doesn't have the pryos there to be able to play that way. Like that will get cleaned up as the split goes on.
Yeah, it certainly will. We'll see what LNG are going to bring to the table. You know, we talked about Light being versus his whole team. Well, it's same for Weiwei. He was on Weibo not too long ago. Last split, in fact.
Hell, even starting his career on Suning, right? That eventually turned into Weibo.
Well, I suppose, yeah, kind of went to V5 for a bit, rejoined when and BLG, and then rejoined when it was a different organization. But yeah, this is a team that sort of started to show their true colors in their most recent series. Their first series really leaving a lot of question marks, but then answering a few of those questions. But we're certainly not at peak LNG just yet. And I think in this series specifically, we're going to see peak LNG when it comes to team fights. That is really where this team can show up.
Yeah, and I think a lot of peak LNG is going to be determined by Scout. Like, if Scout has a good game, I think that'll be the benchmark of like what the best of LNG looks like. I feel like that was even true going back to last year, even when you had a lot of the other pieces of the roster performing well, stepping up. But yeah, I'm just going to be keeping my eyes on Scout and how he's able to do, especially when Xiaohu's been showing he is still willing to be incredibly impactful on the map. He has been leaning back into that Talia, and that could be something that gives Weibo the early game edge over LNG.
Certainly could be. And I will say, the fact that we've got Mark on the stage here and Hung is still sat on the sub bench, it really breaks my heart. The fact that Hung and Mark are both on this roster, I feel like there's two really top quality supports that could be on different rosters, but such is life. Here we go, Weibo now strategizing. And I'm curious to hear the Gyos as well, to see how one-sided it will be. We obviously are in LNG's arena, but Weibo, this is a popular organization after last year, after making it to the World Finals. Losing some of their core pieces, though. Curious if some of that support has waned.
Yeah, and I mean, they definitely lost, you know, the two most popular LPL players in China are Uzi and the Shy, right? And they obviously just lost one of those pieces, losing the Shy. So definitely feels like there should be a wane, but at the same time, having Xiaohu, having Crisp, having these legends, someone who's the most decorated in terms of MSI, you know, trophies, and then having Crisp, having someone who brought you a world title. So definitely expected to be loud. LNG, actually, I think Weibo have been having like surprisingly loud Gyos in their life. I mean, they did play against, you know, not the most popular teams, but I still am always surprised when I hear like the amount of Weibo sentiment there, especially with the fact that they brought in two younger, newer players.
Yeah. To be fair, like three pieces of that Worlds team are still intact, and like Weibo is a very big brand anyway. Like, obviously, for anyone that doesn't know, Weibo is essentially the Chinese equivalent of, I guess, halfway between Twitter and Facebook, I suppose. So, like, naturally, I imagine that there is still quite a lot of fandom there. But also, you got Xiaohu, you got Crisp. These guys are both incredibly popular players in their own right. So, you would anticipate a lot of fan support for this roster, even with the fact that they lost the Shy. Seraphine there in the crowd. She's hyped for Gala. Can't blame her, because this guy is he's a pop-off player.
That side also just made me realize it is so weird to see like Weibo Xiaohu against LNG Gala when like thinking back to those like 2 years with that really good RNG core, that 1 year of top lane. It was Ming getting absolutely cheated out of MVPs.
2 times in a row as well.
2 times in a row.
I think the part about that makes me smile the most is it was the year or the split where Xiaohu plays the top lane, right? You've got Cry in mid, and like Gala was also kind of an unknown factor at that point in time, you know, like, so we had the unknown factor of Xiaohu top that turned out to be absolutely incredible, and we had the somewhat unknown factor of Gala AD carry of like, we knew he was good, but it was like, how good is he? And then it turned out to be like world-beatingly good, you know. It was that was truly just amazing. What a time.
I agree, right? And that roster just, it cooked. It definitely cooked. But now coming into game 1, LNG against Weibo, LNG on blue side, and a lot of bans being put down towards that Weibo bot lane. Hell, even like things like the Athelas, which you really don't expect to see taken off the board, really wanting to try and pinch Light's pool. Still having a lot of things up though.
I feel like this ban phase so far really tells a story about how these two teams are approaching League of Legends right now, right? Where the Renata banned away means Kallista's not as viable of a pick. The Lucian banned away, that's so much of the bot lane aggression taken away in 2 bans. Then Rakan taken off, so kind of denying the Xayah Rakan late game. And now we're looking towards like Aphelios, another late game AD carry. Taliyah, something that's going to do very, very well later on that Xiaohu already leans towards a lot. Like, this is very much 2 teams drafting around, scaling, and drafting around, denying great team fight compositions, with the center taken off as well.
I was going to say, it would make me wonder, do you go towards the Varus or the Ashe? Usually they're paired together. I wonder if Weibo will take the Ashe away and try and pair that with something else. Other things that jump out to me is obviously the Nico being open. If the Taliyah is going to be banned and you want something else that can give a lot of agency, you can go towards the Nico yourself. But then there's also the argument of taking away the Azir, right? Because I definitely think Scout last year had so many crazy moments on the Azir. Oh my God, we actually get it. Light bringing out the Draven.
All right, it's something we've seen from Light before, but I love this in the context of what we just talked about with the bans, right? Talking about late game, talking about not having the Lucian or the Kalista down bot. Just whips out the Draven. We're going aggressive down there, and Rel open and available. That could go in the jungle, or that could go down for Chris to set up for this Draven.
Yeah, and I especially love the fact that it's coming from Light, because, you know, he comes from Snake, and Snake is Crystal as their AD carry, who I still think of as like one of the OG Draven players. So we know we're going to get a lot of fighting, or at least potential for fighting to come through. The Ashe lock-in would definitely make a lot of sense. You're going to have to be very careful about the all-in kill threat that would come from Weibo's bot side. It's going to make it even more important for junglers to be able to keep up and play around this lane. You know, when going up against things like Varus Ashe, you could have a great time and the enemy jungle never comes. Or as Weibo, it could be like when we had Ultra Prime playing the Rammus the other day and no jungle ever comes bot side, and you're like, hey, we're playing up against this double range. Like, can we blow some summoners and make their life hard, please?
I mean, look, all I'm saying is there's still space for Rammus in this draft. You've got the Draven. send the Rel into the jungle. Let's see the crisp Rammus support. I'm here for it.
I love it, please.
Oh my goodness. Xiaohu, he does not believe in statistics. Not even Rookie could win with this pick in the LPL right now. It is 0-12 in the league so far, I believe. We'll see if Xiaohu can change that statistic. Certainly a great team fight pick.
Yeah, I'd expect the Azir to go away now. LNG's comp just really sets up fantastically for like Siege, being able to play from that range, having the Ember's Divide to be able to dissuade anyone else from coming in. So I like taking out more long-range options. I wonder if maybe even if the Corki is off the cards too, even if Orianna would have a fine laning phase into Corki himself, he would just thematically fit LNG's comp quite well.
Yeah, we'll see. If the Corki does get removed, you could, like you say, go absolutely full poke lethality Varus, go for the Corki in the mid lane. There are other options for mid lane champions that could fulfill poke role, but it's going to be the LeBlanc, in fact, which, you know, AD LeBlanc certainly ticks that box off, that the heavy poke damage. Whether you want to go AD or AP, I don't know, with the 2 AD carries in the bottom lane. But regardless, it's taken off, as well as the Nautilus.
Yeah, so now Weibo going to be looking at potential support options, assuming they keep Rel in the jungle. I mean, I was going to say, now with things like Nautilus off the board, I wonder if Chris would be willing to lean into the likes of a Blitzcrank or something a little bit more, you know, we could say hot or cold, right? That would be very depending on if he's able to hit those abilities. But for now, just going to lean into the Rumble, something that has been very hit or miss, right? We've had some teams first picking this champion and obviously a lot of bans thrown out, but still a lot of other times just going completely through draft. But Weibo's comp is so bursty so far. I'd expect LNG to probably want to look and throw another tank up in topside. Sure, it'll have, you know, a hard time in the laning phase, but hell, both Udyr, Cassante still on the table, and just make it harder for Weibo to be able to shred past your front line.
Yeah, we'll see how this Rumble pick is going to work and what the answer is going to be. The Akali locked in for Scout, though. Or I'm assuming it's for Scout, maybe it's an answer to the Rumble, but I would assume that's going to the mid lane here.
Yep.
And there we go. I think we all knew what was going to come here. It is going to be the Udyr. Rumble has been picked as a pseudo answer to the Udyr, but it's, generally speaking, not exactly a counter. It's more like, I can clear waves too.
I was going to say, like, let's be honest, pretty much all like counters top lane these days are, I can also clear the waves that you can clear. So yeah. LNG going to have that. They're now going to have this kind of like double meat shield to be able to protect Gala and Mark in that bot lane, and a lot going to be on Scout and what he's able to do in these team fights, putting threat on. I mentioned the Blitz earlier. I feel like it's what makes most sense. And we get
Crispy. It. There we have it. The Blitzcrank locked in for Crisp. And that's just always exciting, isn't it? Draven Blitzcrank down in the bottom side up against double AD carries. Like you say, though, this is feast or famine for the bottom lane of Weibo, because you get a couple of good hooks in, you get light, some of those cash-ins on his passive, you're going to take over the game. However, the second you miss a hook as Crisp, you're going to get chased back under your tower, and that's if you survive. Like, this is going to be brutal if Crisp is not on point with the skill shots.
Yeah, and like I said, both junglers, I think, really going to have to dedicate a lot of focus around that bot side for LNG, just about defending what should be a very strong and aggressive 2v2 lane that can whittle them down over time. And obviously for Xiaohao, it's about looking for those 3v3s and trying to make sure that the Blitzcrank is in positions where he can just more easily land these hooks. So this one's not going to be like the last game, I expect, whatsoever.
No, absolutely not. One thing I will say, I just have a little look at the old statistics on Crisp, and unfortunately, I've got some terrible news. Crisp's scoreline on Blitzcrank over the years is he's played 7 games. He's won 1 of them. He's 1 for 6 on the Blitzcrank so far, which is not ideal, but we'll see if he can pad those statistics a little bit today.
He has a chance to literally win twice, you know, double the amount of games that he's won. Like, this is a great opportunity for Crisp.
It certainly is. We'll see if he can find his hooks, or whether or not this Varus Ashe bot lane is just going to bully like crazy. This is the kind of bot lane that we've been seeing banned permanently. Now we get to see it in action as we head into LNG's arena for LNG versus Weibo.
Well, sadly we missed the Gyos. It's been very hit or miss, whether we get in time to be able to hear them. I'm going to speculate that the Weibo Gyos were on point, though. Especially for a Draven.
I would assume the LNG ones would be as well. It's their arena. Oh, boy. We're on a ward, and we're walking right into a 5-stack with a Blitzcrank. Zika going to be the first one in. He's already one-shot. Not even Udyr could survive that. I don't know if Crisp used his hook already. I assume he did, just to keep Zika in. There we go, first blood, and it goes on to Light.
Yeah, Light now. We can see right there, 492 gold in his pocket. Gonna be able to go get that longsword, now have even more power. There's gonna be Ignite, at least for these first, few minutes of the 2v2, so I guess, if we could try and paint a silver lining in some way, like, all right, I guess you don't have to worry about that from the all-in options, but...
I mean, the cooldown's already a quarter gone as well.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel like that much of a silver lining. Gala and Mark, at least off of the reset from Light, will be able to gain control of the lane to start with, but a single hook will change all of that. No, it won't. A single hook will remove any pressure that Weibo potentially had to get back in.
I'm also curious to see what build goes. Like, you know, a lot of Dravens still do go things like Essence Reaver first and going to crit. Obviously, you have like the Ghost Blade variant and just going closer towards lethality, getting opportunity, which is also a really nice item. Just keep running people down as Draven. So getting to see what Light opts into when he is like a player we have that plays Draven, but not one of our like big Draven mains, I think will be a fun one.
Yeah, I'm curious. I'm leaning towards the like Essence Reaver build right here, just because Wei and Zika are going to get so tanky later on. Whether if you go full lethality, you know, for snowballing lethality, definitely going to be the option. We're in trouble in the bottom lane here. Crisp and Light still level 1 right now, and that's a huge wave that's crashing. Wei is behind them now. Light level 2. I'll make him slightly safer. The Hail of Blades is enough to dissuade the aggression, but that felt real dicey for a second.
Yeah, you could tell that Weibo knew that a play was going to come through from the fact that Xiaohao cleared those top 3 camps and went for the reset, but the timing just wasn't there, especially with the fact that Light and Crisp not able to start on the wave, and now we're really going to see the punishment coming out through the Ash Forest, which is something I'm kind of welcoming, because just to keep on the bot lane real quick, just because funnily enough, even when either of these champs are up, we actually don't see them picked all that often.
No, that's true. We've not seen that much of it. We've just seen a lot of bans of it. I feel like a lot of teams are just kind of scared of the idea of it, as opposed to... I mean, it must have been played a lot in scrims, right? This must be a scrim Terra duo. But
there's a lot of games where it's just, like, there's been, I guess, not a lot of games, but there have been memorable games where, like, this pair have just gone through draft. I guess kind of like games how Rumble just goes through draft. It's very interesting to see, like, I guess, think about the mindset of LPL teams, because it also could go down to what you're saying in just a different light of, even when it's open, since it's always banned in scrims, we haven't really gotten to play it, so are we going to play it on stage versus whatever these other options are that we've spent a lot of time on? And a lot of times the answer could be no.
That's the question. Xiaohao clearing some vision around the bottom side. I feel like at this point, with the way that the game is played right now, with the fact that every single level 3, both junglers are down in the bottom lane, we should start calling it the Bot-tagon. You know, like the Octagon from MMA, except it's bot lane. Like 3v3 scrap brawl every single game, and then we just go back to kind of chilling for the rest of it.
That really feels like where... I mean, one thing we know is going to happen for sure is, like, okay, we're going to have both teams having a 3v3 standoff somewhere between, like, 2.5 and 4 minutes. I guess the question is, does either team try to, like, build off that? Or do then we go to, like, the break room, have coffee, have snacks, and then, you know, we come back, like, 2 or 3 minutes later?
I tell you what, it's the weigh-in, you know? Sometimes they come in game number 1 and they kind of just do their weigh-in. They kind of posture around each other, maybe talk a bit of smack. Game number 2, it's the Bot-tagon. It doesn't quite roll off the tongue, does it? I don't know, it's hard to say, the Bot-tagon.
It's, you know, I can tell, even not saying myself, Bot-tagon. Yeah, there it is. It's going to be hard to say, but hearing someone else say it is, like, surprisingly pleasing. Like, it sounds correct.
There's a C that's missing, though. That's the problem.
Yeah.
We're missing a consonant that I just can't seem to squeeze in. We'll return on it. We'll work on the Bot-tagon. Oh, Shockwave in the mid lane. Scout hitting level 6, though, as the Shockwave went off, and that is going to be enough. Xiaohu not to try and push any further, but just trying to make sure he maintains the control of the mid lane that he's got so far. In fact, 15 CS lead there, but obviously a couple of those minions will be picked up now by Scout. Not a bad little start from Weibo. They're 1,000 or 1,500 gold ahead right now.
I am a bit surprised we didn't see anything else come out of the fact when they knew that they were doing grubs. Xiao was just coming out from base at that time, so there wasn't a great window. But now you've set up for Weiwei to be able to get back on the map, and I mean, hell, there was potential to be found for either some aggression to be found through bot here or mid, but didn't even opt into trying for anything. Is just going to keep clearing efficiently, picking up his camps. His whole top side still up if he wants to make his way up there. And the one thing about when Rumble is on the Rift, in my mind, there's always some opportunity to go for the gank there with how immobile he is. But CDZ also is running the Ghost to try to be able to escape those dicier situations.
I feel like the presence of Udyr top lane has increased the amount of Ghost we see top lane dramatically.
Yeah.
Like, historically, how many Rumbles have you seen run Ghost until this year? Very, very few. But Udyr changes all of that. You got to be able to space because Flash will not get you away.
No, I agree. And it's kind of funny how, like, then having the Ghost, having the bit of the shorter cooldown versus Flash, like having the utility, how that can impact moving around the map or especially like flanking in team fights. We're going to see what Zika can do with that one later on. Is Weibo completely fine to just keep playing out through the isolated laning phases with the matchups that they have. It's a bit sad that it seems like Crisp hasn't been able to connect a hook yet from the fact that Gala and Mark have their summoners and are not dead.
Yeah.
If they have gotten hooked and have kept all that, that is quite impressive, though.
And full HP. Really impressive stuff if they've been hooked.
Or I guess it'd be unimpressive on Crisp's part.
There's always that dichotomy, isn't there? But, you know, on the commentary desk, I try and lean on the side of impressive as opposed to focusing on the unimpressive. I feel like we would get into a real negative cast if we tried to focus on that.
Now LNG trying to put more pressure and allow for Mark and Gala to step forward by clearing out that Tri Brush, but I love it. Xiao's already here, and Xiao is actually 6, unlike Weiwei.
Here we go. The Boctagon kicks in again. But it was just another way in. It was just another way in the end. Gala and Mark will be able to crash the wave, and Light will pick all of this juicy CS up. So, fine for Weibo in the end. Is it fine for LNG, though? Gala, I think, realizes that Chris might know something. Goes into the next brush. Yeah, I'd go under the tower, mate. They actually don't get to go for their reset.
No, not going to be able to go for it. And look at the minimap. Xiao still staying in the area. Probably going to look for a potential lane gank if they stay here, or just making sure they can get this wave pushed in themselves. And funnily enough, once again, not a whole lot gained by either team. Weiwei more than happy just to move up and try and catch up in terms of the experience department. Will hit level 6 off this crab, but sad that Xiaohao wasn't able to make something happen with that advantage they picked up in terms of experience.
Yeah, unfortunate they missed that window. Minor CS lead in jungle and mid, and obviously the kill down bot, but that's basically all we're talking about so far this game. Weibo with an absolutely minuscule advantage. They're 1,000 gold up, but that's about all she wrote for now. Grub spawning in 15 seconds, though. And you can see a presence there already from Weibo. It was LNG that grabbed the first 3. Weibo not willing to let them get any more.
Now, nice pivot as well. Now everyone actually being in around the mid lane. LNG now have really good tools to make things happen and set up potential picks, right? Mark's arrow is online. Scout would very easily be able to follow up.
Yeah, Crisp hoping somebody walks nearby, but you know LNG have considered the possibility that Crisp is in the area. I mean, they sent Mark up as well. Xiaohao gonna get the stun onto Weiwei. Are we gonna commit to anything here? Xiao, who has his shockwave, and I think Weiwei is not pleased about where everyone is on the map right now. Mark's moved down to the bottom side, and that is going to open up Xiaohao to go for these grubs.
Still, you can see the rest of LNG, right? Moving down. I'd especially love to see Weiwei move into enemy jungle and start getting some of that vision there, take away some of these camps before Weibo can really make a pivot. I like the respect coming out from Light as well. You can see on the minimap, he is going the safe way around his whole jungle. He's not going to give up his life, but Chris don't care.
Less afraid of the potential dangers of the jungle. Weiwei, you got to be a little cautious as soon as you head towards that tower. It gets dangerous. Ult coming out from Light just to try and soak up some of that CS. I wasn't sure when Light was in the mid lane and you could see Xiaohu on the grubs and the wave was slowly pushing in. I wasn't sure if we would see Xiaohu just TP down, honestly, to try and grab that wave, but deciding to hold the summoner, and it will just be Light managing to grab it in the end, helping DPS this Gromp down as well. As they look towards this bottom lane again. Weiwei toying with the idea of a dive, but Xiaohao is here. But this is going to be another plate for Gala and Mark. Stun against the wall. Crisp is low. Weiwei just gets out with it. Xiaohu now TPing into the play, but the stun is perfect. It saves Gala's life. Xiaohao flashing forwards, gets the stun. Magnastorm back in and a shockwave on top, and that's a cash-in for the Draven.
I cannot believe that Weibo were actually able to pick something up there. It looked like they were so panicked of like, guys, we are, past 10 minutes. We're falling behind in the 2v2. They're gaining plates. Like, we need to do something bot side. Oh, Wei still wants to keep going.
He's on to Xiaohu. He's done a bit of damage, but I'm not sure that this is going to turn into anything more. It's just going to be Scout getting more damage on the tower, though. This is so many plates going away to LNG.
Which is so surprising that they're still, you know, down in gold. But Light now, with those 2 kills, Essence Reaver online, is a big reason that this is panned out the way it has. Now LNG going to try and get away with taking this Drake. I like that Weibo are posturing in the area because Light's not too far behind.
Well, he's certainly not. And with a Blitzcrank, there's always potential to make some kind of play, even if you just hook the Poppy away from the Dragon to go for a smite yourselves. Here we go. Ult goes in from Light. It's not going to find the Dragon, though. Wei grabs it, so that's 1 apiece to start us off.
Yeah, the big difference maker is Scout on the minimap zoning Xiaohu off from really being able to follow. We're going to get a replay of everything that happened here. Again, it felt like Weibo were starting to be like, hey, guys, we actually really need to do something. Great ult from the Ashe. Wei as well. Just, I don't know if you really needed to yeet out the Blitzcrank after he pulls you as the Poppy. That probably could have been, you know, the difference maker in helping Gala escape if you still had that online.
Yeah. And Wei, you know, like, good positioning from him at the start of the play where Crisp flashes over the wall. Wei just body blocks, makes sure that that hook can't connect to Gala.
Yeah.
Like, really great supportive play from Wei and from Mark. And like you said initially, like, I'm kind of amazed that they still managed to find the kill there. So many Sona spells committed from Weibo to get that kill. But it's so important when you've got a Draven to find those cash-ins, and so far, that's 2 cash-ins already. Obviously the first one, pre-stacks. I think that kill was like 550 gold or something along those lines.
Yeah, it looked like it was something around there. And yeah, you're right, if that didn't happen, I honestly kind of would have been just mauling, honestly. Like, there you are in a bot lane 2v2. You are now down with only 2 plates left. Like, if that tower would have just got outright taken for free without Xiaohao really doing anything, or he was leaning towards bot side, right? There just weren't any angles. But you need to use those TPs. You need to start setting up plays like that. And they finally did. I guess we could also partially blame Chris for, you know, if he had obviously hooked earlier, maybe they would have found
ZDZ doesn't know he's been spotted. This is bad news for Rumble, but look at the damage he's doing to Wei. Equalizer still available, but he silenced himself early on, burning through them. Nearly gets a kill in a 4v1.
And still forces 2 summoners, right? Forces the flash from Wei, forces the TP coming out from Scout. Still, LNG pick up the kill. They will be able to convert this into a bot lane outer turret as well. So gonna try and catch up in terms of the gold, but now with Label having the Herald, you might have a really easy turn towards mid lane. They could expect that the Ashe and Poppy are heading their way, so it doesn't seem like they're going to go for anything too cost-heavy right now, but the option will always be there.
Yeah, not the opportunity right now, but perhaps the blue buff instead. Oh, just about gets it. Wei very close to answering there. Xiaohu does grab the buff, denies that from his opponent. And Xiaohu just going to return up to that top side to clear waves. So I think we're going to see resets across Weibo. We've already seen a couple of resets there. I expect Xiaohao to probably go for a reset before we see the follow-up Herald play. But again, so far, decent answer across the map where LNG do get themselves to the tier 1 in the bottom lane. But Weibo equally getting the Herald up top.
Yeah, and it looks like Light pretty close to what you would assume is going to be his Ghost Blade next.
Yeah.
That'll be another nice spike going in favor of him. Gala, of course, already sitting on his, trying to make his way towards his next lethality item. And we've seen this so much from Xiaohao, right? Hovering over the wall, hoping the overstep comes through. But it will just lead to Weibo finding some nice vision control. With the fact that Dragon's still not up, not too many plays that are there. That was close, though. That was almost a play.
That was real close, and that would have been a kill, I think, ZDZ, if he'd been, that would have been like a 5-second stun, so he would have been in all kinds of trouble. Does have his equalizer available and protects that control ward. Scout forced away from the bottom side, and ZDZ now essentially on a flank as Crisp is looking to stop Scout escaping. Scout's in big trouble. That's his ultimate. Now on cooldown, Whirling Death. So very close. The equalizer forces the flash.
And just Scout being caught in no man's land, trying to meet back up with his team. And now this is going to give the opportunity that we were just hitting on to drop this Herald in mid. You know the Akali's not going to be able to join up here, so Charge going to be able to come through. Sadly, I don't think there's much more threat than that after you've already used things like the Whirling Death from the Draven. So you don't really have that to try to threaten any more damage to come through.
Crisp does manage to get it onto the tower, but forced to flash within the 4.4 meters there on the hook to get Lyric excited, but not quite finding his mark. And now Drake up in 30 seconds.
Yeah, so theoretically, LNG should have an easier time getting vision here. We can see on the bot wave, Scout obviously coming back from base. He's going to be able to get this one pushed in, so they'll have a point of pressure there, just pushing in mid. But with resets needing to come through from Mark and Gala, actually not going to be able to take advantage of this window.
And I think crucially it's worth mentioning that this is sort of what we expected from the early game between these two teams. Like LNG very happy to play the late game, and Weibo, like half of their wins have been from late game comebacks. They've not been winning through just early game dominance. So not too surprising at the pace of this game, but pleasantly pleased for Weibo that they've not fallen behind early, that they've not got to come back. And I feel like both teams have a reasonable late game composition as well. Like the team fights are going to look pretty scary, although for LNG they sort of want to whittle you down before you ever get into a team fight, but still have that presence to be able to go for a 5v5.
Yeah, and I think now that we have Storm Surge picked up by Scout, again, he could put a lot of pressure on people like Light in terms of being able to walk up and hit objectives, but LNG being smart, they just opted into not picking up this Dragon. They're fine with just trying to get pressure elsewhere. Sadly, not really much else on the map to be able to turn this into. Not even managing to pick up the topside scuttle.
Yeah. I feel like this is a very chill game of Blitzcrank from Crisp. And
yeah,
I don't even say that as a criticism. Like, I feel like a lot of that is a decision from the side of Weibo not to fight right now. There's been a couple of missed hooks, obviously, but generally speaking, I don't think Crisp is actually looking for the fight necessarily, but the way that they're using the Blitzcrank to make sure LNG keep their distance is great to watch, right? LNG have to respect this pick so much, even when Crisp isn't actually throwing out the cues.
But it's also kind of like counterintuitive, right? Because as LNG want to keep that space and keep that distance, at least with who Crisp is around. So LNG might even be thanking him, like, "Hey, thanks for letting us know you're here, and we'll go back to our poke distance and make Light's life a living hell to farm."
Yeah, it's always tough on the Draven when you're against these super long-range situations and your Blitzcrank ain't finding the hooks. It's a tough one. The gold lead now down to just 300, although Xiaohu will slightly push it up once again by taking this tower. But yeah, very quiet one as we broach the 20-minute mark here. We've got 2 items on the Draven. We've got 2 items on the Varus as well. Now mid laners have started to head that way. Each of these hooks has been so near, but none of them quite managing to find their mark here. Tower could be in danger in the mid lane. I don't know if they have the wave clear. With Varus, maybe, but the cannon. The one downside of the lethality is cannons have a lot of armor, so it's hard to break through them sometimes.
I'm still just happy to see Weibo finally, group up, try and threaten something, because LNG are going to have a great time inside this game. Like, even if we never really see them opt into a more conventional team fight, Udyr Nakali answering those as an Orianna, as Rumble, is going to be so hard, especially as they just keep getting more and more items. So Weibo's map movements, I think, are really going to be tested. But same thing can be said for LNG, right? Like, are LNG actually going to pull them apart and make them answer these threats? So far, they've been doing a great job. They just need to be able to keep that up.
Yeah, so far so good. Like you say, we'll see if they can keep it up. Lyric, it's been a quiet old day here in the LPL. We are having some real relaxed games. As, the previous game, I think First Blood was at like 25 minutes or something ridiculous.
Something
crazy.
This
game, we've had First Blood. First Blood was 2 minutes in, but since then, we've had 2 kills within 20 minutes. So it has been a real slow burner. But it does mean that we're entering the sort of mid-game, headed towards the late game, and a relatively even keel right now. 2 minutes until Drake is up. Baron is on the map. Wei just about getting away without being spotted there, but Xiaohu's found him anyway. This could get dicey. An arrow goes in, it lands onto the Orianna, and that's a hell of a combo as Scout dives into the action as well, but the Shuriken wide on Xiaohu, and now Xiaohu survives. Shockwave onto 2. Xiaohu still going, but finally falls here. As Light trying to get the damage out, but Zika's too tanky. Here comes ZDZ, and he has blood in his eyes. Equalizer down, but it's not really enough to finish a kill, and it's a double kill for Gala in the meantime.
What a strange fight coming out, honestly, for both sides. LNG obviously being the big winners, taking out Xiaohao and Chris. Not going to be able to convert it into anything, but still, Cold now finally swinging in LNG's direction when they've been the team that's been slightly down this whole time. Crucially, it was Gala, the one getting in on all that action, so we can even see Mark as well picking up his Edge of Night. Now LNG going to be in such a good position going forward, but my God, Joe, to start this off, it looked like Weibo were just doomed. This combo so nice. What a great keeper's verdict. And LNG able to follow up. They keep running down the individual members. Weibo, Gala able to just keep dishing out this damage with the fact that Zika and Weiwei are here frontlining for this. I thought Xiaohu with the ultimate and the Rumble coming in would have been enough. Doesn't drop the equalizer, I think because of how widespread the area he's in is, but it definitely felt like it could have been a bit better for Weibo with the tools that got used, but it was just so disjointed.
Yeah, it felt like it was going to turn into more, didn't it? It felt like it was going to be a much bigger battle there. Polar Radiance picked up on both Weiwei and Zika at this point. They're getting real hard to kill. Another arrow lands, but it's not a long stun. Chris does get a pull in, but he's down. They don't need a long stun with the follow-up from Gala's ultimate there. Very nicely done. LNG, another pick for themselves, and this Blitzcrank is not working out for Weibo.
I'm sorry. Oh, that was a good old getting the flash from Mark, but Munch, I will never ask for the Chris Blitzcrank again. I'm sorry.
Nope. Remember that time when I said, hey, this is 1-6 right now? I think it's headed towards 1-7. I don't think the situation's getting any better.
No. And now, I mean, Crypt Bloom picked up by Scout. We said how him in a side lane is going to be one of the things that are really just menacing to Weibo. Neither ZDZ or Xiaohu are going to be able to answer him after a point. We've seen in the 1v1, ZDZ still incredibly strong right now, but you're not going to be able to keep up with that mobility that Scout has as he starts to just pick up more and more burst.
Yeah, it's going to be incredibly difficult to deal with Scout. Like, once you've weathered the early game in this kind of matchup, you know, the first few levels, the Akali can start to really flex now. Like, level 14, so we've got 2 points in the ult, almost headed towards that third ult point mark as well. You've got your Storm Surge, you've got your bit of Magic Pen as well in your Crypt Bloom. You're ready to start ruining Light's day. And Light, if I'm you, mate, I'm nervous.
It's also just going to put Weibo in a weird position of where you kind of need Xiaohao constantly hovering for Xiaohu to be either able to push sides or even answer, right? Or he always will be under threat of Scout just looking for that all-in. And Scout will always have help from anywhere on the map. Oh, goes for the all-in now.
Oh, here we go. Opportunity to show what he's made of. Has the ultimate available. Shockwave comes out from Xiaohu. The stun doesn't land, but it just does not matter. A solo kill. And that is why Scout's got all the MVPs.
There was a lot of threat there coming from like the Enchanted Crystal Arrow and the Poppy, but like you said, Scout able to dish it out himself at the end of the day.
Big engage coming on through. It's not the greatest target on Xiaohao, but he's still just going to burn on down. But it's a trade of junglers, and everybody else just walks away.
I'm a little bit surprised that Gollum was just able to stand in the equalizer, really not care at all, and still put out the damage. Definitely feels like now, compositionally, I'm favoring LNG with where we're at in the game. It looks so hard for Weibo to be able to break through their defenses. Funnily enough, though, the one thing about a Blitzcrank is if there's a missed position on the opposite side, right, that always could be punished, but we're going to get the replay here. Connects with the Shuriken flip. I feel like that was the most important thing. Can now follow up with the movement speed coming from things like the Fleet. And then once the flash gets forced out by the Poppy, it might be a solo kill, but that was so important because it allows him to commit with the ult and follow through with the kill.
Yeah, well, he was the only one that got kill credit. Like, that was very much a team effort. The ult from Mark, like you say, the presence from Weiwei as well. Fantastic stuff, though, from LNG. And most importantly, like, it's not even just about the mechanics there, like, relatively standard Akali play, right?
Yeah.
It's more about finding the opportunity. Xiaohu overpushes in the top side, and immediately Scout is there to punish him.
And it goes back to what I'd even just said right before, right? You are going to need Xiaohao to cover for Xiaohu to even be able to walk up, like, past his Krugs, right? It's going to be so hard for him to safely move forward, unless the other members of LNG are showing on the map. But what does that matter if an Enchanted Crystal Arrow can still just be, you know, thrown across and set up for the kill?
Well, Crisp is going to be the one sunned, and there's the combo coming out from Gala as well. Crisp does get his silence off, gets a knock-up, and there's the equalizer, but the Whirling Death's not going to do enough here. Xiaohao just in the middle of everyone somehow surviving, but I don't know how long this fight can go on for Weibo. Light's still alive, and Xiaohao has a blast code. He's got out, and in the meantime, Scout's forced to flash. Weibo somehow going even in that fight.
Yeah, I have no idea how they weren't able to find the damage or find the access to the back line. CDZ, I guess, just doing enough to zone, but I'm sure we're going to get a replay of that. This will lead Weibo into being able to get this first push down on mid, but considering they already have control where it's in bot, I think it just makes sense. Just go for the reset, pick up Scuttle Crab.
Let's see how it all happened again. As the ultimate comes out onto Crisp, and in the meantime, you've got Light being chased down by Zika, but Zika doesn't really threaten the backline in a significant way.
No, and Scout, yeah, Scout just not feeling safe to be able to walk past that Rumble either. Looks like feeling maybe of two minds of like having to also be there to support Gala, but it leaves both teams in a situation where their AD carries aren't really being left threatened. And I guess I'd criticize LNG for that more, considering that you are the team that has this Akali and has the one that wants to be putting that threat there. But at the same time, again, we've seen ZDZ does big damage.
Yeah. Yeah, he certainly does. Light does a lot of damage as well. If you're not putting the threat onto him, he is going to shred your team at this point. 3 items finished off. And crucially, has the QSS as well. So it makes it very difficult for him to be the target of Mark's engage, of Gala's follow-up, right? And if he's not the target, it's very difficult to actually get onto him. Like, Udyr can run at him, but Udyr doesn't actually pose that much threat. Aside from that, it's like Scout on a flank. But Scout's kind of squishy when Draven turns his sights onto that Akali. If Crisp can find a hook, speaking of, it's going to be a flash forced by Gala. And we will walk away.
Yeah, I think that's a huge win for Weibo now. Really committing nothing for the flash to come through from the Varus. Couldn't really follow up on that so easy, but it looks like LNG actually trying to pinch Weibo.
There we go, arrow in, but Light has that QSS. Scout on the backside trying to threaten here. That's big damage across the team. Flash forced, but Weibo, while they're still in retreat, they're also still all alive. Drake spawning, it's 2 apiece so far, and LNG will pick up their 3rd.
I'm surprised LNG actually going to be able to do this. That Poppy ult had to be like one of the least helpful ultimates there was. Weibo going to pivot towards the Baron. We've seen them do this before. This is how they've won and how they found those comeback victories.
They do it pretty quick with the Rumble damage coming on through. Half HP. Scout is in the area, has his ultimate available as well. A TP into the pit, but it's Weiwei that needs to be here. Smite's still available. They're going to get the Baron, but can they survive as well? Keep your eyes on Light because Scout is threatening. ZDZ already down. The Equalizer not really that great, but Scout goes down himself. It's a huge pickup for Light, a massive injection of gold, and now Zika slowly getting chunked on down as Xiaohao in the back of the pit. He's been ignored. He's still alive. And he gets over the wall! LNG completely dropped the ball.
What was that? Oh my god, that was so egregious. How is Xiaohao alive there? I don't even have the words. Just outright being ignored. Huge swing for Weibo. My god, man, how do they keep getting away with this? I love the call on the Baron. Being decisive, saying, hey, we have the damage, run it down. Scout, I think, with a pretty good read, goes in for the burst because ZDZ is already low, and especially being taken out before the Equalizer comes through, that would be massive. But Chris finally connecting with the Blitz hook, and again, I don't care about the rest of the fight, I just want to see, why?
Oh, they thought the Q had hit, maybe? I don't know.
Yeah?
I don't know, they just thought it was guaranteed, I guess. Really weird one, really weird one. But hey, Weibo get themselves a fight. Look, Xiaohao is thanking his lucky stars. He's kissing his rosary, and he's returning to the game once more. 3.5 minutes till the next Drake. That'll be sold. But Baron now for 1.5 minutes in the pocket of Weibo. Let's see what they can do with it.
You know, I'm just happy that this keeps happening. Because you pushed us to make these tier lists, right? And kind of have this fun little competition between LPL casters. I predicted Weibo would win. I didn't have a great, foundation for that before, but now I'm convinced Weibo will Baron their way to an LPL title. They will flip their way to being LPL champions, and I am all for it.
I'm ready for it. I'm here for that storyline. I have forgotten to tweet that tier list, so I will do that today after the broadcast. So keep your eyes peeled for that one, guys. But I just want to mention as well, in that previous fight, Crisp finding the hook onto Scout, and we get to see, like, what happens to Scout. Ooh, close one on the arrow. I'm going to hold my breath on that one as another hook lands. Zika, not really the target that you want, but Magnet Storm actually committed by Xiaohao here. Zika's still full health. There is no one that's doing any damage.
This was a very questionable sequence from Weibo. The hook's great. Getting some initial damage down is great. Do we need to commit the Magnet Storm or Equalizer? Feels like a bit of a waste. And that was really going to give you a lot less threat in terms of the sieges coming through, right? Because a lot of ways you see that Equalizer used is like thrown on top of the AD carries now when they're trying to protect these turrets. Now that opportunity isn't there.
See double spell shield on the duo AD carry bot lane from LNG here. Trying to keep themselves safe from a potential shockwave. Oh, but Scout is doing things in the backside here. LNG engaged the fight to set up for this flank, but they might have gone in too soon here. Gets a heal onto Chris. As Xiaohu flashes forward for the shockwave, and the whirling death flies through the roster of LNG. And all Scout can do with the flank is clear a minion wave. It's disaster again.
This is why 9 years in the LPL, right?
He's herding him. He's corralling him into a corner. Scout should get away with this one.
Does manage to make it out alive. Yeah, he's going to have enough mobility to escape at the end of the day. On the bottom side of the map, though, Light and Xiaohu still pushing this one forward.
All right, Lyric, I want you to pretend that didn't happen and talk to me about the 9 years in LPL. Get me hype.
No. We don't care about the 9 years right now. Scout's going down.
Boy. Scout is in all kinds of trouble. See you later, buddy. Drake coming up in a minute as well, and Weibo, this late game has once again come up trumps for them.
Yeah, I love the play coming through with Weibo, looking for the aggression, actually getting onto LNG first. LNG, like you said, had a great idea with the flank from Scout, but just getting caught too early. And Xiaohu with the plays. If you missed out again, 9 years in the league. Weibo celebrating that anniversary earlier on Twitter. And it's just great to see, like you said, not only in the league for so long, like still an absolute stud on the Rift as well.
And this is the hard thing about playing against Orianna, right, is even if you've got the spell shield from the Edge of Night, the Q procs that before the shockwave. So if he hits the Q, he's still going to get you. Massive damage coming out. And Xiaohu on the cusp of breaking all of the statistics right now. Orianna is 0-12 in the LPL, and right now, Weibo 6k gold up. Can Xiaohu be the man to break Orianna's funk?
Xiaohu gonna give Orianna a win. Again, Chris gonna double his amount of Blitzcrank wins if they're able to bring this one home. Both teams are in soul point, though. We definitely aren't counting LNG out just yet. I mean, like we said, right, with the Akali, there's still a ton of threat there. Sadly, it just has been these like little coordination issues. I guess last time it was also just getting outright caught out by the hook by Chris, but yeah, a lot of these small things are really what's biting LNG. Overall, like their plans and their ideas, again, they've been pushing out sides, they've been looking for these angles. It's just really down in the details with what they're struggling with.
And I just love that, like, all game, Crisp had been a little bit sideways with the hooks, like he'd not really been finding them. And then these last couple of fights, he gets the hook onto Scout that sets him up for the pick onto the Akali. He gets the hook onto Weiwei that sets them up for the fight that leads to their third Drake. Like, suddenly, he started to get these hits. You know, we'd already said, you know, this is going to be a 1-7 Blitzcrank now. Apparently, Crisp has woken up.
I just don't know how Weibo do it. Like, it actually is crazy, you know. And okay, so
the coffee's kicked in. That's what happened.
We can predict how game 2 will go if Weibo win. If Weibo win, they will, I guess not stomp, but convincingly win game 2. That's how every Weibo series has gone so far. If Weibo lose, we are in uncharted territory. We have no idea what's going to happen.
Uncharted territory is my favorite kind of territory, I have to say. But it is feeling like Weibo could be in with a chance here of getting themselves their 5th game win in a row up against LNG. But LNG certainly not out of the running just yet. The one thing I will say, this lethality Varus, it will start to fall off at this point of the game. Now we're getting to full builds. I mean, Light literally already full build at this stage.
Yeah, he'll be able to stain up, like, past that poke. We do have a flank ward for Scout. He's going for the recall, so we're going to keep our eyes on the Akali.
Ult in onto Chris. I don't know if it's enough, and pull back onto Zika again. I don't know if it does anything. Scout in the back line, turns golden. Chris, 1 HP, and he's taken down by Scout. But can they finish this Akali off? Can they deal with it? Scout just gets annihilated. Where did he go? It's like a magic trick as Xiaohao chasing down on his horsey, but he can't close the gap at this point. It's 4v4. It's the most extended fight I've seen in ages, but they just can't close the gap.
No, not being able to do it. So LNG are going to take advantage, try and get this poke down. But again, you traded a mid laner for a support. Weibo's still feeling comfortable.
Certainly are. Xiao, who has his ult available. Poke coming out from Gala as Xiaohao looks for the way in, but it's a sombrero from Xiaohu. And that is going to dissuade the Baron play. Arrow goes a little bit wide. There are 3 control wards in that brush from Weibo. I don't know why there's 3 control wards in the pixel brush. I guess they were just afraid of the Akali.
Poke is just too much to deal with. I'm a bit more surprised we didn't see Xiaohao go, more aggressive there, considering that he does have his flash and ult up. But not willing to take the Varus poke makes sense. We're going to go all the way back here. Again, trying to set up with Enchanted Crystal Arrow. They're bringing Scout in on the flank and hoping to buy time for that. I'm most curious about how Xiaohao is able to buy... Oh! Xiao just gets yeeted out by Wave. I was wondering where he was this whole time. Scout does find the pick on Blitzcrank, but sadly, it's not really that meaningful. Oh, we're going right back into the Baron dance.
Okay, here we go. 5v5. Zika moving forward to try and get space for his team. Weibo struggling to maintain their position as they move to the mid lane, fight for that wave priority, but it's going to be neither team really with priority. It's just going to be the waves cleared away in that mid lane, but Weibo with control of the river for now.
Xiaohao just has not been able to connect with that stun to find any targets to engage on. Going to try and play around the vision denial right now. If they walk too far forward, you can always drop an equalizer set up with a magnet storm following the flash.
Here we go, Xiaohao. Again, looking for these angles, but not quite able to close the gap. And I feel like that I've said that sentence a few times here, where this LNG composition is very good at kiting Weibo, who need to kind of just run forwards. Like the rel engage really is just sort of running at the enemy unless you find some kind of flank.
I gotta give kudos.
30 seconds.
I gotta give kudos to LNG for that too, because I feel like we've seen a few teams like play compositions that needed to poke, needed to outrange, really needed to keep that distance. Right? We can think of a lot of the quirky games we've seen so far in LPL, which I feel like haven't been that inspiring. LNG have probably been the most disciplined team at like respecting what they need to do. Problem is, now this is going to be the fight for Soul. It's going to be really hard to avoid getting up close and personal with Weibo.
Scout in the brush. There aren't 3 control wards in this one, but he'll be spotted by ZDZ. The spell shield keeps ZDZ safe from the shuriken flip. Buying space for his team here. ZDZ is not afraid of Scout at this point. He's quite happy to push in towards the enemy mid laner. Xiaohao hitting away at this Drake. 6,000 50-50 from Mount Soul could be devastating, but he's knocked away. It's not a 50-50 now as Light has to go for the cleanse. Into the pit they go, they're burning through it, and it's way to grab it. Soul for the side of LNG, and they're getting themselves 1-for-1 in the kills as well. Xiaohao in the middle of everyone, but Light still going strong. Chunked out, slowed down, stunned, but still catching axes, still throwing them back. Weibo walk away with 1 casualty, but it's LNG that get themselves to Soul and ping on towards the Baron.
Yeah, and I mean, you can't go into those types of 50-50s when you are against the Poppy, so now, they're just going to be so tanky. It's going to be so hard, the members of Weibo, to take them down. Just going to get some vision for now, not feeling that confident in being able to start this one up, obviously without their jungler being alive, and even, I mean, Akali mid lane, lethality 80 carries, makes a lot of sense. Just get the vision control back off.
It certainly does. And it's tense now. It's tense for Weibo. They lost the Mountain Soul. Can they get themselves the Baron? Scout sticking around in the area. Lets them know that he's there as well, so that they're not quite so confident about trying to move in and remove any vision that LNG has. Not that LNG really have any vision.
No, not even going to be willing to risk the potential poke coming through. I'm surprised we haven't gotten a replay of the last fight, because I don't know if you noticed, but there was kind of a moment where Gala was alone in the pit by himself, and once again, Weibo didn't really acknowledge him at all. I don't know how we have both teams doing that today.
Look, bigger fish to fry, okay, Lyric? We got big things on the agenda, apparently.
Bigger fish to fry than Gala?
I mean, he's not a fish. He's a human being, okay? So we're talking salmon right here. We're talking carp. Zika gonna use his passive there, use the CC immunity, but Crisp doesn't go for the hook in the end. Flash available on that Blitzcrank, so you've got to be a little bit careful on LNG, but I don't know, the spell shields on both Mark and Garland does make it difficult for Crisp to find a target.
He pretty much has to pull one of the frontliners, right? Like, it feels so hard. They do this so fast.
This is just going to be done. Wei is trying to find a way over, but the Baron is already gone. Can they find the fight as well is the question. They're missing Crisp, but honestly, Blitzcrank doesn't really do that much in a team fight.
No. Honestly, that was best case scenario for Weibo. Get the Baron, Crisp, I mean, really only good to even attempt to throw out the hook. LG trying to make best of the situation by keeping Scout pressuring down in bot side. But Weibo love this now, once again, gonna look for the siege.
Yeah, and Lethality Varus, you've got a lot of wave clear, but not against the Baron. It's really difficult to get through these waves.
Oh, flank!
On the side of LNG. Here we go. Flank from Scout. This needs to be better than last time. Last time, the fight happened before he could get there. Weibo, they must suspect something's coming. And there we go. They've seen Scout now. They're just going to run at him. They're just going to try and start the fight on Scout themselves. As Zika goes in, Scout retreating on the top side. Xiaohu half HP. Arrow hits onto light and he uses the QSS. He's okay for now.
Oh.
The Scout is just being burnt to death by ZDZ. The flame spitter, but Scout dashes away. Equalizer. Just a hair away, and in the meantime Zika has gone down. I don't know how they keep doing it, Lyric, but Weibo were doing it.
If ZDZ had thrown that out like a second earlier, I think this would have been game. They might be able to hold on with the fact that they still have the Akali up. We'll see though. Weibo.
The problem is Scout doesn't have his ultimate. He doesn't have flash available.
Right,
I don't know how much he can really offer to a fight here.
Yeah. Oh, it'll be up soon if they can buy a bit of time with this. Okay, it looks like they should be able to. Oh, sadly, Zanya's not up as well. You're right, actually. It's going to be really hard for Scout to find anything, even if he does have his ult up.
I think they're still in the game. I don't think Weibo can end the game.
Oh!
Chris flushes in the shockwave and Scout is eradicated. Weibo, they want this done and dusted, and they might just have their wish right now.
Equalizer's coming up too. Equalizer's about to be up. ZDZ can just drop that one. Should give them free race.
Oh, Chris wants an MVP. Disastrous early game from him, but the hooks in the late game have been immaculate. Zika moves in to try and clear the wave, but the equalizer underneath Gala burning on through. That's all of the waves gone. Mark gets 2 shot by Light, and you know what, Weibo? They want the bonus kills. They want everything after this 44-minute slog. Weibo win game 1.
I'm just saying, I am offended you haven't put out those tier list power rankings yet, because Weibo have the sauce. I don't know where they got this sauce from or what it really does other than lead you to do these crazy Barons that other teams just aren't prepared for whatsoever. And like, my God, what a game, Crisp. Night and day performances in one game.
It's like watching an episode of Hot Ones here. I want to see what LNG would be saying in an interview, because this sauce that Weibo are bringing is spicy to say the least. I mean, those team fights at the end of the game, Lyric, just banger after banger. What a pleasure to watch. A slow early game, but boy, was it worth waiting for those fights. We're going to jump into a break, and then we'll find out what on earth is waiting for us at the other side. Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL as we head towards our 4th game of the day. And Weibo coming into the series strong. The late game Baron plays once again, paying dividends for Weibo. I'm joined by Lyric as we take a look at our MVP for a ridiculous first game.
Yeah, it's just great. He actually manages to pick it up. I thought no way. No way did he pick it up. Like, you know, Shahu had some like really good ults, the lights damage, you know, he's putting up the numbers, but Chris, after a bit of an uninspired early game, starts finding the hooks he needs later on. And like you said, I feel like the big winner here is just how Weibo are willing to make those off the cuff, like on the fly calls to go for those big objectives, like when they know they're down and they know they need to. But still, overall, good performance by Chris to be able to pick it back up, turn it around, and find those hooks onto especially people like Scout that were so impactful. Yeah,
I mean, I think there was 2 hooks on Scout throughout the game that both of them were game-changing. And also, I feel like Light very happy to tank those arrows. We saw quite a few of those arrows hitting onto Light and instant cleansers. I feel like he was quite happy to just soak those hits, but here we go. That was the hook that not only gets Scout, but pulls him out of his shroud as well to set it up for his team.
Yeah, it was just huge, right? And those were, like we said, even though it wasn't necessarily the thing that felt like won them the game, it was the thing that really just put LNG in their coffin and made sure that they were able to finish this one off. So, like we said, we've had a bit of a formula before. It's Weibo struggle in game 1. It's back and forth. We have the Baron shenanigans, and then in game 2 is usually where Weibo picks it up even more, and then has like more decisive showing. So, I'm excited to see. I'm excited to see if the trend continues, or if like the Orianna and the Blitzcrank, that also kind of gets, you know, swept on its head and LNG pick it back up.
Yeah. I mean, do you have to ban Blitzcrank at this point? I don't think so. I don't think banning Blitzcrank will be the answer. I do wonder how the draft will change into this game, next game though, because like there was so much of the early presence of like, you know, the Lucian Milio being taken off of the board, things like the Renata, the Callista being banned away. Like these kinds of bans do change the way that the game is played, and we saw quite a different game to what we've been seeing in the meta recently.
I loved it. Please do it. Please do it again.
Yeah, I'm down for it, absolutely. I like the Rumble as well for ZDZ, looking absolutely fantastic. Like, really, really good. I will say, the one big, like, awkward bit about all of it was that twice we saw Scout go for a mega flank. Twice we saw him try and make the big play, and twice we saw it just completely flop. The first time it was Crisp getting a hook and starting the fight before he was there. The second time, they just turned around and ran it. ZDZ just like chased him through the jungle and almost got a kill on him as well. So it's one of those things where, you know, I respect the attempt, but we've got to see better stuff from Scout. Like we talked about earlier, Scout has had a rough start to the split. Yeah,
he really just hasn't been showing up the way you'd hope, and especially the way he did last year, where he really did just look kind of like reinvigorated after joining a new team. But yeah, not even the best time in sides. They tried setting up for the play, you know, once or twice, throw Enchanted Crystal Arrow over his way and see if you can get something. You know, managed to get a solo kill once, didn't the other time. I don't think he played around like the vision he had all too well either. But LNG as a whole just kind of look like they're in tatters. Weiwei, once again, not having the greatest game.
Yeah, tough one. Although it was a close one. I feel like the way we're talking sounds like it was a really, really one-sided affair.
Yeah.
LNG definitely showed up. They definitely had big moments in the game. And there was one part about, I don't know, I actually have no idea what time it was in the game, because it all the mid-game to late game sort of became one big sequence. But there was one moment there where I genuinely thought LNG were going to take the game for a bit there.
Yeah,
but
I do.
Fantastic turnaround from Weibo.
I kind of want to interject, right? Because like you're saying, I guess it is all doom and gloom for LNG. But like I said in the game, it felt like they were by far the most disciplined team we've seen in terms of playing out through like poke and long range, and like really respecting and like valuing their AD carry's life and like what kind of damage Gala was putting up. So, you know, that's a good takeaway from LNG, and something that I really feel like other LPL teams haven't been able to do again, especially with that Corki pick. Like, the only great Corki I can think of off the top of my head that we've seen so far was the rookie games.
Yeah, I feel like Corki has been pretty underwhelming. Like, statistically, it's been really underwhelming as well, I think. I can't remember the exact numbers, but yeah, it's not been good from my memory. And Orianna, by the way, finally gets a win Oriana has a win in the LPL. It took 13 games, but Xiaohu manages to make it happen. And he had a couple of great shockwaves as well. Like, I feel like he showed why Oriana can be good as well. But from what I've just heard in my ears, we're about to jump into Champ Select here and get this underway and find out if Oriana will make it through another draft, and we'll see if we get another statistic for Oriana.
Again, I'm just curious to see what happens in terms of bans, especially if we're going to be swapping sides like you'd assume we would be. Things like that Talia ban we highlighted in game one, you know, against Xiaohu, feels pretty important to me. Again, with the kind of angles he's finding out, I'd assume he's probably a very big voice in how Weibo play, because you can see the similarities from like last year and even things that Xiaohu brought onto some past teams he was on. But here we go, Weibo on the blue side. Bans, yeah, I mean, very similar, at least for the LG side. Like you said, Renata being banned away kind of dissuades that Kalista a little bit, and Lucian taken off the board once again means hopefully being open to some more bot lane 2v2 options.
Yeah, Rakan and Rel both banned away by Weibo this time around, so not wanting to play against that. Little Blanc once again removed, trying to get rid of some of the side lane presence, but Ashe now taken off of the board, so LNG going to change their approach to the bottom lane. I wonder what the first pick is here. Probably not Quinn. I'm saying probably not Quinn. Plenty of options available for them, though. You could...
You've banned out like one half of like every bot lane duo.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Oh, Senna. This was banned in game one.
I didn't expect... So, it was banned by Weibo. Weibo have been huge on taking the Senna off the board. It's not a champion Light has really gravitated towards in his career. It's not a champion he plays a whole ton in solo queue. He's been, you know, playing it a little bit more now that people are seeing the value in it. But I'm actually pretty surprised to see Weibo bring it out.
Yeah, this feels prepped, right? This feels like something they've been working on, because in his career, Light currently 0-3 on the Senna. Like you say, not a pick that he's even... Like, even in Senna metas, it's not been something he's been happy to play. So, we'll see how it's going to look for them.
I think this is the first game they haven't banned it.
I don't know the answer, but I'm going to trust you on that. And it is
good, I just checked. I just checked, and yeah, it's true. This is the very first game this split that they have not banned the Senna. So, yeah, very, very different. We see the Melio now coming out that's going to be paired alongside that Varus. So, once again, LNG can have a lot of range to play with, should be able to do quite well down in that 2v2. But Scout having more agency and having more tools to, you know, maybe shut Xiaohu down earlier, or find ways to impact the map earlier on, impact skirmishes earlier on, because Scout definitely is the player from LNG, like, even regardless of result, that we need to see better performances from. Yeah,
definitely, especially when Xiaohu is picking the Oriana into this Tristana, right? Obviously confident in the matchup, happy to take this one, so Scout can have his work cut out in terms of, you know, sort of salvaging a bit of what's happened early on in this split. Jungler's being taken off the board, though, with the Nocturne by the Maokai as well. And we'll see where we're going to end up going, because, you know, like, Zin's out, we've not really seen any presence of today, surprisingly, after he's been one of the premier junglers. Things like the Jarvan as well could work beautifully for Weibo when you've got the Oriana, you've got Senna that can just kind of chill and blast all of your shots through everyone in the area.
Could also be decent against them. It wouldn't really have like much synergy with the comp that you've built so far as LNG, but two immobile carries on the side of Weibo would definitely get punished. But we do see this. Just go back to the Cassante, go back to something that you know is going to be able to provide that strong frontline, save potential, you know, save counterpick for jungle, considering that we're getting into the weeds of what jungle options are available. Weibo are the one I'm more curious in seeing, since Senatom always opens up for more bruiser-esque champions, like things like the Aatrox to come through.
We've got a Tristana mid. What if we get an Ivan from LNG? Huh? We've got 280 carries to work with. Milio, Ivan, you've got the Cassante for the front line. You don't have that much in the way of hard engage, but I'd be down for some shenanigans.
Honestly, it even just sounds like a champion that Weibo's played before, and that you know, without looking it up, his career history would set up well for them to play around that. Now Weibo going more stock and standard. I think I would have liked something with a bit more damage to come out in the top lane, even if it just was that Aatrox pick. Aatrox does have a hard time up against so much long range that LNG have built, though, but it looks like it looks like for Weibo, they're going to have to wait a long time before we really see them able to take over this game. LNG, though, they should be on the front foot from very early on with the Tristana, with the Brand, with the Prio. They should be able to generate in bot side. So it's really going to be LNG's time to turn up.
Yeah, there's not been many teams that have shown this Brand jungle working. BLG, the first ones to do it in one of the first games of the entire, so in fact, it might have been the first game of the split. But since then, we've seen 2 wins, 3 losses. We'll see if Weiwei can make it happen. It's his first professional game of Brand on the stage. Carry jungler in his hands, and we said he's going to be the driving force for LNG. That was what we set up at the start of the day. Maybe the Brand is the answer.
Yeah, he's going to be able to take over and give us reminiscent to earlier days in his career. You know, thinking back to some of the times ensuing, especially Victory 5, when he really was the big carry for the team. True, like we said for Weibo. You know, Udir's going to have Prio. You have this Lee Sin coming in early, but not a whole lot of damage coming out through mid or bot once a few levels get under our belts. So I think we're really going to be looking at Xiaohao to take over. But Xiaohao's Lee Sin, that's how he made an impact when he came into the league.
It certainly is. Xiaohao, known for the pick. And he's up against this Brand. This is going to be an exciting jungle matchup. I was already excited about Xiaohao versus Weiwei. I feel like these are both quite proactive junglers that want to make things happen. This is certainly a matchup where that can be the case. Weibo versus LNG, game number 2. Weibo 1-0 up. Can they keep their flawless streak and get a 3rd win on the board? We'll find out right now.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎他们。
Was that
like
last?
maybe it's just the crowd mics are quieter in this arena.
Like, but it felt like we got 3 sets of Gyos.
Yeah. So apparently, I think it's like an LGD one. They do like LGD is like the TSM in China, and quite often you get like a little meme LGD one at the end. I don't know if that's what that was. I couldn't really hear, but
yeah, and that one sounded like way more passionate than like the usual meme Gyro we get, you know, from that. So could just be the Suzhou fans though, as I'm still looking for aggression at level 1, just like last game. Not too much going to come from it, but still a nice little trade. Going on to Scout. Has the fleet, so actually it's not going to mean too much at the end of the day. But actually ZDZ, once again, getting some deep vision into LNG's jungle. So they're going to know way down towards the spot side. Hopefully spot him out once he starts making his way up.
Is that ZDZ having his 200th game in the LPL?
That sounds like too many.
That's way too many, surely.
I mean, there are a lot of games.
I feel like he only just joined.
Like I realized it when I thought about the fact that last weekend I casted 18 games. I'm like, my God, we have so many games in our league, and you know that's with us doing a reduced schedule because of English broadcasts this year. But so it could be 200. Is Xiaohu?
Oh, big damage from Scout, almost fully proccing the bomb there. Xiaohu. I mean, this early version of the lane is going to be tough no matter what. Like, Tristana can put so much pressure down. But it's also the fact that you can push those waves in makes it very difficult to get perfect CS early on.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be very telling to me, like, what Scout and Weiwei do with that pressure, because that's the important thing, right? Kind of trying to enable this Brand to find more than what he would have otherwise been able to. Because you have two lanes of Prio to be able to play around, and it's the 2 more important lanes, mid and bot. But does give Xiaohao the opportunity to look for this top side. He is spotted.
Smite on the red buff, Weiwei. Just going to leave the situation. ZDZ on this Udyr. Manages to get priority. I don't know if they actually spotted Weiwei there, or... I mean, I don't think it's going to really matter too much as whether he was spotted or not. These Krugs going to be taken by Xiaohao. He managed to get 3 or 4 of the little ones there. So Weiwei not losing everything. Oh, big damage onto light. Huge little trade there from Gala and Mark.
Yeah, doing a nice job, right? Using the sustain they have. The range advantage is crisp, goes wide. Not having a good time at all in either of the early laning phases we've seen.
Yeah, Gala getting his ghost off last split second there, being able to dodge away from the knockup. If that's a knockup from Crisp, maybe it's a much more even trade. And now Weiwei moving down. I mean, Brand with 2 ranged bot laners, it's not the greatest for diving, but if you can just stay sort of out of tower range, you can poke people down, you can find those kills, but looks like Wei just gonna go for the deep vision and then back away again.
I'm a bit surprised that, you know, not that they didn't commit to a dive definitely wouldn't work there, but even just put some pressure down, you know, throw out those abilities, show your bot side. It really doesn't give off too much, as Weibo should even just assume that Wei's down here after the Krugs got taken away top. Just gonna let his bot lane do their thing.
Certainly is, as we have it all in the mid lane. Scout getting big damage onto Xiaohu, but relatively even trade to start with, and Xiaohu literally just right-clicks over towards blue buff and just lets Orianna do the rest.
I mean, we saw the same thing in last game, too, of, like, a lot of times when, in that game, like in Shannon Crystal Arrows, things like this, Xiaohu having a nice understanding of how to escape a lot of these situations. Gonna just be given the cover he's needed. And that's what we expect for Waver, right? It's gonna be a lot of Xiaohu covering mid and bot, while potentially using that Udyr prio to try and get in on top of the brand and find those duels and be enabled by ZDZ, to where it's LNG are the ones feeling a little bit more pressure to get things going. But, you know, that's not LNG all game are going to deal huge damage, have a great front line, have sustain. They just have more tools in the tool belt early on, which Weibo really don't have.
Yeah, Scout's got to be a little bit careful, but as long as he doesn't use his rocket jump aggressively, I don't think Xiaohu will be able to move into the mid lane just yet. But Grub's up on the top side of the map. Wei's doing the Drake. So you would anticipate Xiaohu being on those Grubs, but perhaps that's what they're banking on. Banking on Scout, thinking that Xiaohu sticking around this mid lane, but he's wasting quite a lot of time if this doesn't turn into anything.
Ooh, and especially if he ends up recalling and then Wei finds a window to go mid. This could be huge, but for now, neither going to find anything. And once again, just seeing the ramifications of some of the map changes around mid and how hard it really is to try and look for anything committal in the mid lane.
Yeah, I feel like the mid lane towers feel much more, I don't know, isolated in a weird way. You know how top lane towers and bot lane towers are very close to the wall and far away from the jungle? It feels like with the big gaps now at the sides of the towers, it feels a little bit more like that, where, I don't know, they're more standalone than they have been previously in my mind. I don't know if that's actually true, but I don't know, that's how it feels to me.
I mean, I can see what you mean, because there is, like, less terrain around them, which, funnily enough, like a lot of, like, mid-lane trade patterns, if you're in a pushing matchup, would be utilizing those kind of little chokes that you would weave in around the towers, so stuff like that being different. But again, even just how the river impacts it, and even just being harder to wrap around and look for any types of mid-lane dives. I know we've seen a few this split, which has been nice. Would be nice to see a few more.
Yeah, definitely. I will say, as a Caitlyn main, it sucks. Not being able to just put a trap to the side of the mid lane tower.
Yeah.
Really, really sucks. That was a big nerf.
Sorry, Munchables, but
wait. Such is life.
I still remember back in 2020 when you got when you the mini Uzi title yourself.
I got 1 pentakill in Chinese solo queue. I was playing Ezreal as well. And yeah, ever since, I don't even know who said that first. I think it was someone, like Twitch chat or something.
Oh, was it? I actually thought it was someone in the LPL office.
I can't remember. Here we go. Xiaohu face checking in. A Scout stood on a ward there. He'll walk away with his life. Yeah, I can't remember. Either way, definitely not Uzi, unfortunately. As another relatively slow one here, Lyric.
It's been a weird day.
Yeah, we've had some long old early games today. That is for sure. And I think, you know, like, it's to be expected with these guys, with OMG earlier. Like, I was coming into today thinking, you know, this could be a slow one. That was an all-out from Gala onto Crisp. They're setting up for a potential dive. Crisp uses his shield. Wei is here. He spots that there's no enemy jungle. The Q flashed away from. Heal comes out from Light. Now dashing out is Crisp as they turn into Spooky Ghost. The ultimate bouncing off the minions. The burn. Is it enough? I don't think it is. He's burning, and in the meantime, Xiaohu's diving mid.
Honestly, just what I'm surprised Wei didn't use it earlier after the Tom Kent shield got used. Now Weibo is going to be able to turn up towards the little grubbies for the first time this game. We haven't really seen anyone go up there. You know, I couldn't remember the name of them, and then like how Mazel says it just immediately popped in my mind, and I'm like, little grubbies. Like, what are they called
Grubbies
again?
is definitely like, you know, I'm not a fan of the Kevs. I'm not a fan of Ed and Eddie.
I just like
just
Grubs.
calling them Grubbies is great.
Yeah.
I think Grubbies is the way.
It's just a nice, simple name, but we're gonna get. We were just saying we want to see more mid lane dives, and Xiaohao absolutely delivers. Just finding an angle once Xiaohu gets the push in mid.
Yeah, Xiaohao's just like, look, this is what a Lee Sin player looks like. For anyone who doesn't know, here's a cheeky little mid lane dive. Look at this. Beautiful stuff coming out from him, as you would expect. Like you said in Champ Select, he made his name on this champion. And we get to see a lovely little combo from him. ZDZ continuing to do Udyr things up in this top side. One auto away from another plate. However, Weiwei in the area. Ward dropped by ZDZ, and Zika gonna hold the wave away from the tower. Plate taken, but perhaps an overcommitment from ZDZ. He's not actually taking any damage from everyone, but he's not. Oh, the dodge on the stun! Who cares about executing? Just flee for your life! Blast cone! Can he get away with this one? Zika's trying to chase with his own ghost. Goes for the all-out. ZDZ so low, and the shield comes out from Light as well. I mean, he's not even that low.
Every time we see a potential Udyr kill come out, it's always because of their own making. It's always because of their own greed and overzealousness. Now, though, Xiaohao sitting on a ward.
There's a part of me that thinks, like, was this greed and overzealousness when he got away with it? The ghost that he used was matched by Zika anyway. Like, sure, your AD carry had to use his ultimate.
I mean, like, in the world where Weiwei's Q just hits, he is dead.
Yeah, but Weiwei's Q didn't hit, all right?
Okay,
So
there we go.
I'm saying, absolutely word.
You're right,
He got
you're
the
right.
turret play. This is Udyr gaming, my friend.
I love it. You know, it didn't hit. He did get away. ZDZ, also the future. But now, we're coming up to next dragon. LNG, already having a lot of people kind of down in the area. I want you to keep your eyes, especially on Scout on the minimap. He's not in lane. He's just hovering around for now. Oh, Crisp,
I don't think Crisp is having a very fun time right now. Just got absolutely railed, and Scout is dead again. At least this time, the play from LNG works out as well. But Scout is just getting destroyed by Xiaohao and Xiaohu.
It is just crazy. Again, what's happened? What has happened? Coming into this year, again, not just this game. If you haven't seen LNG series, really, just Scout has not been putting his best foot forward. I remember Demacia Cup, it not looking super great either, so hopefully he can bring it back. But it's just nice from Xiaohao. He was in river looking for the opportunity when Scout was hovering down to enable his bot lane. And I mean, what could you do, right? Great shockwave setting up, cueing the kick from Xiaohao.
Great little, like, W kick while he's in the air to stop the full escape. Really good stuff from Xiaohao. Stops him having to go under the tier 2 to finish the kill. Just clean, just so clean, as always from Xiaohao. And in the meantime, ZDZ has decided to take the grubs into his own hands. He's going to finish off a third one here, which I don't believe they'll respawn now because the Herald's going to come up in 2 minutes' time. And Weibo taking 2 early, leaving 1, means that there's no risk of LNG taking over via the grubs.
It's really just crazy to see the state of the map right now where, I mean, Orianna versus Tristana being left with only 1 plate from all the attention put here. Still, though, we know LNG's bot lane have been doing good things. Again, playing up against Senatom Kench when they have the Varus and Emilio, they were bound to find an advantage, especially with some of the missteps we've seen Light and Chris make so far. But Gold still incredibly close, but is slightly in favor of Weibo because of, again, what they've been doing with mid-jungle.
They've been doing some fantastic stuff, and I expect to see that continue. You can see them looping up together at the bottom side of the map to try and Scout's down here, so they are both down here. Wherever Scout goes, Xiaohao will follow. Try and find opportunities. Oh, the root comes down onto Mark, dodges away from the knockback. Doesn't lead to too much. I wasn't sure if Chris would maybe follow up for more as Weiwei forced to smite away his Gromp just to keep his CS high.
Right now doing a nice job of just playing in river with the vision they've denied. Sadly, there's no reason for LNG to really come into river. so not going to find those picks, but they, like you said, I guess they really just put a target on Scout, and they're just going to hone in on making sure this Tristana doesn't get to play the game. It's getting them more turret plates as well right before it goes down. Nice adaptation from Weibo.
Yeah. And I think, to be honest, like, the way that they played the Grubs as well is all about Scout too. Like, Tristana, realistically, out of this composition, is the one that's going to be hitting towers, like, denying, like, not taking the Grubs yourself to guarantee that you deny them from LNG because they have that Tristana. I think, really, the entire game plan right now from Weibo is stop Scout having an impact.
They've definitely done that. Yeah, they've definitely done that so far. But LNG at least going to be able to answer in kind by picking up this Herald. They haven't been able to take a turret down just yet, but ooh.
Ooh, flash from Crisp to dodge away from Gala's ultimate. Slow down onto Marcus. Zika goes in, and Crisp saves the day. ZDZ walks out with his life. The shield will keep him alive. Crisp has a shield of his own, needs to use it, but knocked back by the Q3. And Mark finishes off the kill.
And I think we see here, it's like, what does Weibo's comp really do posturing in front of LNG? Unless Xiaohao can find an angle to get a kick on someone. So it's going to open up for LNG to go for the push in mid. Does pull Xiaohu back to mid himself. So that's why LNG already started backing off. And no, they can't go for any more of a play.
So it all diffuses as Gala has stepped up here. Xiaohu has Shockwave available. Gala's real quick right now.
Whoa!
The flash forward, but Mark answers the flash as well. But Gala, dodging the Shockwave, put himself in an awkward spot. Xiaohu flashed into this, and now he's alone, taken down. And Zika, I mean, he's Cassante. He ain't scared of a 1v3. He'll take this any day of the week. Stepping on forwards, and LNG, 2 fights in a row.
There is no way my man is flashing over Raptor Wall where he has no vision. He sees all of them running away to. And you're playing like Oriana Senna as your big damage dealer, right? This early in the game. I love the confidence. I love the confidence coming from Weibo, but it is very misplaced. Even here, like kind of posturing forward to run in, but how are you going to get past this Cassante? How are you really going to get onto the back line of LNG? You don't have the damage to follow up just yet, and all of this coming out from the Fran. Nice Q3 as well from Zika to enable more, but Xiaohu flash, man. My God.
Like, maybe Xiaohu thinks that Light is still playing Draven. I don't know.
Maybe.
Trying to get onto Gala, like, I don't totally hate the idea, but Wei being there, I think maybe Xiaohu didn't realize the jungler was there. I don't know, but
well,
either way.
That makes it more egregious to my mind, because like they've seen everyone move that way. They have no vision over the wall, so he doesn't know exactly what he's going into. But even though I hate it from that perspective, Xiaohu, oh, he's dead again.
Oh boy, this is, well, he does have a time catch on his team, so he's gonna be okay. Crisp could be in trouble though. He's already used his eat, the shield will come down, and Crisp, he just can't move, man. He cannot get out of these plays because the CC chain is just disgusting. Zika has overstepped though, and he's thrown the play for LNG. And suddenly we end up even.
Yeah, mistakes coming from both sides. Chris really just giving his life for Xiaohu there, so not going to blame him too much. It's going to open up for a potential soul point for LNG. They're backing off, though. I guess without Zika, they don't have a front line, right? So it actually is pretty dangerous to just stand around when ZDZ and Xiaohao are still here and can just move forward on top of you.
Xiaohu pressuring the bottom side to take this tier 1. Buys a lot of space in the jungle. ZDZ can block everyone and set up Weibo for their first Drake of the game, and crucially denying the soul point that you were just talking about. I will say, Ocean Soul this game, Cassante or Udyr with an Ocean Soul is a sight you do not want to behold. That sounds terrifying to me. ZDZ taking a good chunk. Honestly, the amount of damage that this team from LNG is doing is scary. It feels like it's really hard to make it stick.
I guess I agree that it feels hard to be able to turn into a kill, but just the fact that they can so easily pressure one person off the map means that they should have a field day taking objectives. Again, had this not gone so awry, this would have been soul point. Xiaohu, I can't believe he feels comfortable walking up there with the fact that he's lost his flash. Obviously, the Q3 came out from Zika, which really just made Chris' life hard from being able to get away, especially when Scala throws out the ult too, but not able to connect with the next bit of CC. And again, as the rest of LNG, you're kind of in an awkward position. Unless Scout's rocket jumping in with you, there's really no one right alongside you who just lets Weibo, the Sen of the Oriana, kite you back.
I feel like maybe Xiaohu's New Year's resolution was, Scout's kind of his idol, Maybe it was to play more like Scout. And Scout's played so awfully this split that he's having to throw it away a little bit in this game. Yeah, a couple of weird mistakes from Xiaohu. I'm trying to be more like the Chinese commentators, and let me tell you, they do not pull punches.
They do not. They don't at all.
Scout trying to finish the tower on the bottom side. Wei Wei's here, but Xiaohao trying to defend as well. Should be able to clear this wave, keep the tower alive.
I'm curious where Light is at in terms of stacks, because it really does feel like for Weibo's side, again, there's still ways to make fights happen, or especially create picks when you have things like this Lee Sin. Udyr could potentially start moving, but a lot's just going to be on waiting for the Senna Orianna to get big enough to burst him out.
Wei Wei's in trouble there, kicked back, taken down. Nice little start here for Weibo, but can they survive? Xiaohao in the back of the pit. He's waiting for cooldowns and he's taken down in the end. ZDZ as well in no man's land and running the wrong way. 2 for 1, and LNG again come out on top.
LNG committing everything down there to find those picks. Does open up for Xiaohu to answer back on top side. Not going to be able to find it in mid, but LNG once again going to be happy with some of the trades they're taking. Scout going to be able to return the favor with the spot lane tier 1.
So 1 for 1 on the tier 1 towers there across the map. I do wonder if side of LNG could finish the mid tier 1 on this next wave as well. I don't know if they'll have time to pull that off. But this was Weibo starting the play ultimately.
Yeah, just hoping they have the outright 2v2. They do find the Brand, not expecting the TP to come in from Zika. And, I mean, look at the mid lane. It was the Varus and the Melia who had push, so they were able to move first. And, I mean, this just felt like, hey, we ended up in what we thought was like a 2.5 versus 2 with Senna ult. Actually, it was a 5 versus 2, so it's not in your favor.
No, definitely not. And I feel like a little bit of panic there as the play starts to fall apart, both running in opposite directions. Xiaohao flashing into Dragon Pit. I've seen that 3 different times this split, someone flashing into Dragon Pit and then dying in said Dragon Pit. At least Xiaohao was, potentially able to ward hop. Was waiting on that cooldown, but did not get away with it in the end. And, it's amazing me. Despite the fact that LNG keep on coming out ahead of these recent plays, Weibo is still up in gold somehow.
Yeah, and a lot of that looking like it's down to the amount of plays they were able to pick up earlier on. We can see the pretty massive advantage that Xiaohu's picked up in that mid lane too. So game is still definitely very competitive. Hoping they could find a pick right now. Shockwave is available.
Oh, that ward. Wei Wei shows by hitting the ward. I don't think he'll be in danger for now. Xiaohu moving around.
They're going on a journey.
Yeah. Trying to set up. He's trying to be more like Scout, and he certainly went on some flanks last game. Oh, it's the gift that keeps on giving.
It's brutal, man. Times are tough out here in the LPL streets. But hey, we're actually coming up on Chinese New Year soon. So, there's going to be a bit of a break for anyone who maybe hasn't followed LPL before. And when we return is when you really see teams, I think, really start to step up.
Yeah, I feel like... Oh, I'm not going to be able to follow that up with anything. Yeah, I feel like Lunar New Year is one of those opportunities for LPL teams. Like, quite often, like, culturally, it's a big moment to take time off with your family and that. In the LPL, I feel like it's a big opportunity to get 2 weeks of practice in, honestly. You often see teams kind of change dramatically over the course of Lunar New Year.
Who knows? Maybe it's even the mental... maybe it's a time with family. That's the big difference. They don't think about League of Legends at all.
Reduced burnout. It's definitely a thing.
Ooh.
Crisp, just about dodging away, trying to deny this minion wave so that they can't press. Zika taking some chunks here from Light and now rooted up as well. Can they finish the job? Zika is so hard to kill. And the Q goes wide from Xiaohao. The shield is there. He's just unstoppable, man.
Yeah, it doesn't go down, but still. Now we're going to start seeing the benefits. 78 now souls picked up by Light, so having a number on that. As he keeps getting more, getting stronger, the range, the damage coming through is really going to be punishing LNG.
I love that. Zika resets, TP's back in, and he's like, try again, lads. You've got a whole extra health bar to get through. He's on 2 items at this point, and he is feeling strong. Drake starts now by LNG. Remember, this will be Soul Point if they can grab it, but Weibo, they don't want to let it go without a fight here. CDZ on the front line as they move in. 5k on the Dragon. Xiaohao might be able to steal this. He's on that Lee Sin. I don't think he's been spotted just yet, as in goes the Udyr to try and make things happen, but ZDZ's just going to die. Ooh. Crisp saves him, and in goes Xiaohao, but he misses the kick. He doesn't find his chance, and he goes down instead. That's Soul Point, and a bonus kill as well, as Weibo in full retreat.
LNG doing a great job of making that so awkward for Weibo. So many things missed by the Weibo members. Now, Soul Point, they're going to be able to lean up towards top.
Oh, big combo to Xiaohu. He flashes, but he's not to safety. And LNG find a bonus pick with 2 picks down, one of them the jungler. That's going to be Baron.
Yeah, Baron for sure. Now LNG are really going to be able to start pushing the pace of this game. We've already been seeing how much damage their composition does. Now they can so easily force pretty much any member of Weibo off the map, and now they're really going to be able to start pulling this game apart.
They should be able to just finish this one off. Crisp here, Light here, trying to stop things, but there's really nothing to be done. LNG doing a good job in this mid-game to pick Weibo apart and show us why they're a team to be feared, why they're a roster that should be at the top of the table.
And just look, like, it's so hard to run in. You have no real engage. You're trying to find a good place for Lee Sin, but they're conscious of it. Orianna ult completely whiffed. Xiaohao not able to follow up and find the kick. Just really so many things, so many missed opportunities by Weibo there. But I think we have to give all the credit for LNG and even the comp that they're playing. It's so hard for Weibo to just run right into them. Yeah. And it allows them to just keep dishing out all this long-range damage coming from the Brand, coming from the Tristana. And even Gala now, 5-0-2, he's huge.
Yeah. I don't know if the replay overlay was just bugged there, but it said that Lee Sin's ultimate was on cooldown when he went in. I don't know if that's true. It could just be sometimes the cooldowns do bug on that overlay, so we'll give Xiaohao the benefit of the doubt, but if that was the case, then that is an absolute disaster. Weibo being pressed now. Baron in the pockets of LNG, and even though you denied the 3 grubs, this Tristana now gets a chance to do everything, and Ronaldo there for LNG, denying the engage from Xiaohao.
And you know, we might have kind of dubbed Weibo as the comeback hits coming into the series, but this one looks like a tough one to find a comeback from.
Oh no! Ward from Mark. That felt real scary. Xiaohu does not find his chance. The scout gets tier 2.
Yeah, okay, so they're actually putting some real damage onto Zika for once. Not able to commit, but still, they can just keep using this Baroned up cannon, throwing out all the AoE from Brand, and it makes it so hard for Lighter Xiaohu to walk up.
Let's see if they can... I mean, this cannon is just going to do all of the work. They could just sit here all day long. Finally, Senna can move up, but Zika will be gifted a flank if they keep moving in that direction. ZDZ and Zika both hitting each other, neither really doing much damage, but Zika trying to pull ZDZ towards his team, and the pressure at least will guarantee them a second tier 2. 1 bot, 1 mid lane. It's a great little Baron push from LNG.
And I do kind of want to like bring us back to the fact that, again, Weibo have been banning Senna every series so far. It's not something that Light really plays. It's not something we've seen this team lean on. And yeah, a bit of a bold decision to kind of bring it out, try it out here against LNG, and so far they're really paying for it.
Yeah, and I feel like the on-hit Varus as well from Gala, really working out fantastically on the 3 items, headed towards a GA as well. And the way that these fights are going, it is very front to back. Unless Xiaohao can disrupt it, it's very much a kind of front to back team fight. You've got a big tank to stack up your lethal tempo, or to stack up your Terminus on. Gala is loving the way these fights are played out.
Yeah, and like, I mean, he also has like Emilio right next to him healing. You have a Brand on the opposite side of you zoning everyone away. Like Asante right in front of him. Just the formation definitely is working out so far for LNG. So Weibo just gonna go back to just catching waves. But hey, we saw last game pretty much be decided by, you know, 1 significant team fight, then into Weibo being able to turn it into a second one. Dragon gonna come up in 50 seconds. We know they're gonna fight it. Will be their chance. But they are gonna have to be a lot more... I feel like active or even decisive is the wrong word because they were trying to make a play. It was just the angle was so hard to find.
They're going to have to be more good at the game
Better.
to pull this one off.
They're going to have to make LNG worse. There we go.
Well, we've seen it happen before in the LPL. Mind control is a common strategy in this league. Let's see if they can make it happen. It does feel like LNG have been mind controlling Xiaohu a little bit in this game, despite the early game bullying of Scout. It does feel like Scout has fully got back into things. And now Xiaohu trying to find his way back into the river here. 2 items on that Lee Sin, and he really could be the difference maker if he can find his moment. But LNG playing around it beautifully.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of what we're looking at right now, Zika is putting up tons of threat and still isn't taking up too much damage. Gala, he's engaging.
Oof. Not ideal, but look at the dragon is solo already. Xiao, this is your moment, and you've missed it. Knocked back and taken down. Jungle it down as LNG. They get the Dragon Soul, and they look for a fight as well. Zika gonna head them off, trying to deny the escape, trying to stop them, running away. Great shockwave, and the railgun on top, but it's just not enough damage, and the Ocean Soul already getting so much value for LNG across this fight. It'll be a bonus kill on the top side of the play, and that is 4 for nothing with a Soul on top.
Yeah, and Light definitely should not be able to hold this game all by himself. LNG, we expected it to go the distance much, but glad to see LNG show some more signs of life in this game too.
Yeah, great to see LNG showing their form, showing their quality in game number 2 of the series. And Weibo, their undefeated 5-game streak comes to an end. They are finally pushed to a 3-game series by LNG.
Yeah, and I mean, we didn't see them able to find a whole lot of opportunities. Again, you're playing Senna Oriana. You have a new Deer in topside, at least in jungle. There isn't like a whole lot of damage and burst that can come out in the early game. Weibo didn't care. They were still just completely sending it.
They certainly were. They were absolutely sending it. And I love to see it. I love that that fight started with Gala trying to engage himself, like,
it was crazy.
It just misses entirely. But then, you know, Xiaohao tries to steal the Drake. Just went pear-shaped. Weibo forced to game number 3, and I'm here for it. I cannot wait to see what these teams have up their sleeves after the break. welcome back everybody to the LPL as we head towards our final game of the day. It's Weibo and LNG going the distance here, and a very, very close second game with LNG taking control in the latter portions, and Weibo, honestly, I think overstepping in a few of those plays. But Lyric, let's find out who our MVP is for game number 2.
Yeah, coming. It's going to be Gala. I think this makes sense. Having a lot of really impactful piercing arrows on this. Faris was never afraid to go for it, especially as we saw in that last fight. I thought the man was going to get absolutely mauled when he just started running forward with the Chains of Corruption, but no, he was just taking down all the members of Weibo, taking down his former mid laner. And yeah, you know, a bit better from LNG in this game, able to abuse the missteps from Weibo, able to abuse, again, a comp that really felt like it shouldn't have been scrapping that early. And yeah, it's just nice to see, because I feel like Gala has been someone who has, like in the last game, right? In the game they just lost before this, shown like, hey, he can play off of his range advantages. He knows how to space very well. He's someone to put all your eggs into his basket. Really nice basket.
Yeah, he's great for eggs, it has to be said. They call him Eggs McGee in the industry. Yeah, quite a few great fights from LNG, and like you say, just very difficult for Weibo to move forwards at all. Gala pretty much free-firing the entire time, going for that on-hit Varus, being able to build up the lethal tempo, having Emilio to increase his range as well. Like, yeah. It really is. This kind of draft is the dream draft for an on-hit Varus, assuming you don't get caught by Lee Sin or walk onto the Orianna ball.
No, and LNG definitely did a lot better in terms of marking the members that need to keep track of right. Xiao continuously trying to find an angle onto that backline, but was never able to. So now it's about seeing if LNG can bring this momentum going forward. And on the side of Weibo, it's, again, we kind of highlighted the whole Senna thing not really being their strong suit. Not to even just put the blame on Light and saying he can't play Senna. I think you pointed out in our last cast, it's not like the mechanics behind Senna being difficult. It's about different kind of champion, different kind of composition for the team as a whole. So maybe leaning back on some of the things that they were doing in their past series, right? Bringing out some more of this early agency that they've been really good at. Funnily enough, not necessarily like finding leads off of, but able to use it in the mid game to claw their way back in.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, we've seen two very different versions of Light here. We had Light Draven, like getting a kill at level 1 and just snowballing. And then we've had Light Senna going lethality, only able to hit tanks and really unable to do anything. So hopefully there's some kind of middle ground there and we can have a reasonable game coming out from both sides. I'm hoping that we do get something a little less like one-dimensional coming out from Weibo, where they're able to have more of an impact. The Tom Kench as well didn't, like, it felt like Crisp, you know, you have to put yourself in harm's way as Tom Kench. That's how the champion works. You're saving your carries, but ultimately, with the comp that they were up against, like, there was so much CC that once he put himself in harm's way, there was no way out again.
Yeah, there really wasn't, and you could see there was multiple times where Weibo also tried to start off fights themselves, and a lot of times if it couldn't be the Lee Sin, it was like Chris trying to go in, find the knock-up on Tom Kench, and then yeah, being in a really weird spot. The Udyr just trying to run forward and find that stun, which can be done, but I feel like it's best when that is like a secondary form of threat or engage, right? Not one of the things you need to rely on to find a fight that you want.
Yeah, Udyr engage is not necessarily the optimum way of starting a fight in League of Legends. It's a little difficult to sometimes follow up on, especially when the man is running at the speed of light and the rest of you are playing normal League of Legends champions that move at normal speeds. Yeah, we'll see what the draft is going to look like. I'm curious if we get more like Lee Sin Kalista this style again. Like Light's Kalista is fantastic. Obviously, so far, things being banned away, denying that as an option, but we'll see if that could be open and on the table once again. But only time will tell. LNG as well, like I think Scout especially having a much better game. Obviously focused in the early game, there's only so much you can do about that, but then later on really coming into his own.
Yeah, definitely being able to find more of an impact in terms of putting on damage. But like you said, I mean, Xiao Hao and Xiao Hu really made it their mission to just keep him down, not let him get into the game whatsoever. But I do hope we keep similar bans going to the 6th game, right? Because it's been kind of fun that we've had to pivot off of just Lucian versus Varus every single game. And also opens up for like, hey, instead of going for a center, right, if you're playing into a Varus, maybe we go back to the Misfortune that we saw earlier in the split, or we get some of these mage bot laners coming back out. I think it was FPX who brought out the Swain. We also have had things like Ziggs coming on through. So yeah, there's definitely have been a lot of options that we've seen when these bans go at the table. So I think this game 3 can open up more opportunities for that.
Yeah, definitely. I'm especially the Misfortune. I'm well up for that because I don't know if you've bumped into it in solo queue, but lethality Misfortune is absolutely terrifying right now. If you get a kill or two, that ultimate just shreds everybody on the enemy team. So even tanks like really struggle to deal with the damage that ult brings out unless someone can interrupt you. I'll have to find out how this one's going to go down, what the draft is going to look like. We're on stage though. Apparently there was a minor delay, but we should be ready to jump in shortly between the two teams. And in fact, that looks like, yeah, we're beginning our draft. LNG on the blue side this time. Let's see how this one's going to pan out. And
wow,
well, the Draven taken away, the Kalista Airport taken away, the Varus is gone. Do we see an Ashe ban? Can we see an Ashe ban? I was going to go into Auctioneer there, but I don't really know what else to say off the back of...
You know, no,
Crazy one Ricard ban.
This is actually set up for the worst timeline of if all the bans are everything except the Lucian Nami versus Aphelios Melio, and we just end up back where we started. Please, Mudge, no.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind the Lucian too much, honestly, because at least you kind of got to make things happen.
There we go.
Yes, Aphelios ban. We like that. We like that. I feel like this has to be either a Lucian or a Melio ban. I would assume a Lucian ban, right? But maybe not. Maybe you just ignore it entirely.
And we're going to find out now, because again, we have had a lot of other things brought out.
Light likes Caitlyn. What if it's another Melio Caitlyn angle? We've seen it a couple of times. It's not really looked that good, but I think that the teams didn't really play around it particularly well. If you play for towers, Caitlyn can be really strong right now.
Yeah, Caitlyn, like you said, we've seen a lot. Obviously, we've had the Rammus, we've had things like the Zeri Lulu come through. So now this is uncharted territories for all of us.
Oh no, it's Yubi Rammus again. Okay, it's set it. It's fine. I had flashbacks there for a second.
I want to see the Rammus bot again. I believe it can work. You know, maybe it would be better with the Senna over the Yumi, but yeah, Ultra Prime definitely didn't make it work. Would love to see it again. But we get to see the Senna coming through for LNG this time. So going to see how LNG want to pivot around it. And a lot of conversation coming from Light. And especially now that we're kind of down into the trenches in terms of like 80, like, you know, we're at like the tier 3 80 carry marks with the meta, right? I like going towards some of these other things first, picking up the Cassante here. They probably don't want to save 80 carry for second rotation, though. That does leave you to potentially get pinched out even more.
Yeah. Even stuff like the Xayah is kind of taken off the board by the fact that Rakan is not going to be in the on the table. I mean, you know, Zeri, open and available, could be an option. Ezreal, things like this. But like you say, prioritizing the more powerful picks that are available, especially since Senna's already taken. So Mark is going to go for the Tahm Kench. Fairly expected there. I wouldn't be too surprised to see a jungler locked in as well. Or maybe even the Udyr, since Cassante's already locked.
Yeah, Udyr would definitely stand out to me. We even have things like the Maokai still present. Azir, something that we haven't seen linked on really at all so far in this series. So Scout going to get his hands on that. And for me, it's like, okay, Weibo, it's going to be really hard the longer this game goes, considering you're playing up against a Senna and Azir. So I think kind of bringing their bot lane in line with something that can find a lead, can generate an advantage, whether they want to go with like poke supports and us seeing like things like the Ezreal Karma earlier. Brand is something that would play into it well, assuming it isn't Rel going bot. I feel like so many supports love putting the Rel into the TK, despite the fact that sure, like there's a shield break there. It doesn't feel like it actually brings you that much advantage. But you go way back to when Tahm Kench initially got released, and you were getting tons of Brand supports coming out to go up against him. Really just makes his life a living hell.
I don't think he'll be the Brand support. I think it's going to be Brand jungle, to be honest. I remember the #1 counter in my mind for the Tahm Kench is Blitzcrank. Like, he eats someone, you get a double hook, he shields, you de-shield him. Like, I don't know. It feels very hard to play time catching that scenario. Anyway, it's not going to be the Blitzcrank, so I'll move on. Udyr taken off the board. We did consider that as an option for LNG before the bans, but now it's not been picked. Weibo are immediately going to get rid as the Tristana taken away from Xiaohu as well.
Yeah, to me, assuming that they're going to keep going under the assumption that Brand's jungle, right, you're either banning out LeBlanc here or even potentially Yone. I think I've seen Xiaohu played a few times in solo queue, even if it's not something we really know him a ton for. That's if they wanted to go for that mixed damage and try and set up a really bursty combo in that 2v2. But now, a lot is going to be revealed in terms of where some of these picks are going. Unless Weibo just locked in an AD carry here, then we're still going to be waiting in anticipation.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, even if they lock in an AD carry, I'm still in anticipation of what that is going to be. I really have no idea what direction they'll go. It is the Corki for Xiaohu. So none too surprising there. Corki versus Azir mid. Who could have seen this coming? It's now LNG looking for the jungler. And they've got to pick up what they're going to go against with this Cassante.
Yeah. I mean, right, we still have things like the Aatrox open. Oh, actually, no, sorry. Aatrox taken off the board. Gnar being there, Rumble. Those kind of being the two big ones, which they've obviously already both
Gwen
shown.
as well.
I feel like we haven't really been seeing a whole lot. Hell, we've only had one Gwen pick so far.
Yeah.
Here in the LPL, so not too much to go off of.
Oh, go on, Light. Do it for the TikTok.
Honestly, I don't even know what I'd like to see here. Again, with like kind of how far out of the realms of what we're seeing played and like picked up on a daily basis with all these AD carry bans. It is actually madness. He's gonna go with the Kai'Sa, so that does set up for the brand to definitely be in the jungle. Gonna look for some of these all-ins, but right for Weibo, I think we're definitely looking a lot more at them playing 5v5 around the early objective timers. That's what feels like where they will be most powerful. So trying to guarantee that first dragon, maybe even dedicating Xiaohu up to playing around grubs and maybe like rotating Crisp up at that time, since you know Gala and Mark won't be able to put a ton of pressure down in that 2v2. So LNG have a lot of scaling advantages there, do have a lot of setup to look for potential plays, and later on they'll be able to lean on the pressure that the Gnar's putting up insides.
So I've got a fun little factoid for you, Lyric. This is only the second game of Kai'Sa so far this split, and the first game was a loss, which means in the 2024 LPL, Kai'Sa is as successful as an AD carry as Rammus is. That's the timeline that we're living in, and I think they're hoping that they're going to change that timeline now as we go for the Kai'Sa up against Senna down in that bottom side. Definitely an interesting draft, changing styles a little bit. The brand jungle coming out once again, and we'll see how this game 3 is going to go down. Very quiet early games in our first two, but I'm hoping with some of these tools, we've got the Maokai to start plays, we've got the Gnar that can maybe bully in the top side. There's space for some exciting gameplay.
I'm also just interested, right? Because you have a champion like Corki who usually does want to like kind of lean back. Brand as well have like a bit of space to just be able to throw up those spells. But the rest of your composition just about full sending it. So I definitely expect us to see a much more aggressive Xiaohu and Xiaohao coming out this game.
Definitely agree with that one. On the other side, LNG, I feel like they're going to have a very different style of Senna to what we saw from Weibo last game, right? Weibo kind of being quite aggressive with this Senna, not really waiting to scale up. I feel like we're going to see a very different version here from Gala. You've got an Azir alongside you. You're playing for late game, front to back. I mean, the composition from LNG just screams teamfight at you. And in the break, we were talking about this Azir pick, and we were saying how we want scaling from the Senna. And you were literally saying to me, I'd love to see more Azir with Hail of Blades so that you've got a little bit more early and mid-game presence from your mid laner to allow Senna to scale up. Well, LNG, I've given you it with a bow on
You're
top.
right. It's actually, I didn't even realize this is literally what we just talked about. But yeah, I feel like, Azir's been hit so many times over the years, just being a staple in pro play, that a lot of the early and like mid-game power that like used to have more of that, right? Even if he always has been more of like a scaling mage, feels like definitely more has died over the years, and Hail of Blades makes up for that a little bit. Going to be able to go for a lot of these nice trades, try and supplement some of that damage. I also really want to highlight that Zika can have a big impact in this game on that Gnar. The longer we go, you really don't have any great answers to him on sides coming out from Weibo.
Oh, Gala might have stepped up a little bit too far here. Knock up big damage and already a cleanse burnt on that center, but a good retrade on the backside of it. And Crisp burning down with the ignite. He'll walk away with his life, but man, what looked like such a good trade for Weibo goes disastrously in the end.
I'm not able to pull it through, and Mark and Gala still sitting at full health bars. They're going to have that sustain coming through from the fleet, from Gala's Qs in general. So they're feeling like they're in a great spot. Still, Weibo able to hit level 2 first, so they will maintain control over the lane. And right, having pressure bot, having pressure in mid, enabling this Fran is really what they're going to be built off of.
Certainly is. I'm looking towards the Gnar, though. You mentioned already, Zika has the ability to have a big impact on this game. Like, in the matchup, especially when you're mini Gnar, you have a lot of space to try and hit that tower. If Weiwei uses that priority up top, and if Scout can get priority in the mid lane as well, you have a lot of space to go for early grubs, and Gnar will use those grubs so well across the course of the game in a side lane. There's a lot of potential for great macro and map play out from LNG later on if they can stack up some of those grubs.
Yeah, and I kind of want to keep the focus on top lane just for a second, even though we're not going to see anything happen there at all, just to point out that, like, we have also seen more Gnars start taking Ghost into matchups, even against Cassante as well, because it's going to be very easy. Mini Gnar, if Zika even gives a slight window where he isn't already whittling him down, you pop the Ghost, you can land that Q3, and then even with the flash, like you said, it's so hard to escape these top laners that are running Ghost right now.
Yeah, it's really difficult, especially if you're sort of in the middle of the lane. There's so much of top lane to chase you down over. And most of them, like Cassante, Udyr, they're quite happy to go for a dive. They're quite happy to tank like 3, 4, maybe even 5 tower shots, especially a little bit later on in the laning phase. So it can become an incredibly difficult situation. Gnar, on the other hand, does have the hop as well. So a lot of the time you are a little bit safer. So Zika is going to go with the flash. The one thing I will say is for Gnar, the flash in a team fight later on becomes invaluable.
Oh, I mean, I agree, yeah. It does feel game-changing, which obviously for LNG, they are playing for those moments. They're completely fine with Weiwei just full clearing his jungle, shadowing for some of his lanes, just trying to make sure that nothing goes awry. Scout going to do a nice job trying to hold this wave here.
That cost him a lot of HP. That's a third of his HP to hold that wave there. So Scout does have a health potion in his pocket, so should be able to sustain up a little bit. Xiaohao gonna get aggressed upon by Weiwei. Has the phase rush, so he can sort of get away with it. Although the electrocute was procced by Xiaohao as well.
Not a whole lot of mana for Xiaohu, though. So I think even tanking some of that HP for Scout is worth. Like, sure, you have the cookie there for Xiaohu to get that back, but is gonna have to go for the reset. Now it gives him a better position to play off this wave from, with Xiaohu not having TP.
Yeah. I'm kind of surprised to see Zika going for the fleet footwork rather than grasp in this matchup. Like, you know, I'm not a top laner. I don't know this matchup super well. I'm not going to claim to be a Gnar versus Cassante expert, but you'd think you'll have quite a lot of opportunity to just get those autos in and proc yourself a grasp, build up some HP over the course of the game. But I suppose wanting that sustain, make sure he stays healthy.
I feel like it's the movement speed too. The movement speed's so important because, again, you could very easily get run down in this top lane matchup as the Gnar. I know we've seen it this split. Sadly, we just have so many games with like so many similar drafts. You know, I can't remember when it happened, but definitely have seen a Cassante with Ghost solo kill a Gnar who didn't bring Ghost. Regretted it.
Yep, definitely a potential option. Double support items once again from the LNG bottom lane. Light, though, not going to go for the support item on the Kai'Sa. Instead, going to go for the Cull. Kind of the opposite strategy here. Well, I guess it's kind of... Fundamentally, it's a similar idea, right? You're essentially going for an economic play. Scout forcing out the Valkyrie in the mid lane there. But it does mean Light will be able to farm all game long, whereas Gala will not. Well, I guess he will, but just reduced gold.
Yeah, so still both going to be definitely generating gold early on. Scout now has Emperor's Divide, which always sets up for the plays to come out, but he definitely didn't expect Xiaohao to be waiting in the wings. Looks like Weibo trying to set up some kind of pressure on bot lane to lean in and maybe relieve this push coming out on top of Crisp and Light, because that is a massive wave.
Yeah, huge wave there. But Light will be there to clean things up. LNG could use the wave, though, to grab themselves a Drake in this early game. Slow and steady wins the race for LNG here, and their draft really screams that at you. They are playing for the long game. Crisp, potentially trying to move in here. Just takes a huge chunk for his trouble, though, but might be able to reset this Drake, and LNG actually forced away by this.
Yeah, great movement coming out from Weibo. Even Xiaohu leaned down a little bit. I wonder if that played into it at all, because you can see Scout doesn't have any vision around his lane for himself. It is all in Weibo's favor. And for Weibo, this makes sense, right? You don't necessarily want to fight right now. Despite the fact that their comp, I feel like, does come online a little bit earlier, it's still about playing around those package timings. Still about setting up for those big moments for you to really just spread LNG apart in a team fight.
Yeah, waiting for those big moments, but enough anyway that they could dissuade anything. And that's all they needed. That's all they needed, just playing slow. LNG did get the first 3 grubs. They'll be spawning in another minute and a half. They would have loved to get that Drake, just so that they can then set up on the top side for the second grub spawn, but I wonder if we do see LNG focusing really hard on trying to get that second round of grubs, or if they'll perhaps trade instead and go for the Drake. I wonder if Weibo as well will contest in a big way.
I think at this point, when first Drake hasn't been taken super early, if we get to a circumstance where it's like, okay, we're giving up first Drake for second grubs, I think that is, you know, for LNG, that'd be great. Like you pointed out, having that Gnar, he's going to be hitting turret, like the opportunity's there. And hell, I guess if Weibo or LNG take it any earlier, then it probably won't have to come to a trade. They're waiting 50 seconds right now on the next spawns.
We'll see if anyone's able to grab those grubs. I'm sure someone will go for it. But I've got to be honest, I don't expect a big fight for them. Lyric, this series has set itself up for a slow burn, right? It's been a slow burn kind of series, and generally speaking, in my experience of the LPL, the longer a series goes on, the slower the games get as well, especially the early games. So I feel like this one could even be slower than the other two, which really is saying something. The record for the latest first blood in the LPL is 33 minutes in. Xiaohao wanted to make sure that they're not on that record. Scout getting a knockback onto Xiaohu in the mid lane. The roots are going to hit, actually. And there we go. All we had to do was say the record, and we instantly cursed it. Scout grabbing first blood.
Not using that flash, not expecting the follow-up to be there from Weiwei. And it was there incredibly fast. So nice play coming out from LNG, which is now going to let them pivot back down towards the spot side. Looks like that's where they're going to be leaning towards with how aggressively their bot lane's fighting. They might even find Crisp.
Oh, Crisp has, in fact, been found, but the crash down does get him out to safety. In the meantime, Xiaohao up in the top side will get these grubs. So it is, I was going to say it is going to be a trade, the grubs for the Drake, but actually the Drake not going to go down. So 3 grubs apiece here. Great engage from Scout.
Yeah. Gets pushed over, now starts seeing the roots, doesn't even have time to flash after that, right? Before that, not even having to read. That way he was going to go for that play. Xiaohu himself didn't have vision in that brush. But I'm really surprised that LNG weren't the team to lean up into the grubs. Really feels like the 6 would have been massive for them. As we can see, right, Zika still just doing so much work in this 1v1.
Yeah, feeling fantastic for Zika. Xiaohao moving up, but spotted on a ward, so Zika should be relatively safe here. In fact, toying with the idea that maybe Xiaohao's sticking around for a plate. He's not going to be spotted on the Tribrush ward, or at least spotted that he's not there on the ward. Light could be in trouble, though. Flash immediately, followed by a top flash, and gobbled up. Mark is feeling aggressive. The root comes in. The Q is there. They don't have the damage. Oh, but Gala flashing under the tower. 3 summoners, but a kill nonetheless.
Mark catching Light sleeping there. My God. Finds the opportunity, and now be able to get just even more plates taking this bot lane. We haven't hit on gold yet. It's a 2k gold lead for LNG so far. Not unfamiliar territory to Weibo, but I definitely feel like we're seeing LNG a lot more on point in this third game than, you know, out of the 2 teams.
We certainly are. Big gold lead built up in that top side. You can see CS deficit, but I believe a couple of plates taken as well by Zika. We've just seen a plate taken at the bottom side. A kill there as well. A kill for Scout in the mid lane. It's all looking pretty good as Crisp rooted up. Gala wanted to get aggressive. He really wanted to reset, though, I think, at this point.
Yeah.
Denied that by Crisp.
Not gonna be able to go for the reset, but at least finally a dragon. But again, I feel like we've seen a lot of these like later first strikes not be super impactful. But I guess with the fact that the grubs end up being a wash kind of just equalizes everything. Oh,
that was a bit of a weird one between the mid laners. Oh my goodness. Xiaohu decides he doesn't want this fight anymore. I think Scout ulted just a split second too early.
That's what it
looked like. The package was
like.
still in play.
Yeah, gonna go back to the replay here. Spot them walking over, come in, has to burn the flash right away. It was a very nice flash, but doesn't account for Mark being able to follow up, swallow him whole. And I didn't think LNG were gonna get it, but in the end, Gala flashes to guarantee shield from the Guardian there too, to make sure that the damage from turret is minimized. Just nice things to see from, again, this like old reunited bot lane duo of Gala and Mark.
Yeah. Yeah, it feels good to... Oh, that was a big one.
That was a big one.
I don't think it would have killed, but you never know. Corki does surprising damage sometimes. And we'll get his reset off in the end. Yeah, exciting stuff here from LNG. And I love to see the aggression, right? You see the window, like this is Senna Tom Kench. This is not a bot lane duo that's known for being aggressive. But like any AD carry support combo, if you give them an opportunity and they are good players, there is a window for a kill. There is a window for aggression. And I love that Gala and Mark, even on the center Tom Kench, are looking for those opportunities.
I also think Tom Kench, especially can, set up to be a bit more of an aggressive champion to be able to go in and look for those opportunities. But like you said, it doesn't really matter what you're playing. You got to be willing to go in while the iron is hot. They were. And now kind of looking at where we're at in terms of items, Weibo having some key ones, right? Xiaohu with Liandry's especially, that's when Brand really just starts to lay down the punishment. But we're getting close to first break points for LNG as well.
Oh, some big damage.
There's
trying to walk in there. We've got an all-in on the bottom side. Zika, mini Gnar, doesn't even have anything in the Gnar bar. The Q3 dodged away from CDZ, goes underneath the tower. But he ain't scared. Gets the shield for the tower shot as well. And a solo kill for ZDZ in the top side.
And right, once you pop that all out, you have the increased damages coming through. He already has the Iceborne Gauntlet, which is going to enable him even more. Just so hard as mini Gnar to feel safe in that 1v1. ZDZ does have TP if Weibo opted into trying to contest this, but looks like the answer is no so far. Zika would also be able to join too.
I think this might just be LNG taking it, but then again, Weibo showing some presence. Mark and Gala split from their team, but a TP means Weibo suddenly in quite an awkward position to take this fight. Herald down to 1,000 as it's taken in the end. Weibo grabbed the Herald. I don't think they'll get the eye, and I don't think they'll get a fight either. They're trying to flee for their lives, but the slow comes down onto Xiaohu. Zika can't quite chase it. Xiaohu Valkyries to safety. Weibo, bit of a hit and run on Herald. Take down the objective, can't grab the eye, but deny it from LNG.
And look at the mini-map. ZDZ instantly TPs bot to at least guarantee that they get something out of this. It looks like it'll potentially... Okay, no. So Weibo will be able to defend. So it feels weird to call it a net... Okay, good. I was going to say... God, that almost gave me flashbacks to Yagal the other day. Like, that was not pretty.
We don't talk about that. We don't talk about that. Oh dear! Just as he turned mini Gnar, finds the opportunity. Really nice for CDC.
Exactly, just great timing. Has you out there. I thought maybe once he missed the Q3 he wouldn't be able to, but with the fact that he does have the Spellblade damage as well coming from that Iceborne Gauntlet, just being able to run him down. So. Yeah, it feels weird to say that Weibo came out on top in terms of that last play, but I guess they technically did. They got a tower?
Yeah, I'd say they did. Oh, I don't think they'll come out on top of this play, though. Xiaohu has the flash, but no way out of this one. What is that damage onto Scout? I mean, I guess he took a turret shot as well. Well, that's pre-Malignant. He's already starting to hit. There's now the counterplay on the bottom side of the map. Weibo want a solo laner of their own. Zika gets a knockback, but knocked back himself. And will be taken down. Xiaohu grabbing himself the kill credit for that one. Definitely the right target to be getting the gold.
Exactly. I love just the small things, the discipline coming out from Weibo there to make sure that it goes onto the brand. He's going to be one of the people who are going to be dealing the big damage in this game. As you see Light now with the Kraken Slayer going one of the more traditional Kai'Sa builds that we've seen. I think Light is the one I'm most interested to see how he finds an impact in this game. Yeah. But definitely Xiao Hao feels like he's going to be the big damage dealer on the side of Weibo.
I feel like Light has the opportunity to change the meta in the LPL here. If he has a big pop-off game on the Kai'Sa, not only will it be popping off on Kai'Sa against Gala, who's one of our best modern Kai'Sas, but also just showing that Kai'Sa's still viable, right? Like, we've really not seen much Kai'Sa at all this year.
Yeah.
This is literally the second game of Kai'Sa. Going for the Kraken Slayer. It, like, can be an AD carry that can function extremely well in these kind of front-to-back situations. However, quite low range. You're against a Senna and an Azir.
Yeah.
It's going to be tough.
And even playing like the assassination kind of route, jump to the back line, like there's a Tahm Kench, there is a Maokai, there's an Emperor's Divide. There's so many things to stop that as Weibo.
Yeah, we've got a TP with the package. LNG have taken.
Oh!
What a crash down across everyone. But is there any follow-up from the rest of the team? There's the package. But he's totally alone. This is a disaster for Weibo. Shields across the team. They finally... No, they don't even get Scout. He's gobbled up by Mark. Light, you got to do something, and he does. Finds himself a shutdown onto the mid lane, but it's traded 1-for-1 here. And in fact, 2-for-1. Weibo, they're falling apart. Gala now chasing down, has the slow. ZDC 1 HP, but Light gets a bit of damage back onto Gala. They're burning. The W comes in. A weird one from Weibo. They lose the Drake, and then a bizarre fight to follow.
Yeah, LNG still just clawing out, just winning a battle of inches. But this to me is like where the idea from Weibo is amazing. The timing, the execution just slightly off. A lot of it being Xiaohu was still so far when Chris has to go for the engagement. Like, this was the perfect time for Rel to go in. I feel like he should have waited the package, but that might have been too long. Because with where he starts it, he ends right in the middle. He gets snarled. Like there's nothing you could do there. I think other than either get to the fight sooner or hold the package a bit longer, be able to actually fly across the screen and get yourself in safe range. But that's not what happened, and it led us to all these shenanigans where Gala is just untouched the whole time.
There was a route that came out from Gala there that was like an
so
inch
close
away from hitting them, and they're grouped together at that point.
Yeah.
If the route hits, it hits everyone. That would have been devastating. I mean, honestly, if that route hits, that might be the play that kind of breaks the game open for LNG. Luckily for Weibo, it didn't hit. At the end of the day, doesn't matter what nearly happened, all that matters is what actually happened. Xiaohu is looking to make it happen onto Gala. Both solo laners find solo kills simultaneously here. Now Zika wanting one of his own onto ZDZ. The Q3 knockback, and this is Cassante. Oh god, he's Cassanting all over him. Zika dodges away from the Q3. It couldn't have been closer.
That would have been madness. Madness if ZDZ pulled that one out, but now with those two deaths, they can look for the siege in mid, trying to dissuade it with Weiwei's ult, but this Maokai ult is not going to do anything to stop the push coming through from Weibo. And again, this team is so frustrating. I love them. They keep finding these opportunities when they really should feel more down and out in the game. ZDZ going to run him down with the all out. Great job dodging out on the Emperor's Divide here. Does he only miss one Q? I think, yeah, okay, so he only...
It's his next Q that he misses.
Yeah.
If that hits, I think it's a kill.
I think so too.
That would have been a 2v1 against both solo laners. That's insane, man.
Even the Xiaohu damage in mid was very surprising. Obviously now does have the Malignance, which is you know where people really start to big up this Corki and when he gets strong. And I'm kind of two minds in terms of this result, right? Whichever team wins, whatever. But at the same time, I kind of want Corki to keep failing in the LPL. you know what I mean? If Corki keeps losing, maybe that means we don't get any Corki anymore. Yeah.
True. Yeah, maybe we need Weibo to lose this game just to you know, put that final little scratch in the gravestone of Corki mid.
Yeah,
we can dream, but I don't think it's happening, Lyric. I think regardless of this result.
Exactly. If people can keep playing Oriana like with that result, they're going to keep going forever.
Yeah, we can dream, but I don't think it's happening. Scout shown over towards the Baron area, but I don't think Weibo believe anything's going on right now. 21 minutes on the clock. It's a Drake apiece with one spawning in a minute's time. I feel like both teams as well, very quick at taking the Baron down. Like the Kai'Sa incredibly quick at that. Xiaohu as well, not bad at shredding it, but then the Brand obviously just burns through it. But then Azir on the other side as well, very, very good. Taking the Baron down, Wei in a bit of an awkward spot, but they'll be okay. They don't want to overcommit to a tank.
Yeah, and you can see LNG leaned back into side. Scout just pushed that wave up and top. It's going to have to be answered. Zika still down there now with the TP. So Weibo were really hoping to find some kind of, you know, even if not like a full-on fight, get some kind of engage, try to force that Gnar up here. Ooh. But now they're going to have to go for resets.
I love this. Just 2 minutes. Your Azir is really the only one that's doing any significant Baron damage anyway. They did get spotted, unfortunately.
And they're just,
but hey,
like,
I like the idea.
They're also keeping more time where the Gnar just gets to push for free. I mean, now that wave, they're actively losing gold in experience in bot side, and now that's what Dragon on the table.
Really nice little macro play there from LNG, like you say, just robbing Weibo of gold and XP. Drake spawning on the map, ZDZ and Xiaohao in the area. They'll be able to go for this crab to make sure that they clear any wards in the area with the Void Crabbies, and they'll be able to get onto the Drake themselves.
Oh, and this is nice, because now they have Dragon, but as we saw, right, Xiaohu having the package, they might be able to lean up for an aggressive, you know, kind of bait around Baron. Doesn't look like they're setting up for anything like that, but would have been a pretty nice use of the timer that they have.
I'm going to go for anything, though. And I feel like both teams have kind of just accepted the reality of this series and said, look, guys, we're going a late game. It's just who we are. This is how we're playing the game today. And they've certainly got the carries for it. One of the things I'm going to be looking at in the late game, though, honestly, is how much does Xiaohu really do? Like, I don't think the result of this series will change much, but maybe how Xiaohu plays it, because we've seen some Corkis that really, really just devastate teams. But I'd say on average, we've seen Corkis that do very, very little in the fight. I
feel like we've seen a lot of LPL Corkis full send, which is great to watch, but is like not great for the Corki's chance of winning the fight.
Yeah, it's also just not what this build is designed to do. Like,
no, not at all.
Oh, good flash from Scout. Predicts the flash from Xiaohao. Jungle it down. That's going to be Baron for LNG.
And this is just rough now. I mean, you still have the poke to kind of play with and try and whittle them down, but I think LNG should be able to get this just fine. Looking at Chris.
Xiaohu looking for rockets here. 7k on the Baron. There is no smite on the side of Weibo, so the objective should go to LNG. We're looking at the fight, but even that is a 4v5. Baron taken, and now Weibo just in a straight up 4v5. Rockets coming on through. ZDZ pulls someone out of the pit. They're trying to find these fights, but Chris getting whittled down here. Mark gobbles up his teammate, trying to save him as Chris will fall. Weiwei still going on this one as everybody's slowly falling down, but it's LNG still winning out.
LNG pick up the Baron, they pick up the fight, and we've already seen that Zik has been being a menace inside. Scout's been maintaining this pressure on top. They're going to be able to do a lot with this buff as Weibo.
Well, that's embarrassing.
Yeah. Lichbane now picked up by Scout. It's going to be a pretty nice fight, because we're going to get to see here, you hit the nail on the head, right? It's a 4v5. It's such a tough situation. I kind of feel like Chris had to go in and look for the big Magnet Storm a little bit earlier, not able to win out against the Baron. And then here, we can just see, right, Zika, Gala, just whittling them down. ZDZ trying to do his best on the back line. And my god, I actually wasn't paying too much attention to Cassante, but still, hell of a lot of damage coming out from ZDZ, but it's not enough in the end.
Yeah, ZDZ's doing a lot in these fights, and honestly, Mark kind of got hung out to dry there. Like, flashed over the wall to help his teammate, who then just dashed back the other direction. And suddenly Mark's in a 1v1 against a Cassante. Not ideal, but still. The gold now, what, 5,000 in favor of LNG. They've got a Baron, they got the 3 grubs, so every time they're hitting these towers, they're doing that extra bit of damage. They didn't manage to get that 3rd Drake, though. So Drake, not really the objective that they care that much about this game. They'll probably take it as a consolation prize. But realistically, They want to get sieging with this Baron, and the roots are going to set up for exactly that. Ooh, the root on Corki's kind of huge, and that's some big old damage coming out from Gala at this stage.
And I'm Gala 97 stacks right now, right? He's getting massive. He's going to be... there actually isn't really going to be any great person on the side of Weibo to deal with the Senna. I guess you're kind of hoping ZDZ finds access, maybe sets up for Light to be able to jump in as well, and you can just take her down. But when you're next to the top Kench, when you have the Maokai there, there's just so many tools to really shut down this Kaisa, which felt like it'd have to play up more as like a cleanup AD carry into the comp it's playing against.
Does feel challenging. And I mean, this is the strength of the composition. We said it right at the start that LNG, you know, with a Senate and with an Azir, the longer the game goes on, the slower you can play it, the better you're going to feel about the situation. But honestly, I don't even feel like this was just LNG, you know, conceding everything in the early game and allowing Weibo to take control. They contested just enough, put enough pressure on that Weibo couldn't find advantages, and have still been able to slowly but surely scale into things. And this Kaisa pick for Light, the answer that they found after so many AD carries were banned, it does not feel like it's finding its way into the game.
Exactly, and I kind of going back to what you said as well, is even just build like what they built the rest of the comp with, like having the Azir Hail Blades as compared to the Orianna, having the Gnar instead of the Udyr in topside, so you have like a lot more threat this game than it felt like Weibo had in their previous one. But even just on top of the play, right? Mark looking for those opportunities bot side, forcing Light out when he was making mistakes. This feels like it's going to be a potential last stand for Weibo.
Package TP from Xiaohu arrives on the scene. And you're absolutely right. I think this is the last ditch effort. Ooh, big damage onto Gala. Follow up rocket dodge though. Gala taken down to half now, but he does have a lot of sustain on that center. Drake taken by Weibo. That is soul point for them. It is a big pickup if they can continue to survive the game. Package going to be used by Xiaohu to get into the base. Without Baron up, there's really no siege potential against this Corki. He can clear the wave so easily.
Yeah, they're going to have to look for an engage, which is what they're doing.
Yeah, the roots come on in, and actually they're just going to shred this tower. The cannon alone is enough. And now LNG, they take the inhib tower mid, and it looks like they'll walk away with their lives. Crisp is trying to find an angle, trying to find a flank, but it's just not going to happen. And now towards the bottom side, LNG go. They are systematically just walking around the map and picking up all of this standing gold.
Yeah, doing a nice job. Like we said, this in their last series win was kind of where it looks more reminiscent to, honestly, kind of the last few iterations of LNG and how they were playing is, wow. Crisp. Okay, just getting some deep vision in there. I was hoping he was going to actually go for what would have been the most insane flank. Not only come from a crazy distance behind them, but also just actively go around the whole map.
We call that the safari flank, where you go for the tour first, check out all the wildlife.
It would have been an absolute banger, but in the end decides not to. And I mean, right, we're 8k gold up. It really should feel sealed for the side of LNG, but if Weibo can manage to buy time, especially if they can wait out this Baron that LNG are going to want to take, they actually might have enough, right? If they can wait for that next package timing and play for a soul. It's really easy to say that. I don't think it should be doable.
It does feel like a bit of a challenge, doesn't it? It does feel like LNG just have control at this point, despite the Drake going the way of Weibo. The amount that they lost to get that Drake doesn't feel massively worth it. Question is, can they get onto Gala? Crisp is here, and ZDZ on a safari flank himself. And he's found a bird. The aviary comes up big for them. Scout taken down, another huge pick onto the LNG mid laner. Xiaohu will not give him a break today. And now Weibo with a pick onto the mid laner. Is it enough? They lost so much HP.
They're so afraid of this set on the range that Gala's playing with. They can't deal with it. But look at the minimap. Zika is being such a nuisance. Pushes top, pushes mid. They have to go for these resets and they're getting canceled.
Oh no, this is going to be kills right here. Crisp goes in just to try and start something, but he's taken down. And Weibo with greedy recalls are punished, heavily losing their support. And suddenly the Baron is wide open for LNG. TP up for Scout, who's up in 12 seconds time.
In a play that looked like it might have been that swing, might have been a push towards the Baron, They just can't deal with the Sen at this point. She's just too big. It's chunked out. Now it's going to be Baron for the side of LNG, and they can keep that siege going like they were before.
It's an unmitigated disaster for Weibo. The series started so well, but the longer it's gone on, the worse it has looked. And now a 9,000 gold lead for LNG. Zika has been cruising through this game. He's got a 500 gold bounty at this point.
Yeah, just doing a great job at keeping that pressure up on the map and making Weibo have to make difficult decisions. Like we said, Gala just being able to play off that range. Sadly, Chris ends up missing with the stun coming through, and then once Sonar gets involved, it is done and dusted now. Getting even more completed items right before the replay. Scout finishing off the death cap feels like a big one, but even this Edge of Night for the Gnar. My God, like Xiaohu, none of these guys can face him.
They really can't. They really, really can't. 4 items with a bit of lethality. It's a terrifying side laner to have to go up against. And I mean, he can kind of just chill as well. Like, so long as he doesn't step way too far out of position and get collapsed upon. But even if he does, like, the pressure from the rest of this team, it feels incredibly difficult to find any meaningful punish. Even if you get the kill onto the Gnar, they're going to take your entire base. It's a Senna and an Azir.
And they have so much disengaged, so much like space that they can control. It allows for Zika to just play that way. They're going to keep going as we see Xiaohu really being the true damage dealer. Have to keep hitting those rockets because, as we just saw, Gala's going to hit Q, and a lot of that HP is going to come right back. Yeah.
I feel like on a lot of casts, I'll throw to like, what's the last-ditch window of opportunity for Weibo? But honestly, you know, these are grown-ups. These are proper teams. They don't get last ditch. They need a miracle if they're going to come back into this one. LNG, they have them by the short and curlies right now. And Weibo, unless they can find some kind of ridiculousness, this is over. LNG in complete and utter control. And this could be the last ditch attempt here. You asked for a package timing. Well, Xiaohu's waiting in the base. I'm assuming that's for the package. TP available for him. But I don't think Weibo can pull the trigger.
Not going to go for it, and I guess, to be fair, this is going to push LNG to have to be more proactive. I was wondering if they'd send Gnar up to top side, have him answer that wave, and try and play out through that setup to try and break all the inhibitors at a similar time. But Gala is just... again, it just feels like Weibo don't really have the ways to deal with them. It's going to be up to this package and what Xiaohu can set up.
Here we go. Package, TP, the Safari flank once more goes to the Wolf Enclosure first. But here we go, the root's committed, it's already over. It's already over. Xiaohu's too late to the play. The rail gonna cross the team as Chris goes down. Xiaohu arrives, big damage on Scout, but can they finish the job? The burn comes on through, and they find one. Can they keep the game alive? Xiaohu versus the world. The Malignants burning away at the minion wave, as well as Xiaohu desperately tries to clear them. The Baron buff has just timed out. The minion wave's no longer tanky enough, and somehow Weibo have kept themselves in the game.
That is ridiculous. Like you said, once the first member went down before the flank even came through, it looked like Weibo were going to have no chances, but they buy a bit more time. Still 10k gold deficit. Their base in shambles. But hey, at least you have a base. Even if it is in shambles. As we're going to see here, right, just able to find the CC onto ZDZ, chain it into the Maokai coming through. But this Corki package, it actually didn't get layered across everybody. Does cut them off and leave them in the space, but right there, yeah, the Brandol going huge. That finds the explosions to be able to finish Scout off. And having enough damage there from, you know, Xiao still being alive, and then, of course, the rockets coming out from Xiao to make it so LNG have to back off.
Oh my days, Xiaohu's damage in that fight. Nearly double anyone else, only Gala and Scout being able to contend even at all. And there we go. We asked for a miracle, and Xiaohu delivered. Weibo are still in the game. Weibo are still holding on. But LNG are at the gates. They've got a big wooden horse, and Weibo are like, we've seen that trick before. We're not taking it in.
Weibo already collected.
They've got a big wooden rabbit.
Exactly. I was gonna say, Weibo already have, you know, 3 wooden horses and everything else. They're used to this. They know exactly what's going on. But I feel like those inhibs down.
They've launched the rabbit back out at them. What a great film.
With those, like, inhibs being down and again, Gala's range just being so absurd. I mean, you're not going to be able to wait for another package, are you?
I guess let's wait and find out. Let's wait, find out. Wei, getting aggressed upon, big damage there, but the twist advance onto the minion wave. Crisp is the one that takes the damage in the end, but Wei slowly getting whittled down by Light. Zika trying to threaten. Brandel, it's not quite enough, and in goes Light to try and save the day, but the twisted advance dodges the W. And LNG walk away with their lives. Gala trying to take an inhib in the meantime, as the Nexus towers are just getting taken down by the Winions. This is going to be 3 inhibs if LNG play their cards right. It's getting worse and worse for Weibo. Another flank, but he's totally on his own. Buffers a lot of the CC, but not all of it. There's just too much. All out, but it's into the entire team of LNG. There's nothing ZDZ could do about it. 4v5 now on the map.
Desperation coming out from Weibo. I mean, as it needs to, right? You're 10k gold down there trying to find the plays, but now LNG should just be able to march it forward towards the Nexus.
Xiaohu, big hit onto Gala there. And he needs a few more of those if he's going to hold on to this game for his team right here. Mark doesn't even notice the rocket hitting him. These Kainic Rookans across the team getting so much value as Light literally just tickling Mark. At this point, Zika goes in and Weibo go out. Phenomenal engage from the top laner of LNG. Scout finishing the job here, and LNG, they're finally back on the map as they take down the undefeated Weibo.
Yeah, I mean, LNG, they were able to come in and show a much better kind of rendition with this Senna Tom Kench in my mind. I like the Gnar that they had up in top side. We saw the Azir coming out instead of the Orianna, and just them also being willing to punish Weibo's mistakes early on, keep it incredibly close and competitive. And it just felt like the longer it went, it's like, hey, Weibo, how does your comp really play into this Senna? How do you really find these opportunities? Yeah. I feel like we had to see a more impactful package play earlier on in the game, which sucks because Chris did set one up. Just sadly, Xiao wasn't really there in time to do anything other than die. So, yeah, this series is weird, man. This whole series was so strange.
It was a very weird series. Honestly, I think game number 1 was the game I enjoyed the most out of the series, with the Draven coming on through and a lot of crazy fights down in the bottom side. We started talking about the Botsgugen. I can't even say it now. I've been talking too much today, but yeah, crazy series. Very, very long, drawn-out games here between LNG and Weibo, and it felt like LNG, at the end of it all, having the slightly better macro, having the slightly better positioning, just like, it was really a game of inches between the two teams, and I feel like LNG, like, let's say you get a score out of 10 for each of your, like, attributes as a team in League of Legends, I feel like LNG just had one more point in each attribute, you know?
Yeah, and I also, because I do agree, but I also will just kind of differentiate and give more context in terms of, I feel like in terms of like the tower trades, right, playing off of some of the side lanes, that was the macro where LNG were really showing up. Weibo, we still got to give them kudos for this series as a whole and their split so far as a whole. In terms of like playing from behind, knowing how to like refocus on their win conditions, hell, even that last game, they made it a lot harder than it should have been. That's like something there. It's such a hard skill to practice as a team of like, hey, how do we get good at playing from a 5k deficit? You know what I mean? And surprisingly, Weibo have found a way.
Yeah, they really have. Like, honestly, there were moments that I literally said they need a miracle. And then Xiao, who packages in from a million miles away, and somehow they win a fight. I'm like, wait, are we witnessing a miracle? Is this actually going to be the comeback? Obviously, they lost 3 inhibs, so it still felt pretty difficult, but at the end of the day, a very, very tough composition to play into in the late game, and still managing to find opportunities. Like you say, that is a huge statement from any team.
I want to say, like, I guess my takeaway after this series is that these teams are incredibly close in terms of like where you would put them, like rank them in the LPL right now.
Definitely.
And just feels like both have different things to work on, and that both have the talent, and obviously, like we've seen in the past, should be contending with the heights of, I mean, hell, LNG last year taking JDG to 5 games, right? Weibo making it to World Finals. So I'm just excited to see that journey from like, here we are now with like these levels of issues and problems to how we get back there. Because I believe both teams can and will do it. It's just going to be like the madness of the roller coaster that we get to go on with it.
The one thing I will say is, so often in the LPL, there's at least one of these teams with so many big names that it just goes wrong somewhere along the way, you know?
You're right.
And there are like, what, 8 of these teams this split that have so many big names, that have so much potential to be a top team. I really do wonder which one it is going to be that, or maybe more than one, you know, that doesn't really work out. So far, though, I feel like these two teams are improving over time. Good trajectory for the two teams right now. And honestly, you take this series to 5 games, I really think it could have gone either way. I really think, like, this third game, while LNG played extremely well, don't get me wrong, I do feel like a lot of this was down to the draft and the fact that there were very few tools to deal with the Azir in the center on the backside. Like, I think if you go further into this series, I think the drafts continue to evolve, and I think maybe the center just gets banned away, and suddenly we're in a much more even game again.
Yeah, I totally agree that this one could have been just different just by draft on seeing these teams play it out. But still, LNG going to get the much needed momentum in picking up the win, which when they're a team that was going down to TT, and hell, Weibo beat TT. Me and you said TT would be a good like kind of measuring stick earlier. Did not work out like that. So this was definitely a needed win as we move forward and get further into the kind of regular season, because man, some teams have already played so many series. Looking at you, OMG, at 4. So yeah, you got to pick these up while you can.
OMG literally doubling the amount of games that JDG have played. JDG won both of their series in 4 games as well, or won both of them in 2. They've played 4 games. You get my point. OMG literally playing double the amount so far. It's crazy how the schedule sometimes pans out, but definitely exciting at the top of the table now. We've got, you know, BLG still 3-0 at the top. JDG currently flawless. Weibo were flawless until this series, and now LNG will tie up with Weibo at being 2-1 in the standings. But then there's IG there, NIP there, LGD there, RNG there, WE there, all on 2-1 scorelines. So there's still a lot of teams at the top of the table that are tussling for that higher position.
Yeah, and it's just weird when a lot of our talent, it felt like last year a lot of our top talent was concentrated onto like a couple teams, right? And this year was the disperse. And even though it is always exciting to have like those super teams, I do think it is a little bit more fun during the season itself to be like, okay, like, you know, Xiaohu's team versus Scout's team versus, you know, now Rookie on NIP.
Yeah.
So it's definitely going to make, I think, the last stretch, like the closer we get to playoffs, is going to be crazy. Hell, the results now are crazy. It's like everyone's beating everybody. WE's losing to OMG, who are then losing to FPX, who beat WE, who next week are probably going to beat BLG. I don't know, man.
Yeah, I feel like you're absolutely on the nose in everywhere from like 3rd place downwards. It's been a complete reshuffle, except JDG and BLG, who are still sitting pretty at the top, who have made like minor changes. There are slight identity changes, but ultimately, like, it still feels like they're BLG and JDG. It still feels like they're insanely good right now. And I feel like those two are somewhat in the super team category for me right now. And then everyone else is like this mishmash of identities, this mishmash of, like you say, so much of it is down to the mid laners as well. Like you say, this one's Rookie's team, this one's Scout's team, this one's Xiaohu's team. It feels like quite often in the LPL, the mid laners become that kind of leader character as far as the story goes anyway. Let's take a look at our MVP for game number 3 of this series. What a game it was. Scout, bit of redemption here on the Azir as he grabs himself an MVP.
Yeah, and had a good performance. Definitely one of his most comfortable champions. Might be his most comfortable champion. I mean, when I think of Scout, I really just do think of Azir and some of the crazy plays he's been able to pull off on this champion. This definitely felt like, you know, though deserved MVP, like we were saying, felt like very much like a team win in the sense of how LNG was able to pull it off. So it's just nice to see overall. And it'll be interesting to especially track Scout and LNG, considering that he did pick up both regular season MVPs last year, right? So now, just managing to pick up his first one, he's in for a tough time if he's going to try and get that title once again.
Yeah, bit of a slow start for him when it comes to the MVPs, and he's a player that's not new to getting MVPs, but this is his first one off the split, like you say. And let's take another look. This one especially, predicting the flash and then going for the ult, really, really nice.
Yeah, just a lot of moments like that. This one, Honestly, I wasn't tracking Scout in this fight really because, like you, I was paying attention to Mark, kind of getting left out to dry by Scout himself. But hey, does manage to survive.
Yep, did survive. I mean, Scout, like, realistically, was just dodging in that fight mostly. As, like, just about getting away. And then this was all about Gala stopping these recalls and Chris trying to go for the re-engage, trying to salvage what was already basically a lost play. Unfortunate for him, but then we get to the late game fights in the base. This is where it got really crazy.
And this is where we just saw that Weibo didn't really have the tools to just deal with LNG's comp overall. It was just go for some blanks and hope they land. And some did land, right? It bought a bit of time, but there was never a world where you were going to be able to take out, when you have 3 carries to worry about on the side of LNG, who are all just creating so much pressure on their own.
Yeah. Some great ults from Scout across those fights, like Scout kind of denying a lot of the crash down and Magnet Storm there with his ultimate onto Crisp in the previous play, denying any potential escape from ZDZ. Like, really fantastic stuff. Zika setting up the final dive there as well. Absolutely fantastic stuff from LNG. And good to see them, you know, having the kind of performances that you expect from LNG. We expect them to play reasonably slow, and that's perfectly fine. You know, each team has their own identity. But good to see, the longer the series went on, it felt like the cleaner the games got from LNG.
Oh, yeah. And right, like you said, that kind of feels like it's been the LNG story just so far. Like, their first series of the LPL was by far the most egregious one they've played. And then, you know, they play up against OMG. It's a bit better, find the win, and now once again today. So we're going to bring up the results for the day. If you missed out, it was a weird day of LPL. There were some solid bangers going on, but at a much different pace than we're used to, Mr. Munchables.
Yeah, it was like not necessarily early game bangers, but slower early games leading to a ton of awesome team fights across the course of the day. OMG cleaning up their mid game a lot in our first series and managing to beat out TT 2-0. Not something that I think anyone was expecting coming into today. No. TT leaving a lot to be desired, but OMG really cleaning their game up a bit. And then LNG, they lost the first game against Weibo, but then slowly but surely it felt like improving across the series. They're improving across the course of the split so far as well. Let's take a look at the standings and where that leaves us now, because I already alluded to it earlier. Look how many teams are tied on 2-1 scorelines. That is a 7-way tie in terms of series score. Obviously, only a 4-way tie in terms of game difference.
And like you said, if you actually go through and look at like the LPL results thus far, there have been a lot of like, okay, today these 4 teams are playing. 3 days later, these 4 teams are playing again in just a different arranged order, and just kind of so on and so forth. So it'd be kind of interesting to look at strength of schedule so far when it feels like there have been like little pools of teams that have just been playing against like these other 3 or 4 teams.
Yeah, it's been,
you know what I mean?
It's been a weird one, hasn't it? Where we've got like some teams have really easy schedules to start themselves off with and able to kind of skyrocket up the standings a little bit. But in the grand scheme of things, it's always going to be tough. It's always, you end up having to play against all of the big names as well later on. And like you say, I'm going to have a look after we're done on the broadcast at some of the strengths of schedule. Let's take a look, though, at the schedule for tomorrow. Strength aside, we've got some more games coming your way as we start to decide some of these tie breaks in the second place sort of area between the 2-1 teams. NIP versus WE should be an exciting one. A lot of potential on both teams, but a lot of flaws there as well. Ultra Prime versus FBX will follow
That's
that
what
one
I
up.
want.
And then LGD versus AL as well.
I gotta see what Ultra Prime are cooking up this week. I also pretty sure that Nightmare and Mazel are gonna have some pretty fun, you know, pre-games cooked up. So you know, get in there, watch these. See, does Doggo pick Rammus again? And let the answer be yes. And this time, just let's go bottling, guys.
For the sake of Doggo's career, I hope that they don't. But I guess we'll have to wait and see. I gotta say, I'm excited for AL versus LGD. Like, I feel like both of those teams, not necessarily doing that well in the standings, but the gameplay has been pretty great for both of them. If not perfect, then definitely entertaining. I think that one will be an absolute banger to round out the day tomorrow. So very excited to see that one. But I'm afraid, Lyric, that's going to be it for us today. I've been Munchables, that's been Lyric. Thank you so much for watching. We've had some late game bangers, but that is all we've got. We'll see you in chat tomorrow, but until then, we'll see you in Champ Select.
漫天的飞雪，璀璨的金光。真正的英雄，就是以平凡之躯，对抗着这个岁月的麻木不仁，让自己与更好的自己一遍一遍的在未来重逢。
未来还可以继续吗？
未来还有属于我的机会吗？
未来还可以一直赢下去吗
8年前，我没有想过能坚持到现在。8年后，我不确定这是不是一个冒险的决定。
做到了这一刻，我们终于做到了。
新的目标在哪？
该停下来了吗？
他们说我已经拿到了所有的荣誉，可我还想再拼一次，因为还想赢。
我回来了。
有人说，怎么赢了一场比赛就哭了？因为我知道自己为了那一场胜利付出了多少。
队员们都比较的年轻，很敢打。
在 LPL 的发挥真的是令人欣喜。
无数次的训练之后，胜利的机会依旧稍纵即逝。
拼尽全力，也未必会拿到自己想要的结果。
努力不一定就有回报，但是不努力一定就没有机会了。这一次，我们会走出属于自己的那条路，
燃烧自己，目标只有冠军。
今年他们赢下了春天、夏天 MSI 在内的所有冠军。
我享受在舞台上捧杯的那一刻。如果说比赛一定要有输赢，为什么不能一直是我们？
抱歉，这次我们站在了对立面。
无人问津也好，技不如人也罢，不必让自己沉溺其中。
所谓的最强和第一，应该由谁来决定？我们所挥洒的每一份汗水，都是为了追寻不变的目标。
成功就是从失败到失败，也依然不变的对胜利的渴望。